it get to me, I'm just gonna creep. Down in Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost peace. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gonna creep. Down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost peace. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. Just gonna creep. Down in Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost peace. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gonna creep. Down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost peace. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery.
Spooky up in here. It's crazy in here. We still gon' keep it going, I'm Knuckles. Nobody scares me. Whoever want it, bring it. I don't care, we can do this. Then come step up to the plate and meet your match. It ain't no thing.
Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. rap about a man named Alec Gunter. Tricking this girl and I straight up Alex stumped her. Holding crossbow like he's literally Alec Hunter. Passing a football, called this dude Alec Punter. When he's doing bad, he is trash like Alec Dumpster. Wife is literally cheating, so Alec go confront her. Thinking about stuff he's doing and Alec wonder. Shooting lightning from his fingers like he's Alec Thunder. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day.
Hello? Hello, Connor. If you are speaking, I can hear you. Alex Chat can hear us. Hello, Alex Chat. How is everybody doing? Hopeful. Good morning, boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. This is the one and only Alec Gunter stream. Coming to you live with all of your favorite hits. Rock. This is True Rock, the True Rock station. This isn't your mother's station. Starts playing Imagine Dragons. Hello. You guys have seen that meme, right? It's really funny. Let's see if I can find it real quick before we get started. Yes. Is this it? Yes, I love this one. It's so fucking funny.
You're now listening to 102.3 Real Rock FM, where we play nothing but rock, rock, and more rock. This ain't your granny's station.
I love it. This ain't your granny station. Well, bam, well, I'm waking up. In fairness, I thought that song slapped. In fairness. Okay, as you can see, Mace is live and speaking, even though we cannot hear him at the moment. But I want to do my intro first, and I'm not supposed to be on until 11. So, hello everybody, welcome in. I am just here doing my thing. How's everybody else? Morning, comrade. Hello, Vitor. We have people in Twitch chat. That's crazy. I forgot that I need to add James with a Z as a moderator in there. I'll do that soon. If he shows up, I'll do it. But until then, you know. Wow, we have 4 people watching on Twitch. That's kind of nuts. But yes, good morning, good morning. This is earlier than I usually stream, but I do have a debate scheduled for 11 a.m., which is in 2 minutes from now. Hi. I broke my weed fast last night and took an edible, and it was probably one of the worst decisions I've ever made. Because I also had my COVID and flu shots yesterday. So last night I was doing good, and then I start getting nauseous. And I had a lot to eat too, so my belly felt like it was exploding. And so I literally felt like I was in labor, I was breathing fast, and it was not good. And then I started shivering really bad. I was super cold. I haven't felt that cold in my whole life. And so I trudged myself up to bed and bundled up very nicely in a little blanket cocoon until the feeling wore off. Well, I fell asleep, and then I woke up at 1, and by then the feeling had gone away. So I got up, got some cookies that I made, and then went back to bed. But I feel fine today, so I was a little worried, but I feel great today. Despite it all. Despite everything, I am still here. So with all that being said, welcome in. Great to have you all here. I am going to turn on my video feed for the lovely people on Discord. If you want to join the Discord, you can type /debate in any of the chats. That's not a command. What do you mean that's not a command? Or is it exclamation debate? Exclamation debate. My mistake. Exclamation debate in any of the chats. You'll join the Platinum Politics Discord server, and you can be up close and personal watching the action as it plays out. Okay, with all that being said, let's unmute our boy Mace here and get started.
Hello, Alec.
Hello, hello.
How's it
How
going,
are we
Alec?
doing this fine debate night that's also 10 in the morning for me?
I'm doing good. I was just telling my chat that I had a bit of an episode last night after taking an edible. So I had my COVID shot as well. And so,
Okay.
And so I think that exacerbated the symptoms that you get from the COVID shot. And I was not doing too hot. So I was shivering and whatever else. But I'm good today. So
Well,
we're
that's
good.
good.
Yeah.
Glad you're here for this debate. We are now live on Platinum Politics. I'm assuming we were live on your stream too.
Indeed.
To the Platinum Politics audience, I hope you like the little revamped overlay that I have. Tried to fix it up a little bit. I put a chat up on there that doesn't look so disgusting. Yeah. I guess let's
Sweet.
get right into it. Welcome to the Platinum Politics Debate Night. Today's topic is healthcare is a human right. Now, we have two sides of that coin here today. We have Alec Gunter, who believes that healthcare is a human right, and then Connor from the YouTube channel The C Works, who doesn't believe it's a human right. So ready to hear both sides. I'm ready to hear what you both have to say. We're gonna go ahead and start this. We'll do 5-minute openings. You don't have to use the whole time, but we'll do the 5-minute openings. And we'll do a 5-minute timer. And since Alec has the, he's defending the claim, I'll go ahead and give you the 5 minutes to start.
Sure. Yeah, so I'm a nurse. As a nurse, we take an oath that we are to provide the best care possible. It's basically in the oath that healthcare is in fact a human right. And so that's not only part of my oath as a healthcare professional, it's just something that I believe is a fact. And not only is it a fact, but it also is just like beneficial to society to maintain that as a right. Because, people try to approach this from the standpoint of, this is like the good thing to do. This is like the nice thing to do, the moral thing to do. And all that's true. But I think today I'm going to tackle it more from like the practical perspective. Because if you think about it, the human body is the most incredible machine on the planet. And I believe in most people's proclivity to go forward and exercise their innovation, their creativity, and their hard work. Nobody wants to slouch around and be lazy, right? So if we only give people the things that they need in order to survive and thrive, they will pay us back in dividends. And so when it comes to healthcare, if somebody like stubs their toe and breaks it, I want them to be able to go get that toe fixed free of charge. There are people willing to do it. So just let them get their toe fixed, and then they can go back to work. And then they don't got to worry about, well, I'm not sure if my toe's broken or not. I'm not going to pay the $500 it would take to fix it, right? So, and then their work suffers from that. Maybe their toe is broken, and then they get an infection, and then they have to deal with an actual systemic infection. And that costs way more, and it takes up way more time when they could have just gotten their freaking toe fixed, right? But they didn't because it was paywalled. So it's a very inefficient and unorthodox way of conducting a society when you do not guarantee healthcare, especially when you have the means to do so. And that's why I believe that healthcare ought to be a human right, not only for the moral good, but also the practical good.
All right. Great opening statement. Connor, if I'm not mistaken, did you not ask for a 7-minute opening?
Yeah, I can get through it as much as I can. We can have the back and forth and stuff. But yeah, I just have a
Okay.
good amount of information. 5 minutes, 7 minutes, either is fine with me. So
All right. Well, we'll go with 5, and if you need to extend a little bit, we'll do that. So your 5-minute timer starts now.
All right, so I wanted to say I respect Alec that he is a nurse, and I know that nurses work very long shifts and they can be stressful. But I wanted to actually get into his main argument and what someone actually means when they say healthcare is a human right through the lens of positive versus negative rights. When we talk about a universalized system, we're talking about a positive right that the state issues an entitlement that is provided by so-and-so government, while I would say a negative right is whenever we stop the interference from so-and-so government from doing it. And in the DM, Alec has made it clear that he does support a Scandinavian model of universalized healthcare, which is a positive right to healthcare. It's important to this argument because we have a right to firearms granted by the Constitution, but this does not mean the government goes around handing firearms to people who turn 18 or 19 years of age. My argument is pretty simple, is that I don't believe people have positive rights to suboptimal services when there's more productive alternatives for health problems, and that single payer is fundamentally suboptimal when there are more productive alternatives for health problems. So people don't have that right. This is actually documented in a book two books that I recommend reading by Nim and Sadandaji, which is Debunking Utopia and The Henry Fords of Healthcare. The reason why I don't think that single payer or universalized healthcare, or why I think it is suboptimal, is because it fails at rewarding incentives. This is because it fails at creating incentives from having a planned economic model funded via taxation. Success is just heavily bureaucratic, where administering a particular medication or treatment is considered suboptimal, considered optimal rather than patient outcomes. This is demonstrated with performance targets that have showed gratuitous waste, as documented in Nimitz 2016 from the London Institute of Economic Affairs. Nimitz has also demonstrated in his 2015 work, Organization Patient Safety Incident Reports, that suboptimal hospitals in European countries, optimal being normative features like mortality, mass delivery costs, etc., will still receive similar resources regardless of how proficient they are within said system. This leads to a phenomenon of Bowman's cost disease, which is where the state actually inherently prevents economies of scale or production efficiency because of increase in business size. Bowman's cost disease is a phenomenon where there are increases in wages despite there being little to increase in productivity of the service or delivering patient care. The economy of a whole in European countries has become more productive, yet the healthcare delivery stagnates with an aging population and increase in demand. Higher wages are paid for the same services, which result in a requirement of tax hikes to finance the planned economic model, ultimately hurting overall economic productivity in the process. This is true where we even see the European Commission in 2013 verify these findings, deliberately saying that since the 1960s, these are in line with the Bowman's theory of unbalanced growth. The financing of physicians, nurses, and pharmacists becomes expenses in these systems as inflation continues to rise. As a result, there are increases in healthcare service prices, even within these countries, to make up for the loss. There's also then an increase in taxes to finance the wasteful system. But we actually see even within these prize Nordic countries, and I have the sources up in the chat a little bit, you can scroll up, but all these welfare state policies did not come into play until the 1970s with new public management. And we see with the top 10 countries with the longest life expectancy given by the World Bank World Development Indicators database, that we see that the top 5 countries in 1960 or before the welfare state involved Norway, Iceland, Sweden, Denmark. Yet in the year 2000, or the peak of the welfare state, we see Iceland drop from 2nd to 4th place and Sweden drop from 4th to 10th place. So these arguments are really just post hoc or after, therefore because. A similar pattern holds for the top 10 countries with the lowest child mortality rates, provided by the UN Interagency Group, or the IGME. Sweden dropped from 1st in 1960 to 3rd in the year 2000. Norway dropped from 3rd in 1960 to 6th in 2000, and Denmark 5th to 10th place. This is with the exception of Iceland and Finland when it comes to child mortality. This actually is even demonstrated with Germany, where we see the East SFR and the West, or the former East SFR, have different health outcomes. In 1995, we see higher mortality rates or worse mortality rates in the East. West Germany just started to alter its Bismarck model with the Healthcare Reform Act in 1989, increasing its GDP from 7.8 to 8.3% of GDP for healthcare costs. And this is according to Demo Trends 2014, by the way. So we even see it in Europe. Green 1985 shows that healthcare was primarily provided by private or nonprofit firms with as I mentioned earlier, the introduction in the 1970s of new public management. And even in the US, private practice is actually lower than it's ever been. The AMA, or American Medical Association, shows private practice is lower.
2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. This is because inflation actually has led to a 33% decrease in physician salaries, leading to, or the conclusion that extrinsic motivations do influence physician and nurse outcomes. And as a result, physicians gravitate towards larger firms or nonprofits. Physicians also overwhelmingly attribute the reasons for the shift to payment and financial issues, but also complex bureaucracy and regulatory demands. 63.6% of physicians wanted to better manage regulatory and administrative requirements. We actually see that the best hospitals rated in the US, according to Stoker and Goodall 2022, are Mayo Clinic and Cleveland Clinic. Both hospitals are owned and controlled by physician CEOs. And we can actually see this with the country of India, where we see with cardiac thoracic surgeries. There's a prolific success with Narayana Health's cross-subsidiary model introduced by physician CEO Devi Shetty. Taylor 2017 shows the overall service not only quicker, with door-to-balloon time is less than 90 minutes, but a number of acute MI deaths in a month is lower and better than the benchmark provided by the Society of Thoracic Surgeons in the US. Not only is it better quality service, it is substantially more affordable. Narayana Health charges less than $2,000 for open heart surgery, according to Taylor 2017. In the US, the same surgery costs $100,000. We see this even with other things with LASIK and ophthalmic care, where the cost remains consistent or even lowered. And the reason why we don't see things like what I would want, like physician-owned hospitals, it's because the Affordable Care Act made them illegal post 2010. They also made it illegal to expand current businesses beyond their current size, Aaron Field 2023. Now, obviously, I don't support oligopolies, and I recognize that people need help, but it's important to note what enables these oligopolies. The Urban Institute 2025 wrote that the nonprofits such as Blue Shield, Kaiser Permanente, or UPMC received over $267 billion in government grants by filing IRS tax form 990. 60 to 80% of these nonprofits would be operating at a loss if they did not receive government funds. So the state enables their monopoly. If you really want to get rid of the monopolies, do not monopolize healthcare do not monopolize healthcare via the state in the name of human rights. Yet still, people accuse physician-owned hospitals for cherry-picking patients. Yet observational case studies in the 2015 British
All right,
Medical
Connor.
Journal. Okay, go ahead.
Your time is up. If we want, we can go ahead and just jump into open floor. Or Alec, would you like to respond to anything to that directly, uninterrupted?
Not directly.
All right. Well, the floor is open. You guys go ahead and chat, and I will moderate as needed.
Sure.
All right, go ahead. Yeah.
Connor, I guess my question is, what if a 2-year-old gets cancer?
I think that even if I say, so that would actually demonstrate the original intent of Medicare or Medicaid in the country, which, so constitutionally in the US, is that we recognize that Medicaid and Medicare is not like a constitutional right, even though the government or state still provides like insurance for them. That doesn't demonstrate the positive right for universalized health coverage, even if I would grant that a 2-year-old receives service. But in my ideal view, is to answer your question, in my ideal view, what we would do is we would have a service-based system where we have physician-owned hospitals, private practices that provide the majority of the care. And then we can have charity organizations, food banks, we can have things like churches that help fund and care for a cancer patient in the world. And we actually see that, like I am Christian, and we see that Christians, to Pew Research, actually adopt more, they donate more. So if we had my system with the extrinsic motivation and my intrinsic motivation of my Christian worldview, I think we can provide care for people with illnesses and stuff like that. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
It's fine. It's just that you're assuming the existence of these charity funds. What if there are none?
They exist. They exist. Yeah,
now,
the Catholic
but what
churches
if they don't? Like, they run out, right? Like they're asking for money all the time, presumably because they need to keep the coffers filled. So if it's a charity fund, basically what you're saying is you want a private organization to collect voluntary taxes from people and then put that in their coffers so that they can pay for the 2-year-old when it gets cancer. But like, why not just have the taxes do that?
Well, as I said, even if I granted that taxes do that, as I said, I would have a pragmatic and also an efficiency standpoint. So obviously, I do agree with you that
Okay.
we have an obligation to care for the 2-year-old.
Yeah,
I don't
okay,
disagree.
great. That's it. Then you believe in universal health care. You believe in the rights
No,
for that 2-year-old.
that's a non sequitur. That's a non sequitur.
Hold on. I didn't say completely. I said for that 2-year-old that has cancer. Yes, you believe in the right of that 2-year-old to get care regardless of whether or not they can pay, right?
State universalized coverage is not the same as a duty to provide care
This
personally.
is a very simple question. Do you or do you not believe in the right of a 2-year-old with cancer to receive care regardless of whether or not that 2-year-old, I'm sure they have to take some time off of work for this, so bear with me, that 2-year-old can pay for their cancer care, right?
It's a loaded question and it doesn't
No, it's
demonstrate your
not.
position.
No, this
Yes,
is
it
a very
does.
simple question. No, do 2-year-olds
No.
get cancer? Do they? Let's start there.
Yes,
Okay.
and also here,
So
let me demonstrate this. So if there's a person right now out in public and they go into cardiac arrest, a nurse or physician might have a duty to provide care for them and give them chest compressions. That does not demonstrate the positive right of the government providing universal coverage. It's a complete non sequitur in your view. It's
Okay.
an emotionally loaded one too.
No. You're taking an emergency situation where if I'm just out in public and somebody has cardiac arrest, of course I give them CPR and BLS. Okay, of course I'm going to do that. And I don't expect payment for that, by the way. But at the same time,
Wait, would you give up your nurse salary right now?
if I didn't need the money, yeah.
Wait, so you would work for free right now?
I am very close friends with the people that I can't technically call myself friends, but I spend so much time
I
with
get
them
what
that
you're
it's
saying,
hard
yeah.
to get around that. The patient that I work for, and their family are close to me now. So if they needed me to come in, if they're like short of nurses and they need somebody to come in and take care of him for a little bit, yeah, I'll go in for a few hours, sure.
Okay, yeah, sure. So as I said, is that your problem with my charity position is that people won't do it, but you just admitted that there will be people who, like you said in your opening, that there will be people who do it anyway and provide these services.
Yes.
So why don't you create your own organization? As I said, in my view,
Okay.
you as a nurse are allowed to do that, and you go and you help people like free of charge.
Okay, let me ask you this. You have the cure for cancer. You just have it in a little vial. Okay? 2-year-old comes up, the mom of a 2-year-old comes up, says, "My child has cancer. He needs care." Now what?
So this actually gets into I like reading sci-fi and I can demonstrate my what's it called argument. Is that like for
And-
example, is
okay.
that if there was no consequences, like if they just magically like went back to normal, is that I'd probably administer the cure to them. I don't see a problem with that. However,
Okay,
whenever you just
great.
no, here, let me explain. Is that, for example, I've also played, if you ever played the game The Last of Us, is it's like, oh, would you administer a cure or get the cure to the disease of the cordyceps virus? But at the end of the day, you're going to kill someone to get it. Is that there's consequences and trade-offs to any medical decision.
No,
And it's just
no,
an idealistic
no.
worldview.
Man,
It doesn't
No.
exist.
no. It's very simple. The hypothetical is you have the means to cure this child's cancer. Do you do so without any expectation of payment? All you got to do is hand the vial over.
Charity exists in my view. I just said it does.
Okay, so then you expect payment. You don't think this 2-year-old has a right to health care then?
No, I think that charity is a virtue because I have a virtue ethics system. That doesn't mean that we
It
make a
doesn't matter.
system
No,
that
you-
incentivizes it.
Man, your entire system involves the inherent, not only the inherent kindness of people, okay, but the ability to even pay anything. What if you
Wait.
live in,
So
like,
is it more kindness or is it more empathy whenever my system with Narayana Clinic has showed to decrease cost of mitral valve or cardiac thoracic surgery in India? More people are going to get care under my system. Yet you're claiming the moral high ground of empathy.
you
I
have
want
no
to help
evidence
people.
for that.
Yeah, I do. Narayana
don't.
Clinic. I literally demonstrated all my sources. You can scroll up actually
Man,
in the
do you
chat
give the vial
right
to the
here.
2-year-old or not? This is very simple.
Here, self-reported from Narayana Health,
Oh my
Narayana
God.
Institute, A. Taylor Escobar, K. Ediakumar, or whatever.
Well, I, for
Yeah,
one,
it's in the
would give
chat.
it. I, for one, would give it to the 2-year-old.
I
think
would
the
give it to
2-year-old
yo. I would probably
Okay,
too.
then at some level, you believe in free health care for
charity.
some people
No, I
in
don't.
some certain. Okay, you give
You
the
don't
vial
understand
and then
positive
what? You
rights.
give the vial and then what?
You don't
What
understand
happens next?
positive right.
What happens next?
I would probably give the vial, but this is the thing is that you don't understand chemotherapy treatment probably either then, because chemotherapy
It's a
takes time to
hypothet-
do.
Okay, dude. Listen. Okay, fine. You have the best chemotherapy in the world. Okay,
hmm
got it. Now,
Yeah,
do
this
you-
is
do
the
we
original
do
argument for Medicare and Medicaid.
Man, you're overcomplicating the shit out of this. My question is, if a
No, I'm being
2-year-old, okay,
specific.
my point is, if you have a child who is in a life or death situation thanks to something like cancer, They should
already
get
admitted
care,
emergency
period, end of
treatment.
story, no matter whether or not somebody is able and or willing to pay for said care. They should just get it, because there will be people willing to give
Just
it to
get it's
them.
not an argument.
You said you would give the vial. So as long as you're alive,
Charity,
there
yeah.
are people who are willing to give them that care, right?
Yeah. Also,
Free
is
of
that there's a
charge.
problem. Okay, there's a problem with your view because I already conceded that there's a difference between universalized healthcare or the system
Man.
you support versus emergency care, which you, as I said, is that you can have an obligation for
I
a
know the
nurse to
difference,
provide care
thanks.
in emergency.
That's not my point.
Yeah. It is your point. Well,
No,
your
it's-
point doesn't understand my worldview.
Okay, you understand my point better than me. Please explain my point to me. Go on.
Okay, sure. Pretty much is that your point is you're trying to say that because I would give a cancer treatment to a little kid, that may entails that I think people will have a right to healthcare via a universalized health system.
Some people.
However,
no, not via anything, just in general, in a vacuum. Some people, sometimes, when they're unable to procure payment, they get care regardless. Take my patient, for instance. Here's something more grounded in reality. My patient is quadriplegic, nonverbal, with trach vent, can't even breathe on his own. Okay, he lays in bed and watches Elmo. All right, he's fully cognitively aware. He just can't do shit. Okay? So my question is, what kind of job should this guy get in order to pay for his ventilator?
I literally already explained to you that there's other means by which to do it.
For free, right? He gets it for free.
There's no such thing as free healthcare.
Oh, he gets it without needing to pay himself, correct?
Well, he's going to
Okay.
pay via taxation either way.
He doesn't have income. He doesn't have money.
You can still
He
pay
can't
taxes
have
via
money.
other means.
The only way
Yes,
he
you
can
can.
have money is through other people putting it into his account for him. There is literally zero way for him to do anything beyond lay in bed and watch Elmo. And sometimes blink, and sometimes raise his heart rate, and sometimes shit and piss. That is all he's capable of doing.
I mean, it's kind of interesting too because like Stephen Hawking had ALS and he was still very successful.
Okay, so then what job should my client get? What do you recommend?
I don't. Well, what
Please,
I would
I
have
need
to
to- I
know
need
their
to-
exact
I need to
patient
bring him
charts
these
and
job
everything.
listings because he needs to understand that he doesn't get care for free. Right?
So here's the thing: is that I'm not going to know your exact anecdote, and it's not a good argument on a
isn't-
systemic level.
This is a real thing. It's SMA, okay? Spinal muscular atrophy. Look it up. It is a progressive
I
disease.
know it's final. I know what that
Okay,
is. Yeah.
then you understand that there are simply some people that cannot procure the money for their care, no matter what they do.
Yeah. Do you know what charity is? Yeah, because for example, actually, I can give you another real life example. Holy Spirit Hospital in Pennsylvania was owned and controlled by Catholic nuns for a long time, but it
Mhm.
wasn't actually until the U.S. shifted away from it.
Okay, what if there's no
that the
charity?
hospital. What if the Catholic Church is the largest charity organization in the world, has existed for
What if
thousands
there
of years.
is none? Because charity, again, relies on
What if the
people not
Catholic
only
Church
being
stops
kind.
existing?
Okay,
What if the
hold on. Charity relies not only on people being kind enough to give their money, it relies on
being
people
Christian.
having said money. Okay?
Yeah.
If you're a guy like Elon Musk, frankly, the richest man in the world, I don't trust you to give money to a dying 2-year-old. I really don't. Okay, he hasn't.
the owner of Chick-fil-A actually has donated a lot to child
Great,
cancer
good for
research.
him. Good for him.
So yeah, so billionaires and all
What
them
you're
help
sa-
poor
okay,
people.
charity, all you're saying is that there should be no reins at all whatsoever on who pays for this treatment, but somebody has to, right? Somebody has to. Because you're already presuming he gets the care.
No, I'm saying is that there's better
Okay,
means
so
to
you're not presuming
provide
he gets the care. Okay, so there's a chance he doesn't get it, right?
If he doesn't get it, if it's an emergency, like what are you talking about? Like if someone's on the street dying, like that's different.
Okay, he would be in his house dying without his ventilator. So
Mhm.
who pays for it?
So who pays for it? Well, as I said, is that it depends on the means by which it's paid.
Okay, so there's a chance that nobody pays for it, right?
Well, what are you talking about?
What am I talking about? You're saying that charity pays for it, right? Or
Even in your
Medicaid
view,
or
if-
whatever, Medicare. Like,
even in your view, is that I could just say, well, as I said, is that with increased healthcare costs in European countries as a result of this shitty like universalized system, is that there's still a chance that they will pay out of pocket by some extent, and the cost of it increases. So your view does not actually demonstrate a better position for the patient. My view gives
him
better
having a ventilator versus
for-
not having one, I think that's better for him, personally.
No, and my view gives ventilators better to people than your view.
So your view does imply that he just gets one by default, right?
No,
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
the
Well, then he
means.
doesn't get one. He doesn't get one. Say he doesn't get one. Now what?
well, he doesn't get one.
Yes.
As I said, is that there's other means by which to do it.
Okay.
You don't
so
understand
then
the argument.
okay. So then your system does obligate that he gets one, right?
What?
Your system implies that he will get a ventilator. Period. End of story. Right?
For free? But there's
No,
nothing free.
Will he get one or not? Is he guaranteed a ventilator in your system?
I don't know someone's exact system.
Why are you
or
being
what
so
situation.
slimy? You're being so
It's not
slippery right
slimy.
now. Just answer the
It's-
fucking question, man.
All right. I'm gonna jump in here. I have a question. Okay,
Christ.
I feel like we're kind of getting lost on this anecdote. Connor, you say that your view or the way you think about healthcare would provide more ventilators to people to do this.
I'm saying,
thing.
well, I'm
What,
saying is that my
could you explain
Oh,
a little bit more on that?
Yeah, so pretty much is that we see in the systemic reviews from George Mason University that physician-owned hospitals provide better quality care and more accessible to more people. They accept more people on Medicaid. They also accept around the same for minorities and stuff, people who are disadvantaged. You could make an argument that they accept people who are like more healthy, sure. But what I'm saying is that he's just saying that, oh yeah, just grant it to them, just give it to them for free. But the thing is that there's no such thing as free, and it just is a non sequitur for his vision. Because as I said, even if I said, okay, like for example, I as a parent or someone as a parent might have an obligation to their kid, but like if I give them like $100, that doesn't mean that I can't like have my kid work for me or something like that. In this view, what I'm saying is particularly my system delivers more care to more sick people, and then the people left over, we have charitable organizations like the Catholic Church to help them.
But what if we didn't?
That begs the question. We've had the Catholic Church longer than any
do you-
state organized healthcare system.
That begs the question.
Yes, it does. It just grants you stupid
no.
shit.
What is begging the question?
It's assuming something is true without justification.
No.
Yes.
Okay, you can think that. Okay,
Well, yeah.
let me ask you this.
My position's correct.
Sure. Let me ask you this. What if you're in some horrific accident and you just become quadriplegic yourself? What do you
So
expect
Stephen
to
Hawking.
happen?
So Stephen Hawking.
What is the process that happens next?
There's a lot of different means by way to prevent or administer care. Like
I'm
we've been
asking
doing
for
this
what
for like
happens next.
so just to clarify, I become paralyzed from like the waist down or neck down.
Sure.
Well, I actually I've even seen people learn to drive, I think, even with like those little like things you grab on with
Great.
your teeth and shit.
That's not my question. What happens next?
I just told you they've received care via different means.
By a different, what do you mean different means? Different means from what?
Yeah, and what are you talking like by different means, as I said, through private enterprise and
Okay,
the
first
private
of
means
all-
of protection
First of all, are you guaranteed care?
for free? No.
Man, I'm gonna rip my fucking head off. Are you guaranteed care after you're in a horrific accident? Do you just
Guaranteed
get it?
care. Just get it?
In
Like,
the moment. In
for
the
free?
moment. You're so
Like, I
obsessed with
don't
money.
get your.
Okay, why do you like money so much? What's your obsession with money? Don't you know it's the root of all evil?
Nice try using a Christian verse, but even in Christianity, is that we recognize we reward people for good actions.
My question is as follows. You are in a horrific, crippling accident. What is the process which happens next? What's the next step? Do they check your bank
you mean-
account?
So this is the thing, is that I don't get your point, because the US has been doing
You can't
this
answer the
for
question.
ages.
Just say you can't engage. Just say you can't engage. Go on.
I am engaging.
No, you're
Your
not.
Questions
No,
are
you-
retarded. like,
Uh-huh.
like they make
I'm
no
sorry
sense.
for asking
Bec-
retarded questions, but please humor me and answer it. Please?
I just said
Grant this
this doesn't
retard this one
demonstrate-
favor, please.
it doesn't demonstrate healthcare as a human right in your view.
Okay,
Because-
if you say so.
Because I said so. What? In the US, we have
I
had.
gave you the
for
argument. Why are you mad? Why are you still mad? If you
No,
say so,
wait,
sure.
Let me explain. Let me explain. So in the US, we have had healthcare for decades in ways of administering care without it being your version of a human right. You don't understand the argument. It's really simple. It's
And-
that there has been a time where people have been quadriplegic and that we have provided care for them. Sorry, I mispronounced. I'm speaking fast.
Sorry, it
but-
was just funny.
It is kind of funny, actually. But like, basically, they still receive help regardless, and we can help them. It's just that you are saying that, oh, you want to help them, therefore I'm right. That's your argument.
Why are you denying your the goodness inside of you? Like you're
Denying the
fighting it
goodness?
down with fucking what are they called? The jackhammer. You know what I mean? Like you're just
You know, Christians
drilling
actually
it
donate to
down
charity more
because
than
you know that I'm right.
Christians-
you
more-
would just
well,
give
Christ-
the care at
charity-
the point.
So charity. What have you volunteered for, like a pregnancy resource center or anything?
No, but I've worked during my rotations, I was in the maternity ward, if that counts. I don't know where you're going with this, but
Well, like that's what I'm saying is, like, for example, is that my system not only prevents like sociocultural norms from shifting, but like if someone like a Christian wants to provide a certain care or choose a certain care that benefits them, they can do that in my system.
they can, but they don't have to. They're not obligated.
So they're not forced.
Yeah, correct. Nobody's obligated in your system to pay for
Can you,
that,
wait,
right?
can you define slavery? So like, wait, so I can use force to make you provide care for me?
No, to pay. I said to pay. Okay, because in
Wait,
your
so will
system,
you write me a check for
in your
$10,000 right now?
system, hold on. In your system,
Are you generous
all-
enough to provide me? I have a lot of debt. Will you pay off my tuition for me?
in my
What?
system, there would be no money. Okay? But let's go past that for a second and just go with your system because there is money in your system and you seem very obsessed with it. So
Will you give me your
when
house?
Hmm?
I don't like I'm paying.
I like
rent,
my
will
house.
you
I
give me
like
your house?
living in my house. No, you cannot have my house.
I have
Any other
I have a
irrelevant
right
questions?
To housing. I have a right to housing. I have a right to housing, bro.
Yes, you do. There's
So why
plenty
can't I
of
have your
housing
house?
that's not because you don't have a right to my house.
Oh,
Dumbass.
so you don't have
Yeah,
a right to. So you don't have a right to someone someone
Okay,
particularly
do
their
you or-
service for healthcare.
Do you or do you not recognize that there are healthcare professionals who are simply in the field because they like helping people?
Helping people. Yeah, people can help
Okay.
people through charity. Yeah.
So then you acknowledge that even without payment, if they didn't need it, for instance, there are some doctors who would simply give you the care, right? Just because you need it.
Sure. There's charity,
Hey,
as I said.
You appeal to
But
their
here's the thing,
kindness,
it's,
right?
let me actually address this point. I brought up in my opening statement, according to the AMA, the reason physicians have shifted from private practice to nonprofits and like big hospitals and stuff is because of the money. The money motivates them to still provide it. As I said, they're not contradictory things to be extrinsically
You're
and intrinsically
wrong.
motivated to provide care. What? The AMA, I literally gave you a source.
No, if it were just about
You're
the money,
wrong
they'd.
because
Is
you're wrong.
that what I said, Connor?
No, what I'm just saying is like
Okay.
either
Try to
way is
listen.
that you can do things out of kindness and still want to get paid for them.
Because
mutually
the
exclusive.
reason that you want to get paid for them is because that money can give you things like rent payment or food on the table, right? My argument is just guarantee that for people. And then you won't be worried about who needs to pay for what 2-year-old gets cancer. We just give them the care. Because there's
Just
a
give it.
2-year-old with cancer. Who fucking cares about the money?
Not caring. Who cares about the money? As I said, is that there's
Yes.
societal implications to all of this, and my
she
system.
sniffs, pushes glasses up. The 2-year-old may have cancer, you see, but we must worry about the stockholders. See, the line must
That's
go
like a
up.
straw-
The
that's
line
a
must
straw man
go
of my
up in the
argument.
hospital,
That's
you
a
see,
straw
because if
man.
the line dips
Nice straw
down,
man.
that
Straw
2-year-old's
man.
going to
Straw
hell
man.
after he dies. Did you know that?
Literally a straw man of my entire view.
I just think it's funny because you're so obsessed with money. A 2-year-old with cancer should just get the fucking care, right? Yes, say yes,
Just get
because I know
care?
you believe that. I know you're a good person. I know you can do this. A 2-year-old with cancer gets the care they need, right? Regardless of who can pay, they just get it. You can do this.
I literally
Say
already
yes.
said even if I say yes, it doesn't demonstrate your position.
But you're so defensive, man. Just
You're
be
so
a good person for a second. What?
What?
Why is
wait,
this
and
so
a
hard
good-
for
a good-
you?
If I define a good person as someone
God.
who gives private property rights, are you a good person? So why
I
are you
don't know
such a
what to
bad
do with you,
person for
man.
preventing?
I don't know.
So why? Wait. So are you a bad person because in India, when they get cheaper, affordable care because of my system, are you a bad person because you deny that to them?
Sure. Yes.
You
I'm a
make it
terrible
harder for-
person. I'm the
Alright.
bad person
Okay.
here.
So I'm just hopping in here. Someone in the chat said this debate is flip-flopping between ethics and economics from sentence in this argument. Let's pick one and let's kind of go down that route because I think that would be a bit more productive. So
my
ethics or
contention-
economics?
My contention with that is they're intimately intertwined. Because the economics of it is the correct decision to deny this 2-year-old care until it's paid for. That's the economically viable decision. Charge them 500 G and then the line go up. You can't
Yeah.
separate the
So
two.
like, for example, I already said, in my view, is that emergency care is different than universalized health care.
Great. Now what? Does the 2-year-old get care
Yeah.
now?
Does the 2-year-old get care? They can get care through various means. It doesn't grant you your state apparatus.
So
of
they're guaranteed
universalized
care,
coverage.
right? In your system, they're guaranteed care.
What does that even mean?
They get it somehow.
They get it somehow.
Yes, they just automatically get it somehow no matter what, right?
Like you're going to force someone to give it to them.
Okay, so it's not guaranteed, right?
I'm trying to understand what the fuck you're asking, bro. Like,
don't know
as I
how
said,
much
is
more
that-
simple I can make this.
They get care, as I said, is that like their parents have an obligation to them. Their what's it called? Like other people can provide charity and help them. They can do a no GoFundMe, stuff like that. I don't see your point.
Okay, so the 2-year-old's not guaranteed care, right?
From their parents, they are, yes.
Okay, what if the parents can't pay?
That's where they go through my system.
Okay, so through your system, they're guaranteed care, right?
By their parents, yeah.
Okay, so what if the parents can't pay? So how do the parents get the money through your
Then
system?
we
How
make
do
an
they
economic
procure the
system that
money?
makes it easier for. Then we make it easier for the parents through my economic system.
Okay, easier for the parents, but not completely possible all the time. Some parents will fall through the cracks,
Yeah, by
right?
forcing other people to do all your other
So
stuff.
some
No,
parents will fall through the cracks, right?
they do that in your system too.
Okay, we're talking about your system.
They do it more
So-
in your and they do it more in your system, like the East Germany,
No,
like their
you.
mortality is
no
worse.
you. Uno reverse card. No you. Why can't you just
Wait,
defend your
so
fucking
wait.
system? I'm
I
just asking
literally
an honest
did.
question,
It's
man.
better for them. It's better for them.
Okay, some parents will fall through the cracks in your system. Yes or no?
Yes, in every system they do.
Okay. Oh, fine. I'll grant you that. Therefore, in your system, the 2-year-old is not guaranteed care, right?
They're guaranteed care by their parents.
Okay.
But what are you talking about? Like, yeah, you're guaranteed care by your parents. Your parents have a moral obligation to their kids.
I will simply assume this makes sense in your head. It does not make sense
What?
to me.
That's not an That's not an argument. Basically,
I'm
what
not
I'm saying
arguing.
is, what? Okay,
That's
so
not an
here, let me
argument. You're right.
explain
It's
it to you.
not.
Let me
That's
let me
a concession that I
mansplain
cannot
it.
combat your
Let me
internal
let me
logic. I
mansplain
can't
it
do
to
it.
you. Okay. Oh yeah, because it's pretty simple. It's called economies of scale, but also
Hmm.
pretty much in my system is that a parent, like let's say we have like breast milk or formula for a kid, is that the parents have an obligation to feed their kid and stuff like that. Your system is just granting that the government needs to just hand out a bunch of shit that they took via taxes. That doesn't demonstrate healthcare as a human right
You know a lot
at
about
all.
my system. Go on. Please tell me more about my
Yeah.
personal beliefs.
Yeah, sure. So there's the Bismarck model where they take money from your
I didn't know what the
employer, like
Bismarck
from your
model was. But now,
Yeah, so
now
this-
that you say
so-
that I know what it is, please continue.
Oh wait. Yeah, so I'm explaining Scandinavian social democracy to you. Do you want me to
Okay.
continue? So then you have in Nordic Scandinavian countries, you have particularly large public expenditures where the state taxes a bunch of people at very high percentages of their income to finance their system, and it leads to worse outcomes as evidenced by what I gave you earlier about the top 10 by child mortality and also top 10 of what's it called, life expectancy and mortality in general, is that it goes down when you do your system. So more people fall through the cracks. Why don't you just have empathy, bro?
I'm just looking at something.
It's up in the chat. You can scroll up.
But what's up in the chat?
Yeah, go to the chat, scroll up. I provided the sources and stuff like that.
Provided sources for what?
Like the welfare system being worse for like outcomes.
I'll take your word for it. I just think that the 2-year-old should get care.
Yeah, and let's make it a better quality and through the private means of production
And not guaranteed.
and not guaranteed. By guaranteed, you mean by their parents they provide care?
The
Or do
parents
you
that
mean,
might
or
fall
do you
through the
think that,
cracks, the parents that
do you-
might not
do you
have
th-
the money.
and should we make life and everything more affordable through my system?
So some 2-year-olds with cancer will die in your system, correct? From lack of care.
In every system, we are talking about which
Okay.
system does that less.
Every single time that I poke a hole in your system and honestly critique it, you go,
Your system
but
does
every
the
system
same.
does that. But that's not just
Yes,
my
it does
system.
less-
I promise,
less
bro.
kids die from cancer
Every
in my
time.
system.
Every time.
Yes, my system's better for kids with cancer.
Even
Why
though
don't you
some of them
understand about
die,
that?
right? Just answer honestly. Some of them will die from lack of money, right? From lack of being able to pay, right?
Some of them will die from lack of money.
From lack
So
of being
here,
able
let me
to pay,
say,
yes.
let me say this just flat out because this is the cruel reality that we live in. People die from lack of money. Yes, in my system, and more in yours.
Okay. Well, there's no money in my system, so I guess all deaths would be from lack of money.
Money is literally just a way that we use and barter resources. There's
I don't
still
wanna go down this
scarcity in
rabbit
your
hole.
system, bro.
My whole point is,
There's still scarcity in your system.
fine. My whole point is we should not force people to pay for the care of a dying 2-year-old. Just give them the care. Worry about
Wait,
okay.
you're forcing
Okay,
people to
let's do
provide the
this.
care to them.
Compromise. Give them the care now, just regardless of whether anybody can pay or not, just give them the care. Right? Just give it to them. Step 1. Step 2, we strap that 2-year-old with $1 million in debt. And they can carry that for the rest of their lives. Deal?
So a loan.
Sure.
So private banks
At
and
2
shit,
years
right?
old. Huh?
So like a loan.
Yes, at 2 years old, we give the 2-year-old a loan. And we charge interest.
So how is that through the state and your positive right to healthcare?
I didn't say that's through the state. I just said somebody gives them a loan. Maybe it is through
And
the
also,
state.
by the
sure.
way,
the state
to
gives them a
correct the
loan.
chat,
Sure.
to correct the chat about Tikwokwes are and you. It's not when you're weighing the outcomes of two systems, you're allowed to weigh the odds or the outcomes of both systems. I'm not saying that, oh, just you do it too. I'm saying that your system does it worse.
Do we have a
Two
deal or
completely
not?
different things. A deal that the state provides healthcare via
The
loans.
2-year-old with cancer automatically gets care for that cancer. And then we give them $1 million loan with interest, accumulating interest. Right?
A $2 million loan.
$1 million, or however much the care is. We can say 200,000 if $1 million's too much. Because clearly 200,000 is more reasonable, right? For the 2-year-old.
Well, yeah, even still, 200,000 would be more reasonable, but
For the
as I said,
2-year-old,
it just
right. So the 2-year-old gets a $200,000 loan with accumulating interest, and I guess they just like go grab a job at McDonald's at the ripe age of 5 in order to start paying that off, right?
so Medicaid and Medicare, which doesn't guarantee the right to healthcare.
You keep pivoting. You keep pivoting.
It's not pivoting,
because
it's
you,
the reality.
Yes, you are, because you know that this is
No,
ridiculous.
because you don't understand. You don't
ridiculous.
understand your own position.
You're so silly. Like the 2-year-old can't pay,
I'm
brother.
very smart.
Uh,
Yeah, this is Medicare and Medicaid, and that's not guaranteed or considered a right in the U.S. of universalized coverage.
I just think the 2-year-old should get care. Period.
Yeah, as I said, is that your view is just, oh yeah, I don't care if less people actually get it because of economies of scale. It's just, I want you to be able to force someone to provide it for you.
Okay, a 2-year-old getting care for cancer does not mean that another 2-year-old will not get care for their cancer. I want them all
Okay,
to
so
get
like
it.
so like if I get hemorrhoids right now, and in my view, like, can I just force you to like provide care for my hemorrhoids?
Force who and what are you forcing?
You. Yeah, I want you to wipe my ass and take care of me for my hemorrhoids.
What are you talking about? We're talking about cancer,
You're saying
brother.
that, do
You
I
can't
not
do-
do I
okay,
not have it?
You're
I not
trying
have a
to
right to
no,
your
hold
care?
on. I know what you're doing. You're trying to make this ridiculous to make your side sound better. Okay? Because
Because
you
my
know
side
that
is
the
better for
2-year-old with
kids with
cancer
cancer.
is too much for you to stomach. You can't
No, it's
stomach it,
literally
so
better
you're
for them.
pivoting. You're
I literally
If you
just
want-
granted your entire view.
Would you like to talk honestly about what we ought to do with such a person? Would you like my honest response, and then we can go back to the 2-year-old with cancer? Is that fair?
Yeah, it's literally just an appeal to emotion, as I said. It's literally like
No, I said this
gave
in my
you-
opening
I gave
statement.
you-
Do you
I
okay?
gave-
That 2-year-old could be the next Einstein, right?
The state is not your family. People have obligations to
Everybody's
their
your
family.
family.
And people have... No, they're not. You're
Yes,
not my
they
fucking
are.
family, bro.
The sooner
No,
you
you're not.
realize that, the sooner you'll see my point of view. Okay? Everybody is your
not
fucking
really.
family. And once you start treating people like that, your life will improve immensely. All right?
No,
that
you're not my
2-year-old
family.
deserves care because
You're not my mom, not my
not
dad.
just for the moral argument, okay?
Wait, will you pay child support for me then? If you're
Will
my
I
family.
pay child if I'm capable of doing so and you need it, then maybe. What's your point?
Okay, so write me. Okay, as of this debate,
Why do
to
you keep
guarantee
personalizing this
I'm
to
right.
me?
Write me a $10,000 check right now. Write me a $10,000
I don't have
check to prove your
$10,000
position.
to give you. For the
How much
record,
do you
I
have? How much
for
do
the
you
record,
have?
sir, for the record, I have let quite a few people borrow quite a bit of money from me, and I never asked for
Okay.
it back. I just rely on them, on their good nature and their goodwill, that they will give it back to me in their own time and in their own way, because I know that my friends are not trying to stiff me. Okay, so I have let people borrow a fuck ton of money from me. Now, is there
you
anything
will
else
give me
about my
money then?
personal life that you'd like to talk about, or would you like to go back to the 2-year-old with cancer that you don't
Yeah,
think should be guaranteed care?
I said they are guaranteed care by their family, but you're not my
Who
family.
fall through the cracks sometimes, right? They don't always have the money, right?
That doesn't demonstrate your position.
If you say so.
Do you want to?
I think we're just going to have
it
to
doesn't.
agree to disagree.
Yeah, that's what losers say whenever their position is
You're right.
shit and
I
doesn't give
lose.
care to cancer. Yeah, because
Epically
as I said,
owned.
my view gives more
Pew,
care
pew, pew, pew,
to
pew,
kids with
pew.
patient. Yeah, I mean, I don't I don't see your position when my care provides better cancer treatment. It provides quicker cancer treatment so it doesn't metastasize. It allows
But
people to
not
give to
guaranteed.
charity if you want to. It's not guaranteed the same way is that it's
There you go.
guaranteed to the
Thank you.
sense of
Thank
their
you.
family.
Finally, we
Their
got
family
there.
provides care
Thank
to them.
you.
Yeah, their family
At
provides care to them,
last,
not the
the
state.
2-year-old with cancer
family
is not
does.
guaranteed care under your system. Correct. Thank you. Got it. That's all I
The
wanted.
family,
That is
if
all
the
I wanted you to
family-
say. No, you already said
family
it. No,
does,
it's
yeah.
too late. The words have slipped from your lips, sir. You do not think
No.
the 2-year-old automatically gets care.
All right.
From the state, no.
So
From the family, yes.
someone in chat had a question for Connor. What if the said family doesn't have the resources to fulfill the obligation?
And that's what I said.
We
is
are all
that
brothers and
if
sisters
they don't
in the eyes of
have the
God.
resources, we can have charitable organizations. We can have and make it cheaper so that they can, with the cross subsidiary model that Narayana Health has shown to help poor people more. He doesn't demonstrate a universalized coverage. It just demonstrates mafifis that I'm going to take advantage of a traumatic situation and portray you as a bad guy. It doesn't. My system's better for kids with cancer. Period.
I'll just have to take your word for it, brother.
All right. Well, I guess just to switch this up, we usually bring people up on stage to ask questions. And there's a couple people in the audience who have their hand raised, but I'm gonna go ahead and start with Mythic Spider.
Now, real quick,
server
how are these questions going to work? Because is it going to be like, go ahead.
We'll just go ahead and we'll let them get their question out, and then a follow up if needed, and then we'll move on from there.
Sure.
And hopefully that'll kind of move the discussion along. Hello, Mythic Spider.
Hey, Mace. And also, hi, Alec.
Hello.
My most immediate question is because I've tried to follow Connor, your system a lot more here. So could you is there any like what's the most immediate equivalent nation state wise that follows your model? And why is it that you've just taken, as far as I can see, very select sample sizes and you're trying to apply it as it's the superior model too? Because I don't know, just explain to me the nearest equivalent to what you want and where it's practiced, mostly so I can then look at and see if there's any real evidence of that beyond a handful of decent, but only that decent sources.
So what I am doing is I am using a case study analysis and also the systemic reviews that I provided about physician-owned hospitals. Is that if I gave you, I would say that it would be best not to go over a country particularly, because every country is going to have some form of hybrid approach in regards to healthcare. My position is that basically is what we see with these case studies is that in India with Narayana Health, and there's even places in China that I provided with the book Henry Ford's of Healthcare with ophthalmic care, that the costs get lower and the quality gets higher and more people are delivered on a mass scale, a better quality service. So whenever I say this, or my position is, it's not that I don't think that people or that we shouldn't try to help people. It's that he doesn't fundamentally understand that there are different means of providing care and that doesn't guarantee the positive right of the state to do so. And even as I mentioned with the cancer situation, is that there's Medicare and Medicaid in the US, but that's not a universalized positive right to his proposition. It doesn't show his position, and it just is trying to be a loaded question or a gotcha.
Okay, so does that mean that there is okay. Let me rephrase, I suppose. Is there like are you appealing, because I notice you're trying to lean on charities a lot. Are you appealing to I know you don't. I know you don't agree with it, but are you appealing to the old Bismarckian era? I mean, era, not like system, like 1880s, 1890s of the mixed approach, free for all. You had some charities, you had some insurance companies, you had just actual practitioners that would just have you pay up front, just the return to the market free for all.
I would just say that you I guess depending on what you mean by your question, I guess I would answer yes, but I don't know the exact like implications of that, so take it with a grain of salt.
Okay.
My system is that you can have insurance, you can have a private enterprise. If Gunter wants to open up his practice that provides care for free whenever he wants to, I respect his right to do so and stuff. I don't want to force Gunter to provide all my universalized coverage or get people to just provide all my care. I think that can lead to actual incentives where what happens is that people don't take their health as seriously too. But what I'm saying is there can be many players at play, and it's good to have a flexible economic system to help people in general. Is that if you want a certain type of care, you can receive that type of care, and you get to customize your care in my position. And I want it to make it more affordable to the public in general.
Okay. Well, real quick, I finally found it because I knew it was up there. I saw them. I'm taking a look at your sources now, and I can't help but
Yeah,
notice
Mythic.
something.
Let's get the final follow up, and then we'll get somebody else up here.
Yeah, 100%. This one will do pretty good, I think. All of your sources that I can read here are 10 plus years old, and your argument that stems on all of these countries that are slipping down the rungs in terms of longest lifespan and whatnot, you appear to have left out the fact that they're only really being overtaken by countries that are extraordinarily richer and more wealthy than them, or implement perhaps even, especially in the case of
That's
Japan,
not true, actually.
even
That's not true,
more.
actually.
Do you think that Sweden is not poorer than the Empire of Japan?
No, there's a fundamental misunderstanding is that India actually declared themselves a socialist republic in 1976, and the Alma Atan Declaration of 1978, and in 1983 there's a national health plan which banned private practice for government doctors, and the Alma Ata declared healthcare as a fundamental human right. So India actually attempted this model of a positive right to healthcare of universalized coverage because of this emotionally loaded argumentation. But regardless, is that it led to worse and they got rid of it after 20 years. Yes, the sources are from 10 years ago. I recognize that. But regardless, is that you can find plenty of sources that are far more recent. And I think the one systemic review I actually was from like 2020s. So I think that it's still valid implications from it just because it's a little bit like a decade old.
All right. Any response to that at all, Alec?
Not at this time.
All right. Next up, we're gonna go ahead and bring up a pick because I was not looking at who was first, but I'll bring up Potato Dough. Hello, Potato Dough.
Good evening, friends.
State who your question is for. Ask the
It's
question. You can get a
Morrison
follow up,
Lee.
and
Yeah, I'm
we'll
sorry.
we'll get this moving.
I just wanted to ask, Connor, could you please list the sources? Because unless you have, because I haven't seen.
Yeah, I also actually think of making a video about it, but they're up. I can send you actually the sources, but the two books that you can check out are Debunking Utopia, Exposing Nordic Socialism by Nemin Sadadaji, Henry Ford's of Healthcare, like what the West can learn from the East. Both of them are very good models, are around like 100 to 200 pages each. I highly recommend Gunter actually reading them too, because then he can understand that my view actually helps people probably more, and moral and cultural factors are more important. But also is that I would recommend there's the AMA, which I cited in my opening statement. There's Ehrenfield, I think it's 20. There's Nimitz 2015, 2016. Yeah, there's plenty of sources that demonstrate my case.
Okay. Could you please list them in the side chat of the stage, if possible?
Uh,
If you have the
yeah,
links.
yeah. I have my what's it called? My phone, but if I join with my phone, then I'll leave the stage.
Oh, all right. You could post them.
Wait,
You could send them in my DM later.
wait.
I'll
Actually, let
post
me
them
go
there.
to. Can I send them in debate? Or here, I'll
You
send them.
could post them in maybe general.
Yeah, here I think I can post them in general. Here.
All right.
So
Um,
All right, I sent 6 pictures.
All right, Potato Dough, do you have any other questions?
Also, that could we please keep it a little bit more civil? Previously, Alec was a little bit aggressive. Like you're debating healthcare. You're not trying to fight. You're not trying to brawl. You're not Abraham Lincoln.
I think getting passionate's fine.
I think it's fine.
It's okay. It's okay to get passionate, but when it's like, when you're debating something that is a little bit more, this is kind of an advanced topic in my opinion, and it's not too basic. So getting passionate, it could be a little bit bad. And also, another thing I want to say is that Alec is using ethos to talk about his argument using hypotheticals like the 2-year-old, that poor 2-year-old. And Connor keeps talking about economics, so you're not arguing on the same level, in my opinion. So could you please equalize that if possible, in some way?
Okay,
Yeah,
Thank you. That's all.
okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you,
So
Potato
just to
Dough.
respond to that real quick, 2-year-olds get cancer. My only question was, what ought to be done in Connor's system with this 2-year-old? Does this 2-year-old get automatic access to care regardless of anybody's willingness and or ability to pay? My argument is yes. Connor's argument is, well, the parents will pay, to which I responded, what if the parents can't? Well, there are systems in place that will help the parents. So they do get guaranteed care, right, Connor? No, because some parents fall through the cracks. It's this weird... I don't think Connor wants 2-year-olds to die of cancer. That's not my argument. My argument is that you have twisted your brain in knots to convince yourself that this system, which allows 2-year-olds to die of cancer, is good. I don't like that.
Well, my response to that is that you say that I've convinced myself that allows 2-year-olds to die from cancer. Is that just because people do something or fulfill an obligation through different means does not mean necessarily that you have a positive right to something, which is your position.
Okay.
As I mentioned, is
right.
that, for example, oh wait, here, this is a quick response, but like, if I say like a kid has a right to a father and a mother, that doesn't mean that the state just administers father and mothers
They quite
around to give
literally
it to
do.
them.
They quite literally do.
What?
That's what the foster care system is. That's what adoption programs are for.
Adoption things you apply on a website, and there's millions of people waiting for adoptions.
Yes.
And they're usually through the church. They're not through the state.
Okay, well, they could be through the state, and in some places they are. So yes, the
And
government
that
does
favors my
sometimes.
system.
The government
favors
does
my system.
sometimes assign willing parents. This does. I mean, I will grant you this. My system relies
It
on
doesn't
the
force it,
idea
though.
that there are willing participants. You know, but I
So
think
does
that there
mine.
are. Okay, I think that there are plenty of willing participants who will give 2-year-old cancer treatments if it's within their skill set to do so, just out of the kindness of their hearts.
Yeah, that's called, and I said is that we can have a system that extrinsically motivates people to do that. And that's what I'm saying is that charity is not mutually exclusive to my worldview.
Okay.
All right. Next up, we'll go ahead and bring up Aurelius Argenti. The invite is sent to you, Aurelius.
I know that guy.
Is that the ANCAP dude?
Yes.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Aurelius. Yes, we can hear you.
right.
State your question, who's it for, and then we'll get a follow up if needed. And yeah, go ahead.
I've got a little bit of a prelude. I think over the course of the conversation, Alec, you've been supporting the idea that people have an obligation to provide health care to those who need it. And Connor, you've kind of admitted that your system doesn't universally provide health care to people who aren't able to pay the market price for it. And I think the frustration has mostly come from Connor whenever this bullet was coming at you to bite it. Rather than biting the bullet and saying it doesn't universally provide it, you would instantly fire back the economic bullet that you want Alec to bite of his system doesn't allocate resources to provide it to everybody. But I'll say, Connor, you bit the bullet in the discussion. Good job for that. But accepting that people won't always be able to universally get healthcare when they can't afford the market price, are you willing to accept that moral reality? And are you saying that people don't have an obligation to provide care to those who can't afford the market price?
I would say that you do not have the obligation in the sense of the government requiring you to pay someone else's care for for certain things, is that, and I don't think that demonstrates the universalized coverage. I would say that you can use the state to make it more accessible to people. Like, for example, like if you wanted to prevent people from stealing, if you wanted to prevent people from like murdering other people, sure. My position is entirely that the way that we do things is we want to make sure that people have successful families in their life, and that the family unit is very influential of our even health habits and how we grow up. And I think that my system ultimately will help that more effectively and more pragmatically. When it comes to the ethical obligation, I don't think that we have an ethical obligation to provide a worse or suboptimal service to people.
Okay. And then to round it all out, Alec, would you accept that there are not always the resources to fulfill said obligation to provide healthcare to those who cannot afford it? And if so, would you say that the person who has not the resources to provide it really has an obligation to provide it?
They're always the resources. They've always been there. It's just been a matter of human innovation and working together in order to unlock those resources. So
sure, there are the potential resources, but there aren't always the actualized resources, yes?
not in the moment, sure. But the point is, okay, so if there aren't actually like enough resources, that's where you get into triage. Okay? And triage is an unfortunate reality that you must sometimes deal with. It comes up. Okay? So like, you know, if you simply don't have the means in the specific scenario to get the 2-year-old the care they need and the time that they need it, there's not much you can do about that. The 2-year-old just unfortunately dies, you know? But the point is to try to expand as the availability of these resources as much as possible. And all that Connor's economic system does is get in the way of that. You add an entire economic system, this bloat, to medicine, and I don't like that. It should be as simple as you need the care, there are people willing to give you the care, therefore you get the care.
All right, thank you very much. I think I'll leave that for Connor to argue. Hope you all have a good one.
All right, you as well.
Yep, you have a good one. Take care.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you, Aurelius. All right. Anything you guys want to talk about? Anything from that?
Yeah, I would just say that simply that a simplified system is not the best system, and that if you're going to argue for a constitutional or universalized right, is that in general, is that what my approach is that I think that if there's going to be a service to people, it should be a high quality service, and people should get that. And I think that doctors, physicians, nurses is that you can volunteer. I think volunteering is virtuous, but I think also is that I want people to be incentivized to do that. And we've seen that with physicians of why they go to big hospitals is because they get paid more and to do so. And as I said, people have their interests. There's nothing wrong with rewarding people for their interests in general.
Okay.
All right. Next up, we have Bam Bam XCI. Hello, Bam Bam.
My question's for Alec because
Mm-hmm.
you guys were just talking about resources, and my first question already got answered. But you said the resources will always be there, but what about the people? We see during times of recession where money isn't in the medical field, there are typically less medical students, and during, at least with the college enrollment for medical students, during the Great Depression and the First World War, the population to medical students never increased. If anything, it shrunk during the 1930s. And even during the 2005 recession, there were less medical students overall than the years prior.
At the end of the day,
Where would you
somebody.
get the?
At the end of the day, were you finished? I wasn't sure.
I was just making sure. I was just
Sure.
saying I was finished.
At the end of the day, somebody is going to give a shit enough about this 2-year-old in order to learn how to care for them. Like, that's the whole reason we have medicine to begin with. It's not because people thought, ooh, that they were rubbing their little hands together. Think about how much money we could make from this. No, healthcare exists because people got sick and other people wanted them to not be sick. It wasn't about money. Sure, man. I don't care. The point is that other people did not want those people to be sick, and therefore they learned medicine and how to cure it. This is how humanity has always worked.
The majority of medicine wasn't for a stranger; it was for somebody within one's own tribe, which would be direct family or people who live within your small, tight-knit community.
If you could
But at
snap
the
your
same
finger,
time- Can I actually
respond to this?
Okay, here's
Can I
a
respond to this?
question. If you could snap your finger and cure the cancer of a random 2-year-old, would you do that?
If it was free, yeah, and it cost me no time or
Free.
money.
It
or
cost
effort,
you the
yeah.
energy. No, it cost you the calories of snapping your finger. Those are precious calories, sir.
That's
What are you
equivalently
talking
free.
about?
That
You're
snapping's
giving
like half a
freely
calorie.
of yourself for some stranger that you don't know? What?
So this is actually can I respond to this? Is that this is actually really interesting because the original hospitals is that you can even see in UPMC, it's United Presbyterian Medical Center, is that a lot of the hospitals were founded by Saint Basil the Great, Saint Fabiola, and a bunch of Christians who got together and created it via the church. It wasn't the state who did it; they did it out of their belief in God. So like it kind of still demonstrates my view is that if people are willing to do it anyway, is that then my charity argument follows through. Is that the people won't fall through the cracks because they'll do it anyway.
I will say this: I am a Christian, but I've also been into several other sects. A majority of the donations towards that kind of stuff comes from stuff like the Mormonism cult. They just donate it within themselves. They're only leading by a tiny bit compared to stuff like the Catholic Church and the normal Christian church. But again, the manpower question, we saw in the Great Recession and the Great Depression that people don't give a shit when it comes to that kind of stuff. If they can't feed their own, they won't save others.
I want you to
There needs to be
understand, though,
abundance.
you just admitted that you would go out of your way to cure a 2-year-old's cancer. At
Yes,
some
I
level.
also
Okay.
donate 60% of my income to charity because I am a Christian.
Great. Okay. So you would.
But that's not
okay,
because
then
if I
why
had no
not-
incentive to and I wasn't Christian, and I didn't believe it was of God, then I
What
wouldn't
is
do
this-
it.
Why do you both keep bringing up Christianity? That's fine. Do it for whatever
Because
reason
that's
you
why
want.
I do it.
Christianity- if
That's
it's
my
for-
reason.
If it's because of Christianity, that's great. Beautiful. Fine. My point is, why not give that money to some democratic structure that is designated the responsibility of divvying it out responsibly?
Because I've
Instead
seen
of a
how the
charity.
U.S. government has handled funds like that, and that is why we spend about $2.3 trillion in healthcare administration today.
Okay. How about
Also, that just goes
how about a Christian theocracy? What if it were a Christian theocracy? Would you trust them?
I don't trust the church.
You don't trust the church? Okay. I thought you were Christian, but never mind.
I am Christian. I follow Christ,
Okay.
not the church.
I'm gonna
The
pretend
church
that
has
makes
been shown
sense.
that on an individual level, there are many churches that just take the money and run.
I'm gonna pretend that makes sense.
I mean, when the pastor has a Bentley wrapped in gold,
All right.
Prosperity gospel.
prosperity cost.
Thank you, Bam Bam. Unless you have another question that you want to throw out there before you move down to the audience.
The question wasn't really answered too much because I was mostly asking about the resource of people, and it was just people will do it anyway.
Okay, my point. Okay, so your question was, what if there are not the resources available to cure that 2-year-old, right?
The manpower to
The
take care
manpower.
of the
So,
2-year-old.
so there are not people with the skills and resources necessary in order to cure that 2-year-old.
Well, they also have to be willing to do it for free. That's what I'm talking about. With
You
the
just
recession.
admitted
when
you
the
would go
monetary
out-
input.
You
I
just
would go out of my
admitted-
way.
Okay,
To
yes,
take
you
care of somebody
would.
when I have the abundance of the ability to.
Yes, those precious
I-
calories, right? You just told me that you would go out of your way, expend calories, which are your bodily resources, and hurt your finger a little bit. You might
When
hurt
I
your
have
finger, you don't
abundance,
know.
yes.
Like, but you'd go out of your way, rather than not doing anything at all, to cure that 2-year-old of your own goodwill and free virtue, right?
Yes, when I have abundance.
Okay.
Now, if my family were starving, no, that 2-year-old will die.
Oh, yes, sometimes that happens. That's true.
Which is what I'm
You
saying.
You just conceded.
Me?
Yeah, you just conceded the thing that you're trying to get me on a gotcha.
You guys are presupposing that there must be abundance
what
in
I'm
my
saying
system,
is-
or that there's no abundance in my system.
I'm not asking if there is or isn't. I'm asking what are you going to do in times where there isn't abundance?
You
With
triage.
people in the Pacific.
You triage. You see, okay, where are our resources? Where's our manpower? Who knows how to do what? Is anybody willing to learn how to do anything else? And you go from there. And you do, and you make what you make do. You do what you can. And if the 2-year-old dies, he or she dies, or they die. Like it doesn't matter, or it does matter. But like you can't do anything. You know, like you're asking me an impossible question. You're like, oh, by the grace of God, what
Well,
if,
no,
like
I was specifically
sometimes the
asking
2-year-old
in
just
reference to the
dies.
Statement. Yeah, I was asking specifically in the reference to the statement you made earlier and in the conversation with just you and Connor about people will do it out of the kindness of heart regardless.
There are plenty
And I
of
was
people,
using
I'm sure.
the monetary situations with the Great Depression and the 2005 recession.
I am
that
simply
A
explaining
lot
how
of people
humanity
will not do it.
I'm simply explaining how humanity has always worked. Why medicine even exists in the first place. Because people decided that other people are sick and we want to do something about it.
The
So
church.
it's just kind of a ridiculous. Fine, man. It's just kind of a ridiculous
I wouldn't
question.
say it's just the church, but
Christians, sorry, my bad.
well, even before what we would consider modern Christianity or even Judeo religions, cavemen were taking care of each other.
Sure, but I'm saying is that Christians standardize the
I think Mace is trying to
hospital
move on.
system.
Yeah. Bam Bam, if you want to have like a longer discussion with either of these guys about this, hit me in the DMs and we could probably get something set up. But for now, thank you. I'm going to move you back to the audience. Next up, we are going to bring up Andy Box. Hello, Andy.
Hi. Able to hear me?
I can hear you.
Indeed.
All right. I have a couple of questions for Connor, if that's okay.
Sure.
Let's go.
One of them was just
I'm gonna run to the
earlier on
bathroom, if that's okay.
alrighty. One of them was earlier. You were talking about how like your charity would kind of, or like the charity system you would have, right? And I was kind of wondering how exactly that would apply to like elderly people, because elderly people, at least like how we have the systems now, they are kind of a net drain, but we still take care of them anyway. So I was just kind of wondering your idea on that.
Yeah, so I would have to look into more specific, but I can give you a general answer if that's okay.
That's fine.
But yeah, so pretty much is that they have nursing homes and stuff like that, and they do have people who volunteer through these services and stuff. And I do have that a lot of nursing homes are like, I know there's other things like Meadow Haven, which are private enterprises, and they do get some form of finances through it. I think that you can finance a system and you can even collaborate, as I said, with donations. Is that I think it's just more of a practical way of going through it. In my view, is that I think that the state coming along ultimately just will do that worse, if that makes sense.
Okay. The second question I have was kind of more about your sources. I was just kind of generally wondering where exactly you get them, and if you have like links or anything like that relating to them.
Yeah, I can send it then. It's just that I am restricted because I have them on my phone and I have a whole thread in my other server about it, but I can
Okay.
send them all. Yeah.
That's fine. Those are my two questions then.
All right. You have a good day, man.
You too.
All right, thank you, Andy. All right, I'm gonna wait till Alec gets back to pull anybody else up, unless anyone within this list that I posted inside chat has specifically a question for Connor.
Yep.
On God I Love Water does, and he's next up. Look at that. On
What's
God
up,
I Love
dude?
Water, welcome.
So, Connor, question's obviously for you. When you look at the statistics, $4.9 trillion of medical bills are paid by insurance. When you look at donations, it's significantly less. It's in the tens of billions.
Yes.
My question to you is, why are so many people having to rely on healthcare when we see that it's 4.9 trillion? It's levels of magnitude away from charity. Why are people having to pay for insurance when supposedly charity is going to be able to pick up most of the slack here? Because Alex's argument is that it should be through the state. Your argument is that it should be through private donors and the goodness of people's hearts. I'm asking, we just don't see that right now. How are we gonna? How would you suggest that be translated when, again, it's
Oh, okay.
orders of magnitude is different?
Yeah, so I think there's multiple layers to this argument. My argument was not that the state that all healthcare funds are going to be funded via charity. My argument was that we have a healthcare system that makes it affordable to the majority of the population, and then the rest over reaches a point that can be covered by other things. But I also want to make clear is that healthcare costs in the US is that I think that demonstrates my claim that the state is very inefficient with its funds, where the US actually spends more on healthcare than a lot of developed countries via its state apparatus. And we see worse health outcomes even in the United States. As I think that my position of we have extrinsic motivators such as private or physician-owned hospitals where we can administer it on a larger scale. But also, I think that we can have the intrinsic motivators, such as wanting to help and care for people, that cover up and clean up the cracks, I guess is what I would say.
And then a follow-up question to that is, assuming that what you say is true, and that we would have an ability for everyone to have their health care paid for in some way or another in your system, how would we pay for research and development? A lot of the profits that hospitals use go towards researching and developing new drugs or making current drugs better. Like insulin, back when it was first invented, is far worse than modern insulin. You can get old insulin; it's very cheap, but it's significantly worse quality than modern insulin. How do we fund the research and development for things like insulin under your system?
Yeah, I would say that there's multiple layers to that, and I'd have to look more into particularly the research stuff, so my answer isn't going to be the best. But pretty much is that insulin back then was usually calf insulin. It's that they would take calves and they would harvest their insulin. But even today is that what we see with even trademarking and like trademarks and copyright stuff is that it unfortunately leads to people making these drugs a lot overseas, and there's heavy regulations and stuff on them. But I think that ultimately the way that we get to research primarily is it just depends. Is that I think that I wouldn't, even if I said that the state gives money for research, I don't think that it would be like an absolute obligation to do that. I think it could actually be problematic where I know that some pharmaceutical companies will lobby, particularly to prevent studies from being published about their certain medications. So I would just say it ultimately depends for the research part, and I'd have to look into it to give you a better answer. I'm sorry.
Very good. All right. Well, I'd like to thank both of you for your time and have fun with the rest of this debate.
Thank you, Water. All right. Alec, I know you came back in the middle of that. Do you have anything you'd like to push back on, or?
No, I'm good.
All right. Next up, we're going to bring up Lisa. Hello, Lisa.
Hi, 你好. So I kind of wanted to ask the question, Alec, here. Like, I understand there is I understand there was this example of like you snap your finger and you cure a baby, right?
Yeah.
I would do that as well. You know, it would be basically free. There would be just some calories, but like nothing much for me. But like, I wanted to ask the question: how you make so a person goes through medical school, which is hard, which is really difficult to pass, and study all of that stuff only so they can cure a baby?
Plenty of people do that. They already do it. And
Yeah,
they
but
pay
like,
tons of money to do it.
yeah, they pay a lot of money on college, but like, how do we but like, how do we make so more people do that? Because like, there will be a point in your system that we will have not many not many surgeons, not many anything like that. So we have to give them incentives for them to work, right? Or not really?
Sure, there can be incentives. I think that a great start would be making their programs free. Don't you?
What do you mean by programs?
Like their their school programs is what I mean.
Yeah, we gotta
Education
make it
system.
free.
Yeah,
for
make it
sure.
free because that's another barrier. Like we're so worried about not having the manpower. Well, you are like people. I don't know if Connor advocates against or for free health or free education. I don't know. I have my guess, but that is yet another barrier by which you are keeping people people have to consider that now. They're like, well, yes, I want to cure 2-year-olds with cancer, but fuck, I just don't have the money for school. Make it free. Like, what are we doing? Like, do we not want 2-year-olds with cancer to get the care they need? Like, can we please just make it free? I think that's a good start.
You know, I think there's a problem. Oh, sorry, the other guy's asking a question, but go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I would say like, so like, there's this thing about like, let me see. It's because like there are many people who don't have the competence to like learn all of that biology stuff and all that stuff to turn to doctors. And like, how are they going to be able to cure patients if they like didn't even have a good formation in the first place because they didn't have any effort getting to the university?
I'm not saying there can't be any like barriers of entry. There should be. You should have a basic high school, like you should have a GED, right? Or a high school diploma. And then the college, the college can have their entry stipulations and requirements. Like they can say, listen, you got C's. And some people say C's to get degrees. You can go to Wesleyan, Oxford, Himalaya University, and Kansas, whatever, for free, and they'll take you. But then, like, if you try to, if you try to get into a more prestigious university, they might say, no, your grades aren't good enough. Like, we have a higher standard than that. And so I think that in my opinion, there should be ways to like make up for that, but at the same time, it's like the barrier of entry shouldn't be financial is my point. That's the bottom line. Like a financial barrier of entry is very silly to me.
Yeah, I agree because like people who don't have the capacity but have the money can also get in.
Say that one more time. Sorry. I was distracted by that baby in the
People.
fucking comments. Jesus Christ.
I was laughing at that too.
That was pretty funny.
Anyway, sorry.
Like what I'm saying is that like that's great because I agree with that because like there can be people who don't have like the capacity to study all that shit, but like they have the money so they can just do it, and just
Well, yeah, that's the
worsen
other
the
problem.
service.
Yeah, that's the other
Yeah.
problem is that, so what you're saying is feeding my point.
Yeah, I agree with your point because like
Yeah.
because here in Brazil we also have the colleges which are free. Like you gotta do an exam. You have a name. There's a exam called ENEM, Exame Nacional do Ensino Médio. Basically, it is an exam for to get into college, into free colleges because we have public colleges over here. So it's a really nice way of people going to those colleges and all that stuff. But the problem is that most people who go to those colleges are from private school because private school provides a better education for the public school system.
Yes, and I think that's a problem for sure. But if you think about it, the private schools are only doing so much better because they have more funds, right? They have more money.
Mm.
So why not just take that money? Just take it and then put it in the public schools.
Because like private schools are schools are the minority, and also they are funded by the people who pay it. So should we like instead of making the people pay for private school, should we make them pay for like taxes and stuff?
Yes. Every school should be public.
Okay.
All right, Lisa, do you have any more questions for either of these participants?
Yeah, I do actually. Like,
All right, let's get one more and then we'll get somebody else up here.
okay. Connor,
Yeah, what's up?
I'm gonna ask a question now because like I feel like you've been led aside here, but I want to ask questions to you as well.
Mhm.
So basically, your system is like it's completely private, right? Or is there like any government intervention?
I think that ideally in my system is that it would be a transitionary period to my system. I think that with anything is that if I just was like, oh, I'm just going to sign off all these things without like protocol in place, but the end goal is a private system with charity-based services as well. Yes.
I see. My ideal system would be like I think there should be free healthcare for emergencies, but like when someone is sick, when someone's got a flu, that's gotta be free, and you gotta prove you have that. But like when it's not emergency, I think people should pay it, but subsidized by the government because like, and also there's like this thing that people are kind of reckless when they're like when they have free things, so they kind of smoke things and all that stuff. So I think there should be like a warning to say, hey, we're not gonna waste resources with this because you yourself are making yourself sick.
Hmm. Yeah, I would say that it. Can you restate what you said? Sorry, I blanked out. My bad.
Oh, don't worry. It's basically like there are people who are like who like let's say smoking. The people know it's gonna do bad for them, so they smoke, take drugs and all that stuff and get bad. And they know they can do that because they have free healthcare. And if they keep doing that, they're gonna waste a lot of resources on like healthcare and all that stuff, and that will lead to like um, less resources, which will probably be misused in those people instead of being used in people who are really sick and really should be treated.
Yeah, I think this is kind of gets into my point is that basically, as I said about the sociocultural aspects, like let's say that you covered all the care for melanoma in the United States. You just like we're like, oh my gosh, melanoma is a really bad skin cancer. But let's say that we even expand that to like some minor thing that can be treated with like a $200 surgery that they freeze off like a little mole on your body. Is that ultimately, let's say that we just promise and cover it, is that I think that fundamentally you might see, because people are still incentivized regardless about money or resources in that view, is that if they know that they're going to be covered covered, is that maybe they don't go outside and wear sunscreen as much because they're like, well, it doesn't really matter as much anyway. And I wanted to also make it
sunburn. It's my favorite. And going to the hospital
well,
because I have a horrible sunburn that I need to go to the hospital for and getting treatment for.
It's actually
That's my favorite.
Well, no, I never said that you loved it. I said that some people do respond to incentives,
Oh,
and
some
we
people
see that.
love it. Got it. Some people do.
No, I never said that. That's a non sequitur
My
too.
bad. That's
I was
just what
saying
it sounded like to me.
some people are careless. Yes, and that's why people have credit scores and stuff like that with loans because people mismanage resources. That's just a fact of life. But pretty much, even still, is that Charlie Kirk even made the same argument that you did about emergency services. Is that, yeah, you can say about emergency services, like I brought up with like the CPR, BLS, and stuff like that, but that doesn't get you to his position of a universalized healthcare model. It's kind of just strategic, what's it called? Strategic branding for his view is that, oh my gosh, you believe that the kid with cancer should die? Oh my gosh, I think people
never said
love
that.
getting sunburned. Well, I'm vaguely generalizing the rhetoric or the ethos of your argument, but like, regardless, I think that we can talk about the culture aspect. We can talk about also if someone's like obese or smokes a lot or an alcoholic, is that why should I cover someone who deliberately made bad choices in their life and stuff like that whenever I have someone like my family that I have other obligations to?
True,
Is
they
that
should just
I
fucking
think
die.
that
They should just die.
I never said that.
Oh well.
I literally said that my
They'll
system
magically
doesn't
live without
help
healthcare
someone.
then. My bad. Forgot.
Well, do you think people with bad choices we should enable their bad choices? Like, do you think like someone who
No, they
is
should
obese,
die.
we should keep giving them food?
You're
Should
right.
we
They
keep
should
giving them
die.
food?
You're right. They should die.
No. Should someone like a 600-pound lifer keep getting food because you want to enable them?
No, give them no food. Starve them.
Give them no food?
Correct.
Do you
They
think
should
that
die.
people? Do you think that giving people more food in that circumstance, if it was guaranteed by the state, would be a good or bad thing?
When you say more food, do you mean like the minimum required? Sustain them?
No, I'm talking. Well, no, I'm saying is that you want to provide health care, and my
Yes.
needs aren't the same as yours.
Okay, then they should just fucking die, right?
No, what?
Okay, then what are you saying? Either they get healthcare
Can
and they're fine, or they don't get healthcare and they die, unless you're suggesting a magical world in which they don't get healthcare and somehow live. What if they need the healthcare?
so I'm still just trying to wonder what the answer to my question is that if your view is that pretty much that providing some form of care is like what we're supposed to do, like regardless of people's lifestyle choices, is that shouldn't we honor the lifestyle choice of like, let's say someone who's 600 pounds and just wants more food, like why can't we just keep giving that via the state?
Do they just like being 600 pounds?
Well, no, they just really like food.
Okay. Then they have a disorder.
What makes it disordered?
Because they don't want to be 600 pounds.
Wait, so is it possible for me to not want to be 600 pounds and still want food but not be disordered?
But not be disordered? Not really, because the disorder is that you don't want to be 600 pounds, and yet you keep engaging in activities that cause you to continue to be 600 pounds. That's the disorder. There is a disorder between what you want your body to look like and your health to be versus the activities you are participating in to make that not the case.
Is it, well, even still, I would disagree with that. Someone like might want to look different, but they might also want food. I think that generally speaking is that, I mean, I even
a
eat a
sliding
cookie
scale.
and like
It's on a scale.
a sliding scale. So it's like arbitrary of like where you kind of
No, it's
cut it off.
A sliding scale is not arbitrary, Connor. That's not what that means.
Well, you have to make it arbitrary at some point. Like
Make
some
what
degree you're gonna have
arbitrary?
to consider, you have to have some degree that is different in this hypothetical.
Make what arbitrary? What do you mean?
That what classifies as a disorder, but even still is that still they would still
Okay.
get treatment
you-
for that
Do
regardless.
you know what autism spectrum disorder means?
Yeah, and
Okay.
it's still on a spectrum. I never said that.
Yes, a sliding scale. Okay.
Yeah, and as I said, is that you still have to kind of draw some form of arbitrary line of this
Sure.
is. So yeah,
Sure.
so I'm right. Like it's arbitrary.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not trying to bust your balls. Okay, so the arbitrarity is where we draw the line between this is, not like, what's the word I'm looking for? This is not desirable behavior, but it's not quite a disorder yet. Like me eating cookies when I want to have a six-pack, right? Versus I'm 600 pounds and I don't want to be 600 pounds, but I keep like shoveling food down my gullet.
Well, let's say like they want to, like they're like, you know what? I want to lose like 10 pounds, but I don't want to like get down like a bunch. But I really just like love the taste of like a quarter pounder and a Big Mac from McDonald's. Is that like, should we just keep providing them Big Macs and stuff like that via the state as a form of care to make them happier?
As a form of care?
Well, yeah, if
can you point to me where we are giving people Big Macs as a form of care?
Do you know the difference between a prescription and a description?
My question is, how are you going to stop them from procuring Big Macs?
What I'm saying is that you're saying that we provide people care via the state. So why don't
Yes.
we provide them the care that they want by the
Because
state?
that's not care. If somebody asks for a cyanide pill, that's not care.
Okay, so pretty much is that we have another problem too, is that whenever you just say just help people or just care for them, is that we fundamentally disagree on what constitutes care, right?
Killing them is not care. I guess we disagree on that. Yes.
I didn't say that you should kill them. What the fuck?
Okay. When you say continue providing a 600-pound person with a Big Macs as care, you are saying, like, you're in this scenario, you're saying the care is basically to kill them
No, it's not to kill them. It makes them happier.
and
Makes them
slowly kill
happy that
them.
they got big. Well, does feeding your kid, like they might not have that intent. Maybe they just like
Man.
really want to give them a Big Mac.
The point is, it's not care. I don't know why you're calling it care.
What makes
Where did we
what
get,
makes
how did we
it
get
not
there?
care?
What makes it not care? It's not making their health better.
Okay,
It's feeding an
so
addiction that they
better-
don't want. They don't want to be addicted to food. Nobody wants to be addicted to
Wait.
food, man.
But wait, is their mental health better if they get the Big Mac?
No.
What?
Because
Who are
what
you to say that?
happens- Because probably not. Because what happens is they eat it and they go, "Oh my fucking god, I'm 600 pounds. Look at me, and I just deep throated a Big Mac. What the fuck is wrong with me?" That's how an eating disorder works. So no, it's not care, and it's not making their mental
But
health
I
better.
just said that they want to lose like 10 pounds, but they don't want to like, they think they're like sexy for being like overweight. They have like that. Maybe they have a
that's a
disorder for
different
that.
scenario.
But
That's a different scenario. Okay, there are plenty of people who are like 600 pounds and they think they're sexy. They may have an OnlyFans. Okay,
yeah,
sure, that exists,
but
and
you should,
that's their
yeah,
right.
but we should provide. Yeah, so we should provide care to them, right? And
What
keep
do you
feeding
mean
them.
provide care? They're not asking for care. They like being 600
Well,
pounds.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that if they want, like, okay, so if they have a like their OnlyFans or whatever, and the state is required to provide them care, shouldn't we keep giving them Big Macs so they can make the
What do you
what's it
mean
called
by
resources?
care? What do you mean by care?
Well, that's a good philosophical question. What do we mean by care?
I don't know.
I'm just
That
genuinely
is-
asking. Because, like, for example, is that if the state has a right, or sorry, state has an obligation to provide a right, and that someone just arbitrarily defines care however they want, why can't they just keep giving out the Big Mac?
If they don't want to get skinnier, it's not healthcare to keep giving them Big Macs any more than it would be healthcare to give a chain smoker more cigarettes. I don't see your point. That's not care. That's just feeding somebody's addiction. Okay? And if they're addicted to food and they like being 600 pounds and they like their addiction to food because they think that being 600 pounds is sexy, there's really not much you can do for that person. You just let them keep
Wait,
eating.
so would they have a right to get more cigarettes or get more
Yes.
food if it made them happier? So the government should provide it, right?
The government should provide it. It's available, and they can go get it.
No, the
I don't know
government
what you
should
mean.
provide it, right?
No, it's
So
available
like the government
to
should
them.
hand out cigarettes. They should hand out cigarettes to like, or food to these people because they want it and it makes them happier.
It's available to them. They can simply go get it.
Do they have a right
What
to
stop-
it? Do they have a
Okay,
right to it?
How do we stop them from getting it?
No, do they have a right to it or not? Yes or no?
Do they have a right to it? Yes, because they can go get it.
Okay, so the government should provide them cigarettes.
No, the government should not go knock on the person's door and say, "Here's a bucket of cigarettes." No, they shouldn't do that. What's your point,
Okay,
man?
so then they don't have a right to a form of care. in your view.
No, make it more difficult to get the cigarettes, as the government did. They did that.
Okay, so what I'm saying is my critique of your view is that when you say that healthcare is a human right, is that if there is it deemed, whether empirically, whether it's a value assessment of this helps their health, is the government as a positive right to fulfill that obligation would have the obligation to provide them the cigarettes. It's kind of
Okay.
really simple.
Okay,
is
I'm
that,
gonna
like,
pretend that makes sense.
is this what you do? Like you just like kind of like throw your hands up in the air and be like, don't make sense to me.
With people like you, yes.
With people like me
Yes.
who actually can argue.
You can think that. You've done a great
Well,
job. Good boy.
I mean, do you know what an
You
internal
win.
critique is?
I can
I
see
do
the
like
debate.
being called
You
a good
win.
boy. I do like being called a
would
good
it
boy.
make you happy if I can see the debate right now? Will that make
It would
you
make me
happy?
actually epic. Yes.
I concede. You win. Good job.
Epic. W. Victory.
He's gonna add that plaque to his wall. All right.
Yes, I am.
Indeed. All right, we have more
Next
questions,
up,
right?
we're gonna go ahead and bring up In Pursuit of Knowledge. So we're all in pursuit of knowledge. So maybe
His argument
maybe
is
this guy can
ridiculous.
help us.
Being
Hello.
fat is not a moral
Hello.
failing. Everyone deserves health care.
So,
Full stop.
just listening
Punishment
to
is a
that
terrible
whole last
incentive
part
for
was
change.
really telling. I had a simple question, and then I want to go into. We'll circle back, but with healthcare, seems somebody even posted a meme in the chat earlier. There's like the three little toggles: cheap, fast, and good, right? And the whole idea is that we have to pick two. What two would you pick, Connor?
Cheap, fast, and good.
Yeah. Healthcare being cheap, fast, and good. Which two can you pick? Or do you want to pick? Because right now,
Well,
nobody has figured out all three, correct? No one's figured out all three.
Yeah, hypothetically. Well, like, I would say my system fulfills all three better, but I understand your argument that like you'll
It's not
never have a
argument, I'm just- Yeah, go ahead.
Well, like, sure, I would say that cheap in quality, but like for example, if someone had like a heart attack, is that you obviously need to have it faster rather than what's it called, something else. So like it depends on the condition.
Let's not talk about emergency care. Let's talk about with healthcare. This whole debate, let's not go into the immediate triage scenarios because that's
well, like even with cancer,
we all talk about that.
even
Let's
with
talk about cancer. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, with cancer is that it might be beneficial to have faster care and quality care because like let's say that you give them a wrong dosage of medication, it could harm them more. Chemotherapy and
So
radiation
fast
is
and
gonna-
good.
It depends on the condition.
No, we're talking about one condition right now. I know you like to. You're moving around a lot in this conversation. That's why I'm trying to make sure we put the parameters correctly here.
Because it's situational.
I understand. But when we're talking about cancer in this situation, which two would you pick? And it sounds like you said fast and good.
I would say that if it's a cancer that is metastasizing quickly, is that I would want something fast and good so they don't die.
Okay. And same question to Alec.
Sure, I
We're
think this is
talking
a
about
good
cancer.
question. Sure, I think this is. Do you mean cancer, or do you just mean in general, like for all? Of them?
For this scenario, so Connor doesn't, backtrack to, try to put a whole diatribe thing. Let's just talk about cancer, what he talked about.
Well, for cancer, you would want it to be. Well, it would depend on the type of cancer, I guess, but I know what you're trying to ask. This is a very difficult question. I think it's a good one. For my money, so to speak, I guess I would go with. I guess I would go with cheap and good, because if it's not good, then the cancer is just going to keep coming back and getting worse. And if it's not cheap, then people simply can't get the care at all. You're putting a barrier of entry. So if it's not fast enough, some people are going to suffer as a result of that and possibly even die. But in my head, for this specific scenario, at the very least, as far as I understand cancer, usually the metastasis process takes a while. So are we going to lose some? Yes. Sometimes it travels very quickly, but overall, I think cheap and good are the two priorities in that specific scenario.
So we can agree, when we talk about healthcare, the most important aspect then is having good healthcare, right? Having like education, having good doctors, and that, right? So the main
quality
It depends.
Quality
It depends.
care.
It depends.
Fair enough.
I think in emergency care, the top priority is fast. I think that in care,
Sure,
in
sure,
cases
sure,
of
sure.
things like, more complex situations like cancer or heart disease, sometimes good is better than fast. Like, it just depends on what you're talking about.
Gotcha. Okay, I just wanted to knock that out real quick.
Sure.
And I kind of want to go back, circle back to the really interesting point that Connor was making earlier with the last questions. You guys were talking about the obese person. It's very telling, Connor, to you, spending tax money, is that personal to you? Do you feel like they're taking money from you and giving it to the obese person and giving them the hamburger? Is that personal to you?
It could be. It could not be too. It depends.
Take your time.
Well, I just said it depends. Like, for example, like if you were, what's it called? I probably wouldn't take it as personally if you just gave like some random guy who was walking around like a like Big Mac or whatever. I think it would be like, okay, why? Maybe we should spend this somewhere differently. But I think it would be kind of more of an even personal thing if you have someone who's morbidly obese who is going to take advantage of a system, or someone who is deliberately taking advantage of a system. Is that I think that both views can simultaneously exist.
So it's about an emotional feeling for you when people take advantage of, let's say, government taxes or government handouts.
There's an emotional thing, but there's also an efficiency thing. Is that I don't think people are entitled to fundamentally break a system that could be where money could be put better elsewhere.
And you would know where to put that money?
Depending on the thing, probably.
You like the word "depends" a lot. I find that very interesting. You're kind of slimy, or sorry, I shouldn't say that. So I shouldn't say slimy. You're slippery. You're a very slippery person to try to answer questions. Alec, I'll ask the same kind of question to you. It seems like with progressives, it's very much about the overall. We're looking for like the best scenario for the most people. Is this something that's personal to you, where we have healthcare is personal for you for that obese person? If they're taking advantage, does that feel personal to you?
Okay, so just to make sure I'm clear on the question. So we
Yeah.
have a morbidly obese person who is not seeking to get better, presumably. They just want food. And so they are taking advantage of the system to procure as much food as possible for the least amount possible to continue feeding their addiction, correct?
Yes. Yeah, because
Okay.
that's what you guys were talking about earlier. Yeah.
And my tax dollars are going toward this person's addiction, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does it feel personal? I mean, when I consider, like, right now, it feels very personal that my tax dollars are going toward, like, wars that I don't support, right? And so, yeah, in some sense, you know, you are going to be giving some of my money feeding an addiction that I don't think that person should have. I don't think it's good for them. But, you know, when I consider, like how are we going to stop that person from eating that food? Like, how do we bar them from procuring that food? Like, we could maybe set up some hurdles, you know, like if I don't know even how that would work with food though. Like with things like drugs, like I've argued before, like legalize all drugs and just set up enough hurdles like we do with cigarettes in order to make it more difficult to get those drugs. I think that in theory, you could set up some kind of hurdle system through which they can get the food through more difficult means. I think that would be reasonable. Because at the end of the day, like we all agree, what they're doing is not healthy for them. But also, they have a right to be that big if they want to. You know, we have the resources available for them to do that. And as long as nobody else is going hungry, you know, like if they're 600 pounds and feasting on like 30 pizzas a day, and then you have little 6-year-old Timmy sitting outside the house who's skin and bones, you know, like there's something's got to give there. But we don't have that really. Like we have an excess of food. So at the end of the day, is it personal to me? Yeah, I wish that like they would not use that money to feed their addiction, but there's so many other things that I have to worry about first before that becomes like that's toward the bottom of my list of concerns, basically.
I did want to say I do agree in the sense of I don't support a lot of the wars overseas too. So Alec and I do agree there. I don't like all the bloodshed there, but
okay.
Pretty much, I did also want to say that whenever it comes to the person who is in this situation or has cigarettes, I think it can be a form of, I think a lot of these situations, the reason I brought it up is because I think it can be a form of abuse, is that if I was like, say the husband of my wife and she was like 600 pounds and I kept feeding her, I think that could actually be a form of abuse by enabling an addiction potentially. And my point with that situation is that I think like even whenever we have laws, for example, like if you go to a bar, is that they have to cut you off after a certain amount of drinks because the danger you can pose to others or yourself. So I would
No, it's
that's
the
why
liability to the bar. No, you're wrong about that. You're talking about the
What?
liability to the bar. Bartenders they stop serving drinks because they can be held liable for the actions of a drunk driver, right? Like if there's a
for the harm
person
to
at a
other
bar.
people. For the harm to other people.
Well, I understand. No, you're talking about you misplaced who is being who's liable there. You're talking about the drunk person themselves is going to be held liable. No, I'm talking about the bartender who serves drinks to that drunk person will be held liable, right?
Yeah, they will. Yeah, and what I'm saying
Yeah.
is that because they're an enabler of their actions.
Okay, so you're saying that we should have state mandated fitness checks on obese people and not enable them to
No,
get food
it
or
as I said-
cigarettes. We can talk about cigarettes. as well.
I said that greatly depends, and I understand the nuance to that. But like what I'm saying is that that gets into more of like I would even argue like euthanasia territory, where pretty much is that do people have like self-harm and stuff like that? Like if you went to a shooting range, is that a lot of people unfortunately commit I'm not sure of the stream, but they unalive themselves at shooting ranges and stuff. And if someone went to a shooting range and the guy just like provides them like a gun to do that, I think that's crazy. But as I mentioned with the alcohol, is that you're providing them alcohol to the point where they reach a point where they could be drunk and they could drink and drive, which harms other people. But even like if they reached a point where like they might cut themselves or something like that, like I think that could also be.
So you agree that the state should have limits there and should step in, right? Not just like churches or, you know, different obligations for other people. Because from what I've been listening to, you basically say the state shouldn't be a part of people's lives for the most part, and that it gets filled in with the church, right?
I said that there's the church for the leftovers, but there's also, I went on about the private owned the CEO owned hospital, sorry, the physician owned hospitals that with a cross subsidiary model. Is that there's both that work in synchrony.
Those are
with each
state.
other.
You're not talking about the state. You're just talking about
It's not the state,
privately
no.
owned.
It's
Yeah,
not the state.
so they're both private, church and privately owned. The
Are
state is
churches
not
con-
involved.
Well, the state isn't involved, no, but are churches considered?
Churches are not. Yeah, churches aren't state entities. as
Well, no,
far as- I mean, I'm in
I-
America. Where I don't know where you are, but that's
Well, no, I didn't know if they were classified as nonprofits or what they were.
nonprofits is state owned to you. Is that what you mean?
No, there's different models of organization.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not quite sure where you're.
Because, like,
getting
for
at
example,
there.
like a joint.
I
stock
don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, let me explain it
join
to
the
you
club,
then,
brother.
because
Yeah.
they don't understand economics. I mean, that makes sense for socialists.
You haven't explained economics yet. The only thing you've explained, and I've been listening for about an hour and a half, is that you're talking about how churches used to create hospitals because the state wasn't there. Of course, you're not even talking about how the nation state of today wasn't really is a new fabrication in the human history. So that's a whole non sequitur. I don't even know why you were talking about that.
Wait,
you
what?
talked
You
about
mean
how
new public management in the 1970s? Did you listen
yes,
to my
exactly.
opening?
Yes, that's brand new system that we've only created because we had back into the medieval age, talking about, what's funny about this? You're using the exact same arguments that Marx uses when he talks about how communism used to be from the ground up, the primitive communist.
There is
and
no such
his
thing
whole
as a
his whole
stateless,
theory.
classless society.
I understand that, and I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Marx.
That's what communism is.
Marxist history. Do you know? You don't know about that. That's fine. But it's
Marx
been
and
interesting
Engel,
listening to you because
Georges
you don't
Sorel.
ever have your favorite word is "it depends." You never nail down anything, and it's just
I do.
Which
shifting
just to defend
sands.
Connor for a
Alright.
minute, I think that's fine, but you still have to answer like the question,
I do.
It's
answer the
frustrating.
question.
It's been frustrating.
It's an
Connor.
answer you don't
Anyway.
want. That's the
Okay.
difference.
No.
Alright.
The thing is,
Uh,
I agree
Pursuit-
with Connor for the most
Pursuit-
part, but it's
I
it's
believe he's
You
frustrating.
want to
Listen.
get a last little question, little wrap up?
No.
We'll get
I
somebody
mean,
else up here.
I know I'm pressing him too much. I don't, I don't mean
But
to be.
just-
I'm a bit of an asshole, so I understand
Real,
that.
real quick, IPOC.
Thank you for.
I know I
Go ahead.
had you IPOC. Can I call you that? In pursuit of knowledge.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I know that I had you blocked. I'm sorry for what transpired between us. I was a bit of a turd.
No, you're good,
so
dude.
If you ever want to try
Bro.
to,
Yeah, no, you know what's funny? We met each other. Well, sorry, we didn't actually meet, but I respected that you didn't want to talk to me when at the canvassing event for Progressive Victory over in Cincinnati. And we actually sat down right next to each other. And I was like, "Oh wait,
Really?
he blocked me. I'm not going to say anything."
I didn't even know. I didn't know you were there.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Oh,
No,
that
no.
sucks.
Don't apologize. Don't apologize. But
Okay,
yeah, you're
well,
good.
if you ever want to chat, hit me up.
Yeah, deal.
Okay, cool.
All right. Well, appreciate. Bye.
Take care.
Glad to have you. All right. Anything you guys want to say on that before I bring up the next person?
Yeah, I would just say that I think people are misunderstanding my view that basically all of the 14 trillion will be provided by the church. I literally deliberately said is that there is a private, aka like the physicians having more private practices and stuff like that. There's that aspect, but there's also the church aspect. They both work together. Like it's not like that's my view. It's not like just the church or anything. I'm just saying that whenever we talk about the very less well off, is that historically speaking, that they were provided by historical institutions.
Okay.
Good. All right, next up, we are going to bring up, oh Lord, the Ferocious Fapper.
What a name.
Interesting name.
All right.
Hello there.
Hello, Ferocious
General
Fapper.
Kenobi.
I can't even call you just like one of those names because they're all kind of just suggestive. But
FF.
who's your question for? What's your question?
Well, you could just
Yeah.
call me Fapper.
Yeah, just
Got
call
it.
me Fapper.
It's what I'm used to.
Okay.
Now, Alec, I want to dig up that 2-year-old cancer kid snap argument you made earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain what you meant in further detail?
Well, yeah, if there's a 2-year-old with cancer, they get treatment. Period. Doesn't matter if they can pay.
Like
doesn't
magic?
matter. Like magic? No, they're like if there are people with the means to treat them, then I just think that those people should, like, if they're doctors, they've already taken an oath to treat people with the best care they're able to provide by virtue of being a doctor, right? And taking that oath, you've basically signed a contract that you are going to care for patients. What do you want?
I mean,
Sorry, it's my
it
cat.
sounds like they're slaves to their job, the way you
Cat
explain
argument.
it.
Okay, are firefighters slaves?
Oh no, are they?
They're volunteers.
What do you mean? Volunteers? Wait, hold on. People just volunteer to go put out fires? That's crazy.
Yeah, my friend is in Virginia and he's a volunteer firefighter.
Wow. It's almost like people will just sign up to do good things sometimes.
Do you think people would do them more if you incentivize them?
Yes. That's why firefighters
Okay,
get
so-
paid. But there are still
so-
volunteer firefighters.
Yeah, do you think everyone volunteers to be a firefighter?
No, but enough people do that fires get put out, right? For the most part.
What if there isn't enough volunteers?
Okay, well,
So that's why you incentivize them.
Okay, well then you have some kind of council meeting where you say there aren't enough firefighters and people's houses are catching on fire and nobody's going over there to help. So how do we incentivize this? And then you figure out a solution.
I.e., tax funded.
Possibly.
AKA involuntary.
Involuntary? What are you talking about? What if your house catches
Taxes
fire?
aren't-
Do you want
taxes
somebody to
aren't
be there?
voluntary.
Do you want somebody to do you like living in a society where if and when your house catches fire, somebody will show up to put it out? Guaranteed.
Bit of a side tangent.
No, it's not.
I disagree.
Okay, my apologies. What would you like to ask or talk about if that's a side tangent? I don't know how that's a side tangent, but apparently it is. So, what's
Well, I just want to say taxes are
what's
not
next? Like,
voluntary.
huh?
Are taxes voluntary?
Are taxes voluntary? You live in a society, yes. Like by living here, you are paying our taxes. Like that's the contract you've signed by living here. Go live somewhere else and
So
pay
if
their
I
taxes.
don't pay taxes, there's not going to be a problem.
If you don't pay taxes, well, you live on this land. The contract you signed by living on the land owned and operated by the United States government is that you pay your taxes. That's what it costs
I
to
don't
live
ever
here.
remember
It's like
signing
rent.
a contract about that.
Then move out. It's the United States government land, not yours.
So as long as I'm on the land, I'm forced to pay taxes.
Yes. The
Okay,
land
so it's not voluntary.
Okay. The land, but go live on an island in Canada. Go buy a $500,000 island north of Canada and go live there. You can do that.
Why can't I just stay here and not pay taxes?
Honestly,
Because
I'm not
this
gonna
is
lie. I would
Mhm.
be really worried if people started buying islands right after the Epstein files were leaked. I mean, like
Well, I mean, yeah, and that's, I mean,
we could, at least Alec
can
and I
talk about
agree,
that.
pedos are bad.
we can talk about that. But my point is, I'm assuming that the Ferocious Fapper here, the name I don't know, but I'm assuming that he's not a bad enough person that he'd become Epstein to Electric Boogaloo. So my
No,
point
I
is,
don't either.
if you want to not pay the United States taxes, go live somewhere where you are not forced to pay the United States taxes. You can just do that.
Why can't I just be in the U.S. and not pay taxes?
Because it's not your land. It's not yours.
Okay, who is it?
The
Who is
United
it?
States government, as democratically elected by the people of the United States. It's our land, comrade.
Ah, so I'm being forced.
So if you don't like the taxes, go live on your own private island with no water, no electricity, no airports, no roads, nothing. You can build it from ground up and have your own personal Eden. Go do it. Leave the rest of us in civilized society alone. We will pay our taxes, and we will have firefighters show up when our house catches fire, which is more than I can say for you if you go live on a private island.
Let me get this straight. Taxes are voluntary, but I have to fuck off and live out in the wilderness if I don't want to pay it.
Let me try this again. This land is not yours. It's not yours.
Says who?
Go take it up with the United States government. See what they have to say about it. Start your own country in
the
Ohio.
local mafia.
I
Cut out your own
copyrighted the
little-
English
cut out
language.
your own little piece of Ohio. Cut off like the corner of Ohio, and start Fapperland, okay? And
All right,
in
let me-
Fapperland, there are no taxes. And see what the United
Let me
States
put it into a
government thinks of
different
that.
frame.
See what the United States government thinks of that.
Are there any real difference between a mob and a government? Or
In some
no,
ways,
that's a
they're
loaded
very
question.
similar.
Let me rephrase. No, I'm rephrasing. That was
Sure.
a loaded question. What's the difference between taxes and protection money?
In some ways, they're very similar. That's true.
Hmm.
I would say that the difference is
Are-
a mob controls by force, which a government can do. They can very much act like a mob, and in some ways, our
Can?
government does. Our government takes our tax money, and rather than giving it back to us because we live here, and that like the deal, quote unquote, is that we pay the taxes. The taxes go to pay the people who provide for us, but then they provide for us. But right now, what's happening is they're taking a lot of those taxes and sending it overseas for wars and shit that we don't like. So in many ways, our government does act like a mob. That's true. And they have the control over the land and the biggest guns to maintain that control, and we can't really go anywhere else. So in some ways, you're right. The government does act like a mob. But on paper, at least, the government is democratically elected. So if we want somebody who's going to be less of a mob boss, we can simply vote one in.
Isn't democracy anything but organized mob rule by the majority?
Is this guy an ANCAP?
Okay, would you
No.
prefer organized mob rule by the minority?
That was not the answer to my question.
Rephrase your question. I want to make sure I understand it properly.
Is democracy anything but organized majority rule?
Organized majority rule. Is it anything but that? I mean, that's a pretty okay description of it, I guess. Organized majority rule. It's
If
fine.
we
We can
we're
go with
both
that.
agreeing on that, that means the minority gets crap to say.
No, they have their say. I'm in the minority right now. I'm a communist. Okay, go ask how many people are communists in the United States of America, and caps for that matter. There aren't very many of us.
Go ask how many people
Okay?
that are ANCAPs.
So
That's a
well,
much
go,
lower
go
number.
ask how many there are. Okay, so I am part of the minority, and yet I am advocating for a democratic system where I know I can lose, because it's my job and the job of everybody who believes the same thing that I do to convince as many people as possible that my system is better. And if I can do that, then the majority comes to my side, and then I have power. Got it?
If that's the case, why can't it be 100% voluntary? No taxpayer funding at all.
Because we need, right now, first of all, I don't like money. So in my system, there'd be no taxes because there'd be no money. Second of all, as long as we have money, taxes exist to keep the economy flowing and to make sure that people who need services and extra money because they're being exploited to fucking back by their betters have that money to keep the economy circulating. Okay? And on top of that, we pay for roads, we pay for libraries, we pay for fire departments. Because I
You're
like
not
having
exactly
people
answering
show
my
up when
question.
my... Restate your question, and I'll see if I can succinctly provide an answer.
With the way you were saying it, couldn't you just get it all done via voluntary donations and the like instead of making it tax funded.
Taxes are voluntary donations to some extent. You live here on land that's not yours.
I can't say no without the IRS getting on to me, or
Okay,
by your example,
let me ask you this.
needing to get out.
Do I
There
voluntarily
are consequences to not paying taxes, i.e., they're not voluntary.
do I voluntarily pay rent for my apartment right now?
I think that's a very loaded question.
My apologies. I retract the question. What else would you like to discuss?
I mean, I'm still kind of waiting for an answer.
That was part of my answer. You don't like that question, though.
I find it funny that you always answer my questions with another question.
Okay. Yes, in some sense, I voluntarily pay to live in my apartment. Month to month, I pay rent. Because this apartment isn't mine. It's owned by somebody above me who can kick me out at a moment's notice if they want to. Basically, there are laws that protect me, but at the end of the day, it's not my apartment, and therefore I have to pay to live here. And in exchange, I get services, right? I don't think it's quite balanced because there's still that level of power over me, but in exchange, I get services. So, like, I get my window fixed, for instance, or I get my sink fixed, or, you know, like, they also mow the lawns around this place. I don't have to worry about that. There are conveniences that I enjoy as a result of paying to live in an apartment, okay? And I think that, you know, that's fine to some extent, right? If I want those services, I should have to, you know, pay something for that, right? So, and if I don't pay, they can kick me out. They can say, well, you don't get our services anymore. Go fuck off and live somewhere else.
So in that analogy, the U.S. government owns all land
Yes.
within their borders.
Like I said, go start Fapperland in the corner of Ohio and see where that gets you, okay? With your own laws.
So no difference from a mob that has claimed the territory.
I've already told you, the U.S. government does act very mob-like in some circumstances, like when they use our tax money to pay for wars that we don't want. Yes, they do that. But at least on paper,
Okay.
there is some kind of democracy in place where I at least have a semblance of some say over that.
I hope we don't disagree on if protection money from a mob is voluntary or not.
Protection money from a mob. Okay, so whether or not it's voluntary can be a complicated matter, because if you want to live in an area that is run and operated by a mob, the trade-off is they protect you and you pay your monthly fee, right? That's kind of what the United States government does. That's why I didn't deny that they are in some circumstances a mob. Okay, that's true. But again, they're a democratically elected mob. Imagine if, like, the Italian mob, who's the guy that they arrested for tax fraud? I don't remember. He was the mob boss.
Either way, but what happens when I don't pay protection money?
Well, you know, the mob comes and kicks the shit out of you. Or they can kick you out. They can say you don't get our protection anymore.
And what happens if I don't pay my taxes? And don't fuck off.
Well, the government can come and arrest you.
Yeah. And if I resist, they're also gonna beat me up.
Okay, let me try this again. It's their land. It's not yours. Go live on an
Voluntary
island.
is involuntary.
Like you can choose to not live here. The rest of us like having the fire department show up when our houses catch fire. If that's not worth it to you, go live in Fapperland.
Okay, show me a piece of dirt on this earth that isn't already claimed.
It's a good point. Go buy an island. Figure it out.
So the world is conquered by mobs, i.e. governments, and I have the voluntary freedom to choose which master I'm to serve under.
Basically.
if that is your idea of voluntary, we have very different definitions of
It's
that
as
word.
voluntary as it gets under a capitalist organization of the economy. This is why I don't like money.
Is
I
human
mean, I could
greed
go over why that
didn't
is
exist
stupid,
before
but
money?
You both talked at once.
Oh, go ahead.
you go ahead.
Yeah, I just think that blaming it all on capitalism or money is really dumb whenever the Soviet Union literally like invaded or sorry, tried to get not cobalt, uranium from mines in the Congo, or pretty much that the idea that before money was invented, humans did not try to steal resources or try to like what's it called? Do immoral things beforehand or try to get power over their community.
I never made that
Actually,
claim.
I want to ask you something, Alec.
Hmm.
You said you don't like money. So,
Correct.
what's your preferred alternative?
No money? What do you mean?
Well, how do you exchange goods?
I have a crochet plushie. You have something that you made, and we trade.
So, barter economy.
How do you exchange goods in your own house? Between, like, family members?
Is that a real question?
I think so. Did I stutter?
Okay.
Meanwhile, people give each other money for Christmas presents.
Okay.
Like I'm also
but in
curious
a world
is
where
that
money
like
doesn't exist, you wouldn't give money as a Christmas present, would you? You'd get something else, or make something else.
well the thing is that like I don't see the argument against money. I mean, this is kind of not about healthcare, but like for example, with money, I have what's it called? I can take out loans, I can get more time to pay them off and stuff. Like that's also with economies of scale. Like if I give you my house, is that I'm not going to have somewhere to live, but if I went to mortgage or something along those lines, like I could pay that off over time with things I don't have now. Is that it increases economic growth to have money.
Well, that's the neat part. There's no loans either in my system.
Well,
You just get what
and
you
in my
need.
system is that things grow faster. Like that's why like even Europe, like a lot of the civilized
I disagree.
societies back then, if we look at like for example Han China, like Credo civilization, or like even I think I'm not too sure about Mesopotamia, but like even medieval Europe, whenever they had money, money allowed for things to come in through ports, they allowed to trade, barter, like they could do all of that. And it was easier with money.
Okay. Okay, is it so what's the economy like then in your house? Like just in your house?
I've given my what's it called? I've given my family money to go buy lunch.
You just gave it to them? What they
I
do in
said,
return?
what's it called? Well, they made me a sandwich.
They made you a sandwich? So
Yeah.
so basically they were a sandwich maker for a day and you paid them a wage to make you a sandwich.
I mean, it depends on the situation, but like there's been times whenever I've paid like my brother does cars and I've paid him to do my car.
Okay.
Because I think he gives a good service and I
Okay. What if your car were like irrevocably busted, or not irrevocably, they were badly busted to the point that you couldn't drive it, and you did not have the money to pay to get it fixed? Would your brother be kind enough to come over and fix it for you so that you can get around?
my brother doesn't know how to fix cars, but
But you just said your brother
but
fixed your car.
no, he does like detailing. My bad. Let me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He did-
Okay.
No,
Well,
yeah,
let's-
yeah,
okay,
that's a
but let's-
clarification.
But can you imagine a world where a brother would do that for you?
Like that he like fixes my car
For no payment. He just does it because he knows how.
for no payment. I think you're gonna get mad at me, but like if it was something small, probably. But like if it was something larger, he would probably ask for some compensation because like for
Okay.
example, I even know with detailing, like my brother, he will charge more if he's used more product, which isn't sustainable for his
Right.
business.
So let's say it's something larger. Your brother says, yeah, I can fix that for you. I just, that's going to take some time. Just understand that. It's going to take time and effort. And then your response is, okay, I understand. I don't have a whole lot on me right now. I don't have like things to give you in exchange. But I will once my car's fixed and I can get around and go purchase things or go do things or whatever. And then at some point, if you need something in return, I can try to give that back to you, right? Like you both just trust each other enough to make that exchange, even though you don't have anything to procure in the moment.
If you're saying like, to clarify, if
What
you're
I'm
saying that people
saying
do
is
each
what I
other
just
favors,
said.
well, I need to clarify your position. Is that basically, if you're saying that people do favors for each other, like if my brother, like, let's say
Yes.
that my brother comes over and details my car and then I do a favor for him. Sure, but as I said, is that doesn't mean that I might get paid within that dynamic.
It's not about getting paid. It's about he does a favor for you, you do a favor for him. He scratches your back, you scratch his. It's a mutual relationship. And I'm saying all of humanity could have this mutual relationship with each other. We could, if we all decided to do it tomorrow and just act like we're all brothers, sisters, and others. And
Do you think
things
that
for each
brothers and
other.
sisters have conflicting, like, this is the thing is that I think that your view ultimately is just an idealism, or like it's just idealistic in the sense
I
of
think
like,
yours is
oh yeah, well
doomerism.
help. Mine's not doomerism, is
Okay.
that pretty much,
Mine's not
let me explain
idealism.
this. Well, here's why it's idealism, is that it presupposes that people don't have conflicting interests. Like, for example, my brother, like, I hate feet. Like, I literally hate feet. Like, it's just gross, bro. Like, you would have to pay
Cringe.
me to
Feet
like,
are in.
oh, we can have a feet debate, bro. But like,
Indeed.
basically, feet like disgust me,
For
and
now.
you would have
That's
to.
how it starts.
Yeah, it's okay. But you would have to pay me if like you
We'll
would
see you in
want
5
me to give
years.
like if you wanted to make me massage my brother's feet, you would have to pay me a good sum to do that.
Okay. So, but why? But why would your brother want you to massage his feet? That seems kind of odd.
Well, brother support. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. That's your view.
Not literally. It's a figure of speech, brother. Like, okay,
Well, you
if
massage
need,
my feet, I
okay,
massage.
okay, your brother comes to you and says, "Hey, man, I just really need my feet massaged." Right? This is the scenario we're going with.
Okay.
Okay. So, what's your response?
No.
No.
Mm-hmm.
And then what do you imagine your brother would say? Okay, or I'm gonna stick a gun up to your head and make you, or like what's the
Knowing
next
my
step?
brother, he'd probably be like, bro, like probably just like, my brother isn't too into feet, but maybe that's a genetic thing. But I would say that if he wanted me to, he would probably be like, oh, okay, but if I gave you so and so, like if I gave you $20, would you massage my feet? And I might be like,
$20 is
maybe.
$20.
Yeah, $20 is $20. But
okay, so then there are
yeah,
circumstances, there are things he could do for you. If he, for some reason, wants a foot massage specifically from his brother Connor, who doesn't like feet and therefore probably wouldn't give a good foot massage anyway, but it's got to be you, okay, for some reason, if this is what we're going with, and then there are things that you would be willing to do in return for that, then I guess you have a fair exchange there. What's the problem?
Well, yeah, and what I'm saying is that like my foot argument is rock solid. No, but like
I'm
at
rock
the end
solid,
of the day,
but anyway.
Oh, okay. But anyway, pretty much is that in my view is that even still is that that's still an incentive to do things, and I think that you can have whatever service, like people get tired, people have other things they have to attend to, and I think that in a system with money, you can just incentivize those services. It does more good.
But I don't
More
buy it.
toes get massaged, bro. More
I don't buy it.
toes. My
I don't buy it.
my toe
There are
argument.
people. Have you ever gotten a massage? They love their jobs.
Masseuse massage me.
Yeah, I've met masseuses who are very like massaging. Okay, since we're talking about it, a massage is a spiritual experience as much as a physical one. Like it's very. I'm not kidding. It is. It's very intimate. You know, your masseuse is. Your masseuse is all over your fucking body. Like she's literally just touching every inch of you, besides certain parts, and like kneading the tension out of your muscles. She is giving you physical. It's a form of physical therapy, and there is an intimate relationship between the masseuse and the person being massaged.
Hmm.
Like
Yeah, I
and
think
they
that
enjoy that process. It's a bonding experience in some cases.
I mean, even when I was, maybe this is more of my personal life, but when I was like, usually the people who would provide me a massage would be like my girlfriend. But
Yeah,
like,
so you get it.
that's what. Well, yeah, what I'm saying though is that like my relationship with my girlfriend isn't the same as like some random person. And I guarantee you is that if I said to my girlfriend, I'm like, you know what? We'll go out and we'll get freaking ice cream. I'll buy you ice cream and stuff if you give me a massage, like a little
Okay.
playful too. I think it would be better.
Okay. She gives you a massage, you procure ice cream.
Hmm.
Deal.
Yeah, I buy stuff with my money.
Okay, but let's just say that all you had to do was go out to the ice cream place and get like let's say that you already have ice cream in your freezer, for instance. And you're like, okay,
Mhm.
well, I know that we're like both here laying in bed. How about after we're done, I go make you a bowl of ice cream and I bring it up here. Sound good? You can chill out, turn on whatever you want on the TV. I'll go grab you a bowl of ice cream from the freezer, bring it up here. That way you don't have to traverse all the way down the stairs.
Yeah, I mean that could happen with a
Yeah.
intimate relationship. Yeah,
No money involved.
sure, but
Maybe she
I mean,
even
if
bought
we're
the
gonna
ice
get
cream. You're just offering to
if
go
we're gonna
get it.
get if we're gonna get into money though and talking about modern dating, I don't think that would favor your view though.
What do you mean?
Do you think that people in general date like or even marry people like they use money as a gauge of who they marry?
Some people certainly do. I think this is a point against money, though. I don't think that should be the way that it's done.
Do you think that women or even I'll just use women for example, but do you think that they're gravitated towards more successful men?
Yeah, I mean, that's a general trend, sure.
Is that intrinsic to money or is that intrinsic to being what's it
That's
called? More
intrinsic to
successful.
power. That's intrinsic to power. Okay? And
Mhm.
money is power in our society. And so what
So
happens is we have our gender norms. The man must be powerful. And in order to be powerful in our current society, there was a time and place where you were powerful if you had the biggest bat to bonk people over the head with and the biggest muscles to do so. Ooga booga, okay? That was when you were the most powerful. Now you're the most powerful if you have the most money to show on pretty much anything you want in order to treat your woman or buy a nice fancy car or live in a big house for your kids, your 2.5 kids and a dog, right? Like that's what power is today.
but there will always be power conflicts, right then?
In some ways, sure, but like I
Like
would
for
prefer
example,
those.
like
Okay, so
do you
like I would like those power
I
conflicts to
interrupted. Go ahead.
not be as. It's fine. I would like those power conflicts to not be as like life or death. You know, like let's say that like you're a really good MMA fighter, and like that kind of power is strictly competitive. You know, it's a sport that you do. It's for fun. And that can also be attractive. Maybe you're like really attracted to Conor McGregor. I know he's a terrible person, but just bear with me. Like Conor McGregor is an attractive guy because of how fucking powerful he is in the ring. You know, he knows how to fight, and that's attractive to some people. It's power. It's not money.
But as I said, is that I wouldn't see why that would be an argument against money necessarily, because I think that just solidifies that there will always be class in a society. There will always be people above and people below. There's always hierarchy.
See, this is why I called you Doomer, because no, it's not a necessity. You just think that it is because you have a small brain. Expand
Well,
your
no.
mind.
Do you think that some people genetically have bigger brains than others?
In smaller or bigger in what sense? I'm sure there are some people who are like naturally less inclined to have intelligence in certain areas than others.
Sure. So there will always be a disparity between us.
Okay, but that doesn't necessarily. Okay, there's a disparity. Let's go back to my patient, right? But there's a power dynamic between me and my patient. I have, if the parents are out of the room, I have all the power in the world right now with this patient. And there is not a fucking thing you can do about it. Right? Like, that is as powerful as it gets. I have complete dominion over this guy. Okay? Do I exploit him? No, I don't. Because I'm a nurse and I took an oath to take care of him. So I could make just as much money sitting on my ass, playing on the computer, which I do 90% of the time anyway. But the other 10% of the time, I'm giving him a bath. I'm shaving him. I'm changing him. I'm rolling him. I'm making sure that, and I'm making sure he's comfortable. I'm doing things that I don't have to do for him because I can't stand, and when his heart rate goes up, that means he's uncomfortable. And sometimes there's nothing I can do about it. And I hate that. I sit there and I listen to his heart rate go up to 110, 120, and there's fucking nothing I can do about it. He just is uncomfortable right now. And no matter what I do, he just won't be. And that sucks.
Yeah, but that's still like, as I said, is that a quadriplegic or someone who's paralyzed will never be a marathon runner. Like I hate to break that to you, there will always be class. It's fundamental to existence.
No, that doesn't mean that I'm in a different class than he is.
What is class? Just like socioeconomic status?
Okay, well, what do you mean by class?
I would just say a disparity between two different groups. Like, for example, like when I say like I'm higher class, like you brought up power, but then money is power. Like if I am more physically fit, like technically I have more power over the one below me. It's just hierarchy.
Fine. If you want to call it class dynamics, fine. We can speak in terms of class dynamics. So he's in a lower class than me as a result of being quadriplegic nonverbal and needing a trach and a vent, right?
Well, yeah, he would be in a lower class also because like if you go off of the just how much you financially make, like he would make probably less than you.
Okay, then I believe that the higher class, me, has a responsibility toward the lower class, them. Because otherwise, he would fucking die.
Maybe not in this example, but is there an example where someone in a lower class might have an obligation to someone in a higher class?
Give me one. I can't think of one.
Could someone, like, let's say a child, have an obligation to listen to their parents?
Well, what are you going to do if they don't?
I don't know, put them on timeout.
Okay. So yeah, sure. I guess that's possible. Sure.
So like there is dynamics where
like
someone from a lower class does.
But to some extent, timeout also mandates that the child does at some point listen to the parent, right? Like you have to go stand in the corner, right?
Well, yeah, there's consequences to that, but there's also the ethical aspect of it. Like,
but what if they choose to not stand in the corner? What if they say no, not doing it? They throw.
I mean, usually that you would put them in a location where they can't harm themselves or whatever, but you would punish them in some way.
By force.
Yeah.
Okay, so then what you're saying is you have a class system between the parent and the child. The child's the lower class, and if the child does not basically do what the upper class demands of them, then they're punished by force.
Yeah, but as I said, is that could still mean that the child has an ethical obligation to listen to their parents.
It doesn't matter.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that the original claim, or the question, sorry, was whether people from a lower class had an obligation to a higher class. And there probably is business models where there might be a small business that owes a lump sum of money to a bigger business. Like, I don't see how your worldview of class dynamics really works.
Okay, I mean, I don't see how it wouldn't, because like you're just putting everything's in terms of class, and you're describing very basic relationships like between a parent and a child. I don't see that as like a class divide. Like it's not like there's going to be a child union that uprises against the parents and their authority. Like,
are you sure, bro? Have you seen a kindergarten? They can get pretty.
If they do, okay, they can try, but I don't think they have the frontal lobe power to like do anything with that.
Well, I'm just saying is that even still, whether we can have our Marxist-Leninist toddler revolution, like taking over our bourgeoisie of the parents, I think that we need to talk about that regardless. Is that I think class is not necessarily even a bad thing in the sense of people can benefit from hierarchy.
But you only describe class as like an unequal power dynamic. That's your description of class.
Well, that's what, if money is power, then ultimately then that's what a class dynamic is.
Sure, fine. But in that case, but usually we refer to that in terms of finances, right? Like economics. So like an economic
Sure,
class.
but when I'm taking more of
Fine.
a philosophical route of understanding,
Fine.
like what we mean by class.
Fine. So the question is, do lower classes have an obligation to the upper classes? And my response is, it's whatever responsibilities are ascribed to them by the upper class, because the upper class has more power.
So if you believe healthcare is a human right, wouldn't the lower class have an obligation to provide care for the higher class?
If healthcare is a human right, wouldn't the lower class have? No, doctors who take that oath would.
Could a
become a
doctor
healthcare-
be lower class? Could a doctor be lower class than a CEO?
Yeah, sure.
So a lower class person has an obligation to a higher class person.
Yeah, but now you have you're complicating this, because you're trying to mix. See, this is a very nice trick you're trying to do, where you're trying to mix the economic class with the health status class. Okay, because right now the power dynamic with the economic class is such that the sick person has more money, and therefore, economically speaking, they're in the higher class. But if they have cancer, health-wise, they're in the lower class, right?
Is it possible that, I mean, I hate to use the word it depends, because like, let's say like you're a quadriplegic, but you're still like conscious, and you can still make healthcare, you can still make decisions. Is that like they might be like a multi-billionaire and they have more power and leverage via their finances. However, is that physically in that time through force, is that the person has more power over them?
What person has more? Okay, so you have a quadriplegic with.
So like, let's say like Professor X or some shit. Like if you're a paralyzed man and you are like a multi-billionaire, okay, is that if you like, what's it called? Whether you through your fucking Neuralink or however the way you write it, like you could pretty much like buy out or do whatever. But the thing is that if you stand side by side of a person who's like Francis Ngannou, is that the Francis Ngannou has more power over you physically, but financially
Sure.
is that the other guy has power over him another way. Is that whenever we do look at it from class dynamics as like a realm of power, is that power, what's it called, can come in many forms.
I understand that. What's the point?
My point is that originally is that if I know that you're a communist, but like if we're going to talk about what's it called, like a classless or stateless classless society, is that fundamentally you will always have a power dynamic between people, and you will always have class that is significant to the point of even possibly life and death, as I mentioned with the quadriplegic billionaire.
You're getting into a semantic argument, man. When I say a stateless, classless society, I mean economic class.
Well, it's not that meaningful then if you can still have major power dynamics, is it?
You will always have power dynamics like that. There will always be people who are quadriplegic, okay, and always have people who need trachs and vents, and always have people who have mental disorders.
It's quadriplegic, actually. Correction.
Gotcha.
No, I'm joking. But like,
but my point is, you will always have those dynamics. But so when I say classless society, obviously the one that when you say class, you don't like, it wouldn't make sense in your brain, because class just means any power dynamic.
Yeah, so what would be really the significance of abolishing like financial class if at the end of the day we're all just going to be unequal anyway?
Because the point is to level out those unequal areas as much as possible, smooth them over, give everybody as much. Like, let's say this. Let's say that you're born without
Francis
legs.
Ngannou.
Let's say that you're born without legs. Okay? No, not by bringing people down. See, this is where everybody gets it wrong. Communists aren't trying to pull everybody down. They're trying to uplift everybody who's sinking. Okay? So when we say that we want to level the playing field, we don't mean to raise it. Sorry, when I say raise, I mean like that. What we mean is we want to raise up people who are sinking. So like, let's take a person who has no legs, for example. Okay? We give them our prosthetic legs. Maybe one day mechanical legs. They're making great strides on that, so to speak. So like, like we can just give them legs that allow them to walk around, which is great. You're leveling the playing field as much as possible.
As much as possible.
Yes.
And that's the thing, is that even still is that you'll never fully do that.
Okay, I think that's doomer talk. We should always
It's not
strive
doomer
toward
talk,
it.
it's
We should
reality.
Okay, but do you agree though?
You can't,
that-
you don't,
okay,
okay,
fine.
if you're a moral relativist, you can't get an off.
Do you agree that it is a worthwhile endeavor to strive toward that, even if it's impossible?
To make it that people can remain competitive?
No, to level the playing field and make an even out unfair power dynamics, such as that.
Unfair power dynamics or power dynamics in general? Because I don't think all power dynamics
Like
are
being
unfair.
born without
I think
legs. Should we give the guy who's born without legs prosthetic mechanical legs so he can walk if he wants them?
if he wants them, we can give him prosthetic legs. But here, caveat to
Great.
that is that, for example, is that I would say that just trying to carve out and make it like, I remember, I think there's even the one guy who doesn't have arms or legs who's a speaker and stuff like that and goes to different things to encourage people. Is that when you just say, oh, level it out, is that doesn't complement his strengths or weaknesses. Is that you can still be a great speaker but still have disabilities. I don't think that you level it out by going to the other guy who does have arms and legs and be like, we're going to train you to be a speaker. My society is complementarian. It's not egalitarian.
I'll take your word for it. Whatever you just said. All I asked was, should we give the guy legs? Okay, and your response was yes. So if we have a disabled speaker who wants to have their disability improved upon to the greatest extent that we're able to, then yes, we should be able to do that. And then if somebody else, let's say that there's a fully able-bodied person.
Wait. You said to the greatest extent. I just said that we can give them legs. And for example, like you can even have your little business, you can sell them however much for the legs. Maybe someone's being generous and they grant it to them, like maybe they're a brother, sure. My point is that regardless, is that when you just say, oh, we'll just go out of our way to provide this equity to other people, is that I think equity can be unfair because I have strengths that you fundamentally will never have, and you have strengths that I fundamentally don't have. It's not doomer talk. I think it's beautiful that people have things that they are good at and things that they are bad at, and that we can learn from each other and grow based off that through natural hierarchy.
Okay, but if I am a bad speaker and there is some way to make me a better speaker, and I want to be a better speaker, I think that the means to do so should be available through the least invasive way possible, or through the least, not invasive, the least barricaded way possible, right? The least amount of hurdles.
This is positive. Yeah, this was in my opening, the positive versus negative rights. Is that, like, if you're talking about, like, oh, I'm gonna barricade off the door to the, for the quadriplegic or other person to get legs or a wheelchair, I think that'd be crazy. But if we're going to talk about whether we should state mandate and provide that, that's different.
But you want to do that. You want to barricade their access to that through money.
When did I say it was going to be illegal to purchase that stuff?
I didn't say illegal. Okay, if you can't pay for something, it may as well be illegal to get it. It's illegal.
Should
to
it
take
be illegal?
Right? It's
Wait,
illegal to just take it, right?
Is it illegal to have, in your view, would it be illegal to have a private practice?
In my ideal society, it would not even be a thing.
Yeah, so it would, like, if I wanted to do that, you would not allow me to.
What do you mean? Because there's no money in my society. So why do you want a private practice outside of go on.
I for my services, I accept, I don't know, food for my services.
Why? You can just go get food from the food place.
But as I said, is that I think that I can use it, and then pretty much is that the more food I get, I can create and trade and barter for more resources.
Okay, so for your efforts, you want more food than what? Like than you need? Like you're
Yes.
just gonna have a stockpile of food sitting around?
Well, yeah,
Why?
because I earned it. I earned
But,
it.
okay, so but why should we let you stockpile food when there's plenty of food available right there for you to take whenever you want at your leisure?
Because I used my work and time, and I deserve more for what I give.
Just to have for no reason?
I said that I can invest it, but if I earn it, then it's
Invest the
mine.
food. In what?
I mean, I could be a philanthropist and give it out to people, but if I work, let's say if I work 12 hours
Okay.
or you work 8, I deserve more because I worked harder.
So again, in my society, everybody just gets the food already. Why are you giving food out to people who didn't ask for it and don't need it? What
Well,
do
this is
you
kinda
need
just
all that extra
granting-
food for?
Granting a utopia, but regardless, is that either way, is that as I
You said in my
because I work
society.
for it.
This is my society.
Well, in your society, we already conceded that in your view, there's still power dynamics, which are pretty much the equivalent of class. But regardless, is that, as I said, is that I think that people deserve more for what they work for.
Okay. So then let's talk about that. How about we give this guy like a free trip to Japan?
There's no such thing as free. Resources are scarce. They always will be.
If enough people want to give you something in exchange for something that you did already, then it may as well be free.
May as well versus actually free. But it's not free. I don't know why you're making faces. It's not free whenever basically it's
You're
going to
so
take your
caught up
time,
in
money.
the word game. You like the word game. You
Do
get my
semantics
point.
matter?
You get my no, not really. No. If you don't,
Wait,
if
so,
you
like,
don't
when-
want to call
oh,
my
wait, so,
system
like-
of governance communism, you can call it super capitalism for all I care. Okay, I
Wait,
don't give
so
a rat's
I'm
ass.
curi-
So no,
I'm
some
curious, so,
semantics
like,
don't matter nearly
whenever-
as much as
Okay.
they only matter in as far as you are trying to get a specific concept across, and you keep skirting past the concept that I am trying to relay to you to get a gotcha. You are doing that
not a
every
gotcha.
time. Yes, it
It's
is.
that-
You are so
it's called a-
obsessed with winning this stupid fucking debate that you can't just engage in a normal ass. We had people come up here and say, "Dog, everything you're saying is confusing. Answer the fucking
Well,
question."
Well, I'm
Do you
sorry
know
that
how?
there's nuance to this. Yes, I do. I can answer
Okay.
questions.
Good. Glad to
Yep.
hear it. Practice it.
Okay, let's keep going.
Get better at it.
Okay, I am. Well, if I get better at it, do I get paid more?
I'll pay you $1,000
regardless-
every minute you practice. Yes, there you go.
Okay, sweet. But regardless,
This is not
I-
sanctioned by
It'll be
Platinum
worth it. It'll be
Politics.
worth
That's
it
all
to.
Alec himself.
It'll be worth it to give you the ability. It'll be worth it
he's
to
like, I
give
gotta
you
protect myself.
because right now your communication skills put you at a much lower class than me. So yes, I am in favor of giving you the resources necessary to uplift your
Wait, so you're
communication
punching down-
skills
you're punching
such
down,
that
not
you are
up?
intellectually
You're
in the
punching
same
down,
class
not
that
up?
I am at.
Wait, so you're oppressing me then? You're punching down, not up.
I just said we'd give you money to uplift.
But wait, you just said. What? Oh wait, you're giving me money to uplift me? Are you actually going to do that?
Am
Wait,
I
you have
actually going
Venmo?
to do that? No.
Yeah, would you have Venmo?
No, I don't have the money required to do that because I live in a capitalist state and I've been exploited too
Oh,
much. So
do you-
no, I
do
do
you have
not
10
have the money
bucks?
to do that.
Do you have 10 bucks?
Do
you
I
have
have
10
10 bucks? Sure. Do you need 10 bucks?
Would you actually Venmo? Would you Venmo me 10 bucks?
If you can convince me you really, really need it, then maybe.
It would make me happier.
Okay, well, sorry. I like being happy more than I like you being happy.
Oh, so you're selfish.
Yeah, I'm selfish sometimes. I'm just as important as you
So
are. I'd
what-
rather I have the $10.
All right.
Wait, so-
there's a
wait,
there's
so
a
wait,
couple
and-
people. Oh,
Okay,
well,
sorry.
Connor, if you have a point you want to make real quick, after you make that point though, I want to get these last couple people who have their hand raised so we can get them, get
Yeah,
their
it's been like 3
questions
hours.
answered.
Yeah.
But go ahead and
Yeah,
finish what you got to say, Connor, and I'll pull those people up.
Yeah, I think by admitting that, you kind of just justified capitalism to the extent of like I don't need to give you stuff so long as I value my own happiness over yours.
If you say so.
If you say so, that's literally what you said.
I did not contest your point. I said if you say so.
If you say so.
All
That's
right.
what you said.
Is that okay? Did I offend you?
We are
I mean,
going to
that's
bring
what you said.
up Nova Anomaly, who has been waiting very patiently. Hello, Nova.
Hello. I do have a question for Alec.
Hello, that's me.
So you said when you said about healthcare being free, you said so how would because I didn't know if this was already answered or such during the debate. I forget, so I'm sorry. But how would it be paid in your sense? How would we be given free healthcare?
Do you want my short-term solution or my long-term solution? Because the long-term solution is there's no money. You just go get the healthcare when you need it and if you need it.
So if I may ask, why not have this? Why not have single payer, aka the rich people who shouldn't be having that money, give their resources so that people can, because don't people still need to be paid, or in your society, in the society that you want, no one needs that money because money doesn't exist?
Well, right. So the short-term solution would be what you're suggesting, a single-payer system, whereby we tax people who have too much. It's the give to the needy from the rich, right? What's the guy's name? Fucking the guy who stole from the rich and gave to the needy.
Robin Hood?
Robin Hood. It's the Robin Hood strategy. Yeah. In the
okay.
meantime, while there's still money, I advocate for the Robin Hood strategy.
Robin Hood stole from the government, by the way, in the actual.
Cool.
If I may ask you, Connor, do you to test the idea of for the Robin Hood idea of saying that the government tells the rich, hey, I'm going to ask y'all to give this much money so that people can actually, even if it's a common cold to cancer, they don't need to need to be in debt for the rest of their lives just because they sprained their ankle or something.
I think that mischaracterizes my position because pretty much fundamentally is that I believe that rich people can still fund services and create businesses that help those people and give to those communities. Is that I don't think that you should be able to go around and be like, okay, you're now going to provide all my shit for me. Is that I believe that fundamentally people, the basic unit is the family unit, and that we can make things more accessible for the family unit, but I don't believe in pretty much people relying off the state in general.
What is wrong with someone relying on, hey, it's like, for example, with New York, if the governor of New York is like, hey, all of you who are rich, you should help out more, we're going to increase your taxes. Do you oppose a governor trying to put in rules for a state then? That
Rules
would
for a
make-
state, or are you saying like increasing taxes on rich people?
AKA a state increasing taxes on rich people and making sure that the rich people pay more, and so that the poor and less unfortunate they don't need to spend as much money on those taxes, because the thing is that rich people get so much money they don't really need it, because
Well, you don't need an
quote-unquote,
iPhone either, but
what does that have to do with the argument?
well, like pretty much is that your argument is that the rich people don't get, or so you can take from the rich because you don't need something. And I'm saying is that if you're going to make a necessity argument, you don't need a phone, you don't need to be a streamer, and stuff like that.
Well, sometimes people do need certain things because in this modern economy, we're going to be needing stuff like cars, phones, etc. But we don't
Well,
need.
didn't Alec just say earlier that you can just leave to the other guy? Just leave.
Well, you have two options. Like, if things aren't the way that you want them to be, you have two options. One, you go somewhere where it's better, or where at least you can, not be subject to the same system. Or two, you try to change the system somehow. Like those are your options.
Well, I'm not trying
Yeah,
to say
I agree with
wanna,
that.
I'm not trying to say
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm not trying to say I'm wanting to leave. What I'm trying to say is that you don't need it's like you don't need the most expensive phones, the most expensive cars and whatnot to flaunt your wealth. What I'm meaning is the basic necessities as if I'm saying this wrong, Alec, please correct me. The basic necessities of food, water, shelter, all that type of stuff. I'm not saying give you slop. I'm saying give you the basics that can help out, aka internet, phones, cars, all that type of stuff.
Wait,
that
so
can
I'm
help you.
curious. Sorry to interrupt you, but so I'm curious. Would you trade in your phone for a flip phone then, like a burner phone right now?
If I could. Yeah, but
So,
with
oh,
how
so
society is, with how it's like AKA my flip phone is how I caught. If I had a flip phone, would the flip phone have the same sort of necessities that are on a regular phone, like heart tracking, camera stuff,
you don't
flashlight,
need that
just in
though.
case?
Like
Well,
I'm just curious though, is that so like you don't need that, but if you're gonna make the argument against rich people, why don't we just make the same argument for you? Is that we have the state come along, we're like, you know what, bro? You don't need your smartphone, you don't need your internet connection. Well, you can get internet, but it's like 2 megabit per second.
Here's
Like
my
just
question.
enough.
Where does the smartphone go?
Where's the smartphone go?
You take it
Where's
from
it go?
yeah, you take it from Nova because you insist that Nova doesn't need it, and you give them a flip phone with less functionality. What do we do with the smartphone?
We scrap it for parts and we give it to poor people.
Okay.
Why? What would poor people do with parts of
But
a phone?
Microchips and phones, they have a lot of silicon and rare earth materials. You
Okay,
could easily recycle them.
What do you mean give it to poor people for what? What are they doing with these parts?
Well, let's say just in this hypothetically, you could scrap it and you could make from a modern iPhone, you could extract the camera. You can make a camera. You could also get it and make like other miniature phones. You could take the data bank, you could sell a hard drive, and you
Okay.
can give that to people who need it.
We have enough iPhones for everybody to have like 10 of them. Why do we need to
It's
scrap
not about
them?
necessity then. It's not about necessity then.
Well, with what I'm trying to say is that does a rich person need a gold encrusted iPhone, or do they just need
Name me
a
one
regular
rich
iPhone?
person. I don't even think Trump has a golden encrusted iPhone.
What about a
What I'm
24
no, what I'm
karat
trying
gold Labubu?
What
no, what
color
I'm
is
trying
your Bugatti?
what I'm trying to say
Bugatti.
is, do you really need that type of stuff? And if I'm going over my time, I'm sorry, but if you want to, Connor or Alec, I can go into a voice chat some other
Let the
time.
mace.
But
Even if you don't need it, I don't think the government should just be coming around taking shit whenever we don't need many things.
well, I'm not saying taking stuff. I'm saying that you don't need. I'm not saying take my stuff. I'm saying, do you really need it? Because I believe in the idea of, do you really need a flaunt? Do you really need to show that you're wealthy? Because your wealthiness can be in the
No, but
sense of
I will say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can finish.
no. You can go ahead. It's okay.
I will say I do have some contentions with what you're saying. It's not necessarily a matter of, well, do you really need the gold encrusted iPhone? It's like, are you using resources that other people need to give yourself frivolous things? Like, that's what I'm concerned with. If everybody has what they need and you want a gold encrusted iPhone, my question would be, okay, why do you deserve one? Make us convince us that you deserve one. And if their response is, well, as you can see, I cured cancer, I'd be like, give him 50. Like, you know.
No, I can understand that, but I'm talking about if you give someone like what's a good example? The previous person of Activision. If you get would he deserve such a thing, or because I think the cancer cure deserves all they deserve, but I don't think someone like Bobby Kotick deserves any of that type of stuff because of his actions and how he uses his wealth and whatnot.
It's just a matter of, do we have it available? And if he wants it and nobody else wants it, then just give it to him. Why keep it from him? What are we doing with it? Keeping it in a safe or something? Like, for what? Like, just, you understand what I'm getting at, right? Like, we have these needless, like, well, he deserves this and he deserves that, but like you're just arbitrarily keeping things from people who want those things and nobody else wants those things, so just give them those things. Like, who cares? Let him have his gold iPhone.
No, I do understand. It's just that I've been looking more into the theorizing of like minimalism and whatnot, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not. I do not truly know until I'm challenged more about it, but I do understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say that, like, I feel like people get in this idea, this headspace that, like, communism is all about making sure that we only have the bare minimum that we need to make things work. No, I like excess. Excess is fun. You can see my house. It's covered in art, okay? That's excess. I enjoy riches, and I think that big houses are fun, and big parties are fun, and I like all these things, and we should be able to have these things if we can make sure that everybody has what they need first. That's where I'm coming from.
I do agree with that, and it's like I would be hypocritical to say I don't have excess things in my room.
Yeah.
Because the thing, what I mean by minimalism is that how people should. Your house can be cluttered, but it needs to have control in it, if that makes sense. Because you don't want to suddenly have your 14-karat large Labubu in front of your
24.
front door. 22. Yeah, but you get what I mean, right?
Right.
Yeah. But I will say this has been an interesting debate listening to both of you. And it's like I have some other opinions, but for now I'm gonna let the other person go through. And if you two ever want to talk again, just let me know. I would love to talk more.
Sounds great. Thanks so much for coming up.
Take it easy, man.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nova. All right.
All right, let's try to wrap this up.
Let's get Ren up here, and then Water, you might go again. It just depends on time. It's been going on for a minute, but
as long as Water can keep it quick, because I do have to pee again, but I want to wait until we're done.
All right, Ren, who's your question for? What's your question? You know the rules.
Well, hopefully this should be quick. So, Connor. So my question is basically, so if there's an issue with providing healthcare as a right, your concern is a supply problem, a payment problem. There's lots of things that we can do to alleviate that, such as making education cheaper so that it doesn't take 6 figures of debt to make a doctor. Yes. Also,
there's more to that.
No, there's
I'm not
other
gonna grant you
parts
that.
too. It's not my.
I'm not gonna just
it's not my
grant you
full
your
question.
hypothetical.
This is not my full question.
Go ahead, bub.
Also, is there any reason for the government and the insurance, or not the government? Is there any reason for the hospitals and the insurance companies to be colluding to extract the money from the local state governments through Medicaid programs?
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's also a reason why. That's also a reason why things are expensive.
I mean, I do agree that Medicaid programs do have corruption, and there has been, I think the AHA also supported the passing of the Affordable Care Act, is that businesses do have, what's it called, conflicts of interest over more democratic socialist or social democratic policies, but also for, what's it called, as you mentioned earlier, is that fundamentally, I think that just because people are corrupt does not mean that it negates the means by which they are. I think that I do agree with you. There are ways to mitigate corruption. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying is that it's a better way to mitigate corruption in my view. And when you said about providing education for free, that doesn't reduce the turnover rates for nurses, for example.
I didn't say free.
Well, if you provide it via the state or things like that, you're still having a 4-year program, even a 6-year program, and that's not even the fundamental problem with those things. Nurses, after 1 to 2 years, have a very high turnover rate because a lot of them actually get pregnant and start families. So that doesn't fundamentally change the problems that you see in labor shortages in the United States.
That doesn't answer the question of if there's a shortage of nurses, and it's not because they're all getting pregnant, it's because it's not a
Stress,
very
usually compassion fatigue, but
it could be compassion fatigue, but it could also be a payment issue. It could be a wage problem. It could be an education problem because, again, higher education is expensive in the U.S.
yeah.
and those
So
things
this
need to be subsidized, and we also need to be
no. Oh my gosh, this is a real problem in your view because, as I mentioned earlier, is that this leads to the Bowman's cost disease, where pretty much is that wages actually for a lot of these things decrease due to inflation. And when you're just handing out government subsidies, is that you're going to have to increase taxes so they have less money anyway, or print more money.
we're not giving them money directly. We're just we're subsidizing and making it so that it doesn't cost an arm and a leg to become a doctor, which is part of the problem of why things cost so much. Because
Wait,
they
so you're
come out
paying
of
for their education?
we're not paying for their education.
What are you
A
paying
lot
for
of
then?
a lot of the fees that you pay for in college, those are all administrative costs. There's a corruption problem in higher
agree.
education, and there's a corruption problem in hospitals. Hospitals make up fake prices, which the insurances agree to, and the entire point of that is to extract money from the government. It's not the government that's the problem, it's the insurance companies and the hospitals colluding. So that's
No,
why
well, the insurance companies collude with the state too. They file IRS forms to them.
No, but they're colluding with the state because the hospitals and the doctors have to charge a higher premium due to either their medical debts from education or the admins of the hospital decide that they need more money, so they raise the prices. They go to the insurance companies, they negotiate that with them, and it's all, again, to extract that capital from the state.
Well, I would disagree that that's necessarily it, because even still, whenever you talk about the wages of these groups of people, is that just because you pay people, like you subsidize their wages and stuff, you're just going to incentivize people to go there. And that doesn't get past your problem of the corruption, because as I mentioned, is that's why people are choosing to work at nonprofit hospitals in the first place. And that is because they pay more than private practice, is that they've moved from private practice into the state conglomerates.
They're still not being paid. They're still having to deal with the consequences of the insurance companies colluding with the state. to
I
inflate
don't
the prices.
I don't disagree with the corruption problem. I disagree on the way to fix it and necessarily the particulars.
Okay, well, that was basically my question.
All right. Well, thank you, Rin. And then we'll get On God I Love Water up here for the last question, and then we'll do our closing and we'll wrap this up. Hello, Water. You know the rules.
Yep, honored to be back. So this is a little bit of a sidetrack. I heard earlier in the debate, Connor, you kept bringing up Christianity and the church and how, benevolent these institutions are. I'm curious for both of you, which position tonight do you think was more Christian? The man who says that he wants free healthcare for all, regardless of class, status, or race, versus the guy who's saying that we should rely on billionaires and the ultra wealthy to provide, whereas
Straw man.
it's not a straw man. That's what you're saying, because you have to cover
No, it's not.
$4.9 trillion
Okay.
dollars. Of debt.
I like how you
hold
just
on.
loaded that
Hold on.
question.
If
I didn't
that's
load the
not
question,
Con-
I
if
think
that's
that's your
not Connor's
position.
position, then let's be honest and let Connor clarify.
Sure. My position is that I am giving power to the physician or the healthcare provider, the HCP. When you just say the billionaires, is that I already conceded in my opening there's a problem with corruption. I never said that there wasn't. You're just saying that, oh, I'm less Christian because I believe that people can respond to financial incentives. I think that
No,
if you want to
that's not the question.
volunteer, go ahead. And my position rewards people for being generous. And I think that you can still be charitable. I'm not denying that. I don't think that black people should be refused healthcare or anything. That's weird.
I don't know what you're talking about, Connor. That's not my question.
No, you said that Alex's position is being open to all these minority groups, but mine is open to all these minority groups too. You're intentionally trying to skew it that I'm being bad here,
Okay.
and less Christian.
Did you get that, Alec?
No.
I can literally play back the tape. That's
No,
what you
you're
said.
not saying like the tape. What I said was race, class, and status. I wasn't accusing you of being
focused in on
racist,
race.
classist.
All he's-
wasn't my point.
Hold on. All Water is trying to say is people get health care, period, end of story, regardless of their ability to pay. That's my position, and he's saying that that is the more Christian position than somebody who says, if I understand correctly, we should give them the care they need, right? But then we need to rely on charities and the like in order to pay off those expenses. And until then, they're in debt, basically.
Yeah, so my question to him would be, find me the verse where Jesus says that the state should be the primary giver of healthcare.
So I think you're intentionally construing it. Like Jesus doesn't say that video games are allowed, but I don't think
Give unto Caesar what is to Caesar, give unto God what is to God.
We're not getting anywhere. Jesus did not say that you ought to be put in debt for his care, correct? He just gave health care.
Gave healthcare?
Yes, Jesus did that.
Well,
I mean, he did. Shit.
Yes,
Jesus
he
is a
just gave
king.
free healthcare.
Yep.
He didn't say, "Okay, we're going to put this on your." Well, where's your insurance card? Like, let's make sure that you got all the proper paperwork.
Well,
He didn't do all that. He
there
just gave healthcare.
there actually is an example in the Bible where a woman begs Jesus and he does heal her after that.
Yeah, there's plenty of examples of that. Like the leper who literally like had his arms falling off. Like Jesus didn't call that like a sin. He wasn't in debt to Jesus, right?
Well,
Jesus gave it to him.
Jesus deliberately says that you need to follow him to enter into the kingdom of God.
That wasn't a condition of his care. He didn't care if the person was Christian.
Well,
He just
Jesus
gave help.
also has supernatural capabilities.
Okay, but that doesn't address that. Like you said that he tells people to follow him. The guy gave him healthcare for free, literally for free. Not like this thing where it's like, well, your taxes paid for it or
That's
whatever.
for
Like,
free.
actually
That's
free.
literally you follow me.
No, it didn't matter if they were Christian.
He never said that. That was never anything that Jesus mandated. They just followed
Like,
him
yeah.
afterwards because they're like, "Oh my God, this guy can perform miracles and healed me for free." And so they were like, "Okay, maybe there's something to this guy's teachings."
This is poor liberation theology because pretty much, as I said, is that Jesus also, not to mention the huge problem that Jesus has supernatural capabilities and we have scarcity. The economics of the kingdom of God, I don't know the particulars, but regardless, is that I deliberately said that you can give and be charitable. I am simply saying that, in my view, Jesus even still wants people to follow him and believe in him to enter heaven or the king, and then bring the kingdom of God to earth, and that you can still accept financial, like income for that. I'm not preaching some prosperity gospel, but it's not that money is intrinsically evil. It's that, as I mentioned, is that the abuse of power is evil.
No,
Money
I
isn't-
was asking if you think the access to healthcare being available to more people through a free system. Do you think that
It's
would
more.
be
It's
more
literally
Christian,
better and more
right?
available in my
No,
system.
I'm not, I mean, that's up to the audience to decide. I mean, I guess. Do you think that, like, again, like with Alex's position, it's obligatory, right? You would be paying taxes to the state, and your system would be charitable, which is a virtue, sure, but
No,
it's not
oh my gosh.
obligatory.
I literally gave multiple times the extrinsic, which is the private means, and also the the charitable means. They work together.
Neither of them are state. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
The point is,
Yes.
to go back to my original point, the 2-year-old gets saddled with debt. They get the care, they're alive, but they're also saddled with debt. And so they rely on charitable organizations to pay off said debt or else grow up and possibly die with it, right?
Okay, so I have a question to clarify your position, because with this hypothetical, in the United States, do you think the United States right now recognizes that healthcare is a human right?
I think
Like
we
the U.S.
should.
government.
I think some members
We
of the
don't
government
though right
do.
now. We don't right now,
No,
like
correct.
in law.
Right now in law, no, it's not. Correct.
Okay, so when Medicaid and Medicare deliberately made it so that people with long-term treatments are covered by some extent if they have your hypothetical of cancer treatment, how is that granting your view? Because healthcare is not a right in the U.S., and you just admitted.
Well, for some
and even
people,
still,
okay, if Medicare pays for all of it and that's all taxpayer funded, then for some people, sometimes it is a right. Okay?
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying is that that doesn't grant that healthcare is a human right to all humans. It doesn't support the positive right to all humans.
Okay, a right only matter. Okay, there are two types of ways that people talk about rights. One is what ought to be a right. I believe that healthcare ought to be a right. That's what I mean when I say healthcare is a human right. The other way that people
It's
talk about
literally
it is,
in TGE
sorry, I'm getting a
Bible.
donut.
It
I
is
can't talk
easier
while
for a
that happens.
camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven.
Thank you very much for the 5. The other way that people talk about it is what is currently a right protected by and enforced by the system. Okay? So in that sense, no. Right now, healthcare is not a right, except for some people when Medicaid or Medicare covers it.
Yeah, and that was my main argument this entire time, where pretty much even if I concede to your 2-year-old gotcha, it doesn't demonstrate healthcare as a human right for all people. It only demonstrates for the 2-year-old.
So you think that 2-year-old should have a right to healthcare? In that circumstance, just give them the healthcare because we have the means to do it.
Like through the state, not through the state. I believe that you can
Through
fulfill the
any
obligation.
means necessary. You just figure it out. Take it from somebody. I don't know. There's a 2-year-old with
means
cancer. Steal the money if you must.
There is
Cure
no
it.
such thing as any means necessary. You have to have practical means to do it and make it better for them.
Man, you must be very fun at parties.
Well, I'm correct.
Case in point.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for the question. I think that about sums it up.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
very much for
Water,
coming up,
once
Water.
again. All right. We'll just go ahead and drop a 5-minute timer. You guys can just close off with thoughts, opinions, and restating your position. Since Alex started it, we'll give Connor the 5-minute closing to start. And your timer starts now.
All right, so I think that we've talked a little bit about class dynamics. We talked about a little bit about communism. We even talked a little bit about healthcare being a human right and what it means to provide healthcare. And whenever Alec also talks about taking an oath, is that as I said, I respect charitable giving and things along those lines. But I know even people who are friends of mine who have taken oaths to value God in their life because of they're also in healthcare. However, I don't see Alex particularly saying that people should use the state to, well, force people to remain part of their faith in general. He's saying that the state should cover all people because a 2-year-old deserves care. And I recognize that as a tragedy, and I think that I want to help those people in need. However, even if I grant his view that we help the 2-year-old with the state, that is just Medicare and Medicaid, which he has conceded not too long ago, literally means that healthcare is not a right in the country. It is the status quo. So my position, by definition, he has conceded the argument. Again, we see that in Scandinavian countries, a lot of these factors are predetermined by social cultural ones rather than systemic ones. India has attempted a universal healthcare coverage system. It failed in the 70s after they declared themselves a socialist republic, and they took themselves off. Nitin Sarandaji documents in both of his books that I mentioned in my opening with people like Devi Shetty, Narayana Clinic, and all them, they provide quicker, better services that are more affordable, $2,000 versus $100,000 in the US, than the social democracies or even the United States. And what we see even is, I agree that there's corruption in the system, but his view does not demonstrate that making it a human right and just using the state or using whatever organization makes it any better. The Urban Institute found that 68% of the nonprofits already are operating off of, the nonprofits in the country are already operating off of government grants. If you take his view to its conclusion, it is entirely virtue signaling, because if you take it to its conclusion, it just monopolizes all the oligopolies that we already see. It just makes them more powerful. And the physician-owned hospital paradigm that I'm supporting shows from the 2015 British Medical Journal with observational case studies that they appeal to people who are less fortunate off or less well off. They appeal to people who, who are on Medicaid, who have less income, and they do it better. Cleveland Clinic, Mayo Clinic, all of them. And the Affordable Care Act makes it worse. Expanding it makes it worse. So overall, I think that even though I think that we can help people and stuff like that, I don't think you have the positive right to healthcare, which has been the main argument of contention this entire time. And I've addressed with my gun analogy in my opening. And I think that it's pretty basic that healthcare fundamentally is better in control of the private means of production with other charitable organizations such as the Catholic Church or church in general or food banks.
Right. And if you do want to like send me the sources, and I could probably post them in like the description whenever this becomes a video, I can definitely do that as well. Alec, 5 minutes starts now.
Sure. This isn't complicated. People deserve health care. This is a moral consideration that I have. I believe no matter whether it's your fault, that you're quote unquote your fault, whatever you want to call it, that like you're addicted to something, or you cut yourself, or something stupid like if you got into a motorcycle accident that you need without wearing a helmet that you didn't need to be in. No matter what it is, you should get health care. It should be guaranteed. Okay? And the reason that I think it should be guaranteed is because we have the means to guarantee it. We have it. We have the people. We have the resources. We have everything we need. You can just get the care. And so if we have it and people need it, rather than just not giving it to them because they don't deserve it or it's their fault, why not just give it to them? People make mistakes, okay? And then you go to the situation with the 2-year-old who has cancer. You know, that's not a person who made a mistake. I think we all agree, including my opponent here, that that person deserves that care, okay? And I don't think that Connor believes that 2-year-old ought to die if we have the means to prevent it, okay? What I do think is that Connor is overcomplicating the shit out of this, okay? We don't need insurance. We don't need charities. We don't need all of this extra garbage, okay? This is inefficient nonsense. What we need is healthcare available at the point that people need it, when they need it, to the extent that they need it. And then that is an investment. It's not just a moral good. Like I said at the beginning, we didn't really get to talk about this aspect very much. But it's not just a moral good. This is a societal good, okay? The greatest investment that you can make is in the human. The human body, and specifically the human brain, is so complex and powerful. It is the most unbelievable machine that exists. I can do so many things just by virtue of being a human being with a functioning frontal lobe and all of these different appendages, and I can improve myself to do other things if I want to do that. I can sing, I can work out, I can fight fires, I can take care of people in healthcare needs. I can do all kinds of things. The potential is limitless. And all we're doing by saying, well, that person doesn't deserve the care. Okay, if a machine fucks up, just from a practical standpoint, if a machine fucks up because it accidentally gets like dust in it or something and it clogs the gears, we don't say, well, fuck the machine. It doesn't deserve to be fixed. We fix it. We just fix it. And we don't expect anything back in return from the machine. It's just an investment in the machine to continue doing its job. And that's how we should start viewing it from a human standpoint as well. I know it sounds a little dehumanizing, but this is just logical. Okay? An investment in humanity will serve the greater good 99.99 times out of 100. It is the single best investment that you can possibly make. The return is unfathomable. And so even from any point that you look at it, it makes sense. It makes sense. And so I just don't understand where all this extra garbage is coming from. Just give people the fucking healthcare. Just give it to them. And you will be shocked at the return that you get.
I just want to thank both of you for coming up here and debating. Alec, as always, regular. Connor, thank you for coming up here for a first appearance. Would love to have you back. To Alec's audience, or also Connor's audience, if this turns out to be a video on your channel, would love you to come to Platinum Politics. We host debates. You can come debate yourself. And yeah, for anyone who is still in the Platinum Politics audience, go check out these two guys, Alec Gunter or at Alec Gunter TTV, and C Works for Connor's channel. So, but for now, everyone in the audience right now, you can disperse into a voice chat. Thanks for the debate, guys.
And thank you,
All right,
Connor.
We did get heated at times, but I thought it was a what's it called? A good
was
back
fun.
and forth. I appreciate.
It was fun.
I appreciate the time. Yep. All right.
Thanks, man.
Take it easy.
Okay.
All
Bye,
right,
y'all.
take care, guys. And that is all she wrote.
Please never let us see blood sports again. I am so sad, RN. Poor Dubsy has to edit this, and we all had to listen to it. I am sorry for ever having been the same as Connor rhetorically. Holy shit.
Thank you very much for 100 biddies. And thank you to everybody who donated, including Jay the Cryptid, and I think there was one other person. Thank you, guys. Excuse me. Oh, Jay the Cryptid twice. Thank you for the $10, Jay the Cryptid. Appreciate you. Yeah, so I guess to recap, so James, are you saying that like I did blood sports during that, or that you don't want to see blood sports again? Like that guy was trying to engage in blood sports and I wasn't letting him, type of thing. Because that's how I feel that went. He kept trying to get gotchas. He kept trying to, like, you know, poke holes in my case, and I'm not trying to poke holes in his. I mean I am, but like not in a sense of like I'm trying to beat him. I'm just trying to understand it. You know, because the way that he put it forward, there are so many flaws in his logic that none of it adds up. You know, and this is why my new strategy is just let these people show that they are wrong, because they are. Like, people try too hard in these debates. Leftists try too hard. Okay, you need to trust that you're right, and if you're not right, you need to give up the point and concede. And I didn't feel the need to concede in that debate. Like, there was nothing there there was no substance there. You know, so like, I have these debates not because I'm trying to be right. I have them because, well, I am trying to be right, but the way that I'm trying to be right is reach the most correct conclusion. Okay? I went into this debate with an open mind thinking, okay, maybe he's got some good points to present. Maybe he has some good challenges to my case. We never got past the 2-year-old with cancer. It seemed that was a pretty hard stuck moment for him, because he could not just say that, like, yeah, I concede that in my system, there's a chance that the parents won't be able to provide the care necessary for this 2-year-old and the 2-year-old's going to die. Just say it. Just own it. Okay? I think he eventually did, but there was so much, like, teeth grinding and like just, I had to, like, really, really force that point home, because he just kept saying, well, every system does that. I didn't ask about every other system. So I don't think that he wants 2-year-olds to die. I don't think that of Connor. What I do think is that he is, for some reason, prioritizing capitalism over the good of humanity. Probably because he thinks that capitalism is for the good of humanity. In some ways. Like there's a knot in his neural circuitry that I was trying to untangle the entire time. But unfortunately, like, imagine the neuron as like a knot, and I can only be on one end of the knot pulling it. He's got to be on the other end also pulling it to undo it. And so, like, it can't be undone if he's unwilling to concede the point at all, no matter what I say or do. And he just keeps fighting and saying, no, trust me, bro. My system's better, bro. I swear, bro. You know, and he used all this, like, intellectual mumbo jumbo in order to, like, dress up his point. You don't need all that. That's a form of peacocking. You guys remember peacocking? Okay? Making yourself appear very smart and very well read in order to, like, you know, scare off your opponent or make yourself look nice to the audience. Like, nobody gives a shit. I didn't know half the names that he said or the books that he dropped. I don't care. Nobody cares. Nobody is sitting here saying, well, Alec, boy, howdy, like, you did good, I guess, but boy, was he better read than you were. Nobody, if nothing else, take this from this conversation. People don't give a shit how much you know.
Yeah, no, I was just so frustrated trying to
Thanks for
hear Connor
interrupting my
being
quote,
so
James.
incredibly smug and annoying with you. Then just being a normal dude when he was asked questions.
Thank you very much for 100 biddies. People don't give a shit how much you know until they know how much you give a shit. And frankly, I just don't think Connor did not come off as though he gives a shit. So who gives a shit how much he knows? Doesn't matter. Indeed, there is a cat in the background. She's being cute. Are you being silly? Are you being silly? There's actually two of them. You can see the other one behind the heater. Hello, children. Look at her go. Go, Goober. Entertain the masses. She's ridiculous. As a trans woman, I would so not want to trust his system. His opening statement was so rambly. I agree. I didn't follow half of that. I started taking notes and I gave up. I'm like, no. Like, I took copious notes when I was on with Lonerbox because, you know, he may be knowledge dumping, but the knowledge dumping that he was doing was actually leading somewhere. And he was, like, communicating it such to, like, in a tone and in a delivery format that I could actually sit here and take in. It's less about convincing opponents and more about pushing the audience away from propaganda. See, I disagree. Everybody gets this wrong. Everybody gets this wrong. It is about convincing the opponent, okay? Because here's the thing, especially if your opponent has an audience. If you can convince the opponent of your debate that they are wrong and concede, everybody who supported them also has to concede or else break off and say, well, no, actually, I still think this thing. They are forced into a position where they have to disagree with the guy that they're supporting. And that's powerful. Especially with people like Lonerbox or Remnant or Mary Chu or any of the other people that I've debated recently who have audiences. I had somebody from Mary Chu's audience DM me and say, you know, actually, like, you did really well in that debate, and it made me think about some things. I could not answer some of those questions, and it made me actually think about it. Cats are such a vibe. I vibe with the silly. Indeed, she's still being silly. Milo's just watching her. Get your tail, baby. Get it. She likes circling around the pole and chasing her tail. Ubers. Oh. Rare. This is a rare moment for them. They don't usually give each other sniffs like that. They've been spending more time together lately, though, Milo and Winry. I think it's more that you should go into the debate expecting to change the other person's mind. Changing your mind requires acting in good faith, and that's not what public debaters do too often. Okay, you shouldn't go in expecting to change the other person's mind or expecting to have your mind changed. You should be open to, you should lay out what you think, right? And don't be insecure about it. Okay, this is where a lot of people get wrong as well. Don't be insecure about it. Don't go in thinking I'm right, you're wrong, nana nana boo boo. Go in with your point of view, lay it out on the table, let the other person lay theirs out on the table and take the critiques as they come. And then if you don't, like, if the critiques are valid, respond. There are valid critiques of my system. Okay? I thought about it. I think the most valid critique you can make of my system is that it relies on the assumption that humans are going to diversify and be interested in different in different fields by default and want to give to their fellow man by default. Right? You have to rely upon that for my system. That's the best critique you can make. But here's the thing. If you really think about it, isn't that just always what we've been doing anyway? Humans have already done that. If my life were only about making money, I wouldn't have become a fucking nurse. Okay? At some level, I wanted to be a nurse more than I wanted to do other things, even if those other things would have made me more money. So it's not just about the money. I could have gone into finance. I could have worked my way up the corporate ladder and become a CEO. That was completely within my skill set and my means. I didn't want to fucking do that. I don't want to be the CEO of Papa John's. Like, that's so soulless. That's so, like, I hate working with money. Working with money is one of my least favorite activities to do, besides reading. I've actually been getting back into reading. I'm reading, fucking, what is it called? I'm so bad at names. Percy Jackson, that's what it is. But anyway, my point is I hate working with money. It's one of the worst things to do. It's so soulless and pointless. I'm just not into debating anymore with where the country is at this point. That's fine. You don't have to be. I look at them as discussions, not debates. Thank you for the 40. I could have stuck the network admin degree, but I love entertainment and embracing art and culture too much. Yeah, exactly. We need to encourage the generosity instinct with socialization, like how capitalism incentivizes greed. Well, yeah, and people don't want to be greedy. Being greedy is not a desirable trait. So, what people do, people like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, what they have to do is they can't embrace the greed. They can't. Okay? What they have to do instead is do mental gymnastics to convince themselves that the greed either A, isn't greed at all, or B, is earned. It's justified. Okay? You don't have to justify doing good things. You have to justify doing bad things, like being greedy. So there is a way to undo those mental knots. Okay? But it requires them to also want to undo the knot. They have to want to change before they can change. And unfortunately, money is a very strong driver of reinforcing that knot. It's like a glue that sticks over the knot and keeps it from being undone. Take that away, and it's so much easier to pull these apart. What's your argument for the title? What's the title again? Healthcare is a human right. Well, I think that's clear, right? Like, I believe that healthcare ought to be a human right, guaranteed at the point of service when you need it and to the extent that you need it. Like preventative healthcare. If you want to go to the doctor, if you have a cough, right? If you've been coughing lately, and well, that's not preventative. I guess if you want to go to the doctor to get checked for cancer, right? Like I'm almost 30. I'm going to be 30 in 10 days here. Happy birthday to me. So when you turn 30, you're supposed to start getting prostate exams. If you're male, okay? So, or if you have a prostate, I should say. So I should just be able to show up at the doctor's office and say, like, every couple of years and say, hey, can you stick your finger up my butthole to make sure I don't have cancer, please? And the doctor, being in that field and having that qualification, will say, yes, I can do that for you. And what's the doctor's incentive to stick his finger up my butthole and make sure that I don't have cancer? Well, his incentive is he's a doctor. That's his job. He cares for people if and when they need it. And, you know, whatever his personal motivations for doing so are beside the point. Maybe it's because he had a loved one who died of a disease that was preventable. Maybe it's because he just believes that people ought to have good health care when they need it. Like, it doesn't matter. The point is, he took an oath as a doctor to give that kind of care when somebody asks for it. And so he will. And that is for the betterment of not just me, but for him. Because what if I'm a teacher teaching his son? If I'm a good teacher, which I should be, then, and his son's getting good lessons from me, he wants to make sure that I'm well. Or what if I'm a fry cook and I make delicious, yummy burgers for him? He wants to make sure that his delicious, yummy burger supply doesn't run dry because the guy who makes them dies of ass cancer. Okay? This is what Jesus Christ meant when he says, what you do unto others, you do for me. Okay? What you do unto others, you do also for yourself. We are all one. And if you're a Christian, you could say we are all one in the body of Christ. And so if we are all one in the body of Christ, what the fuck are we doing charging each other for shit? Just do good things for each other. Hello? I actually kind of like Christianity in a lot of ways. I just wish that Christians would follow their own fucking doctrine sometimes. If you can turn a few of their audience, I think that still achieves something. No, I agree. If I can get some people, like I've had people in Lonerbox's audience come to my channel, like where I uploaded the video and had a horrible thumbnail for it, so it didn't get as many views. But they've come to the channel and said, listen, not many, but I've had a couple here and there say, like, I thought that, you know, you were willing to sit there and learn, and I thought that was great. Okay, great. Like, I'm not trying to radically change people's minds right now. What I'm trying to do, really my main goal right now is to just get people to like me, if we're being real. Not by bending over backwards and changing any of my views, because that defeats the purpose. But like, if people like me, they're more likely to listen to me. And so and the way to get people to like me is to just honestly hear out what they have to say. Lonerbox and I are on good terms. We DM each other, like not regularly, but you know, a couple of weeks ago, he DM'd me to ask about a comment that I made on YouTube. You know, and we talked about it and we talked through it. And if I ever want to talk to Lonerbox again about something, he'd probably say, yeah, we can talk about it. You know, I think that's great. Remnant and I are on like a pretty good DM basis. I actually would love to DM him and play a game together or something. The more time I spend with him, it can only be good for him, right? And if it's good for him, guess what? It's good for all of us, because we're all one. I want to build an audience first, then I can influence people more. Well, you build an audience by just being authentic and doing what you like doing. That's the best way to build an audience. There's some work and grit you got to put into it to like put yourself out there. And the more work you put into it, the more your return's going to be. But you should like doing it. You know, even the busy work. Like I actually want to sit down and go through my emotes on my channel and like clean up my OBS because it's kind of a mess. Just like reset it. My alerts, for some reason, the YouTube alert still plays twice. Like I don't like doing this maintenance work, but I like it being done so that when I stream, it's not bothering me. So I do it. Or I will do it, rather. I recently learned that Christian missionaries were started to combat liberation theology in Latin America, orchestrated in part by the CIA. That makes sense. I never thought that, like, missionaries were a very good group of people. I'm sure some are, but for the most part, they're kind of shitbags. I think I passed out during the stream earlier. It was a very long discussion, to be fair. I didn't expect to be talking for 3 hours. We still got to at least do a couple of React segments. One, because I promised that in the title, and two, because Dubsy and this other editor that we have now, whose name is escaping me, and I don't even know if they want me to name him, so I won't. They have been stuck editing hour to 2 hour long debates, and now I've just given them another 3 hour debate to edit. And so I have to, I got to give them some more bite-sized reacts. Jimmy Mikes is on top of this. Another Cope Go Woke Go Broke video.
I may not.
30 minutes long. Lavender. There's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Maybe. Nazi says America isn't
What's
about
up, guys?
democracy but blood. From Jimmy Talks. Have I ever covered Jimmy Talks? He's got more subscribers than I do. Dubsy, if you see this, I apologize for your suffering, and if I had money to give you to compensate you for this, I would. Don't worry, I just paid Dubsy today. They're doing fine. I do need to try to get my channel out there more and increase my view count because Dubsy just became my full-time editor. Like, that's their main job now. And I need to go through my own personal finances as well as try to get my channel out there more and increase my view count so that, and specifically my view time, so that I can actually afford to pay all that money to Dubsy. Because it will be fine. I'll figure out a place to procure the money from, but I got to get on it. So your argument is it ought to be a human right and not the title unless you're willing to commit the ought is fallacy? Okay. When I say healthcare is a human right, obviously what I mean is it should be. Okay? Right now in the United States it's not, because we don't just get it. It's paywalled. And something that's paywalled is not a right. It's a privilege given to the people who have the money to pay for it. I enjoy having feedback and comments, even if it's negative. There is this little thing in me that's like, they are noticing me. It's great. I used to kind of cringe when I got constructive criticism, but not anymore. I take it in stride. I don't know why the site notifications aren't working. I gotta fix that. Shavo95 has donated $5. Happy holidays, bro. I hope you still got the N-word pass I gave you. Well, thank you. I keep it safe, hidden in my lockbox. I'll pull it out when the time is right. Unfortunately, Chavo only gave me a one-time use. Apostate prophet claims Islam is destroying Europe and the West.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is.
I want something real short. Metatron again. Argues LGBT people are better off with anti-LGBT Christians than pro-LGBT Satanists. What? That's a 10-minute video. We could do that. Rightist YouTuber Angela Rose claims ICE protesters are annoying.
Hey.
I'll pull up a few and we'll see what people want. Catholics protest blasphemous exhibit in Vienna. This one's only 4 minutes. Kino Casino believes being anti-pedophile is Trump derangement syndrome. An hour long. I don't think I'll be doing that one. White nationalists harass people at school. We could maybe do this one. Tech Nazi says homeless people are the... Wait, stop helping homeless people? Okay, I gotta see this one. Okay, I gotta see this one. This is a good one. Sorry, you guys don't get a choice. Did you watch Big Papa Fascist get owned by that one girl a while ago? I did not. If you could link that, I'd be more than willing to watch it. I've been trying to set up a debate with him. And for those who don't know, Big Papa Fascist was my very first donation on Twitch. My first ever Twitch dono. Which is crazy to think about. I think it was $10. And I have debated him before, but only once. And I let myself be very intimidated, unfortunately. But I think if I were to do it again, I could do a lot better. He is he's a very silly guy. He keeps up this facade. I don't think it's a facade. I think he genuinely has this smug kind of aura about him where he's like, he's always right, you know? And he carries himself pretty well in that regard. So I would like to try to knock him down a peg. I've learned no matter how bad the world gets, there's always more and good and honest people out there, even if some are misguided and there are only like a small amount of bad people and that we outnumber them by like a ton. I think everybody's fundamentally good deep down. I am trying to pull the good out of them. Alec helped me when I stopped watching Vosh because, well, you know, Alec and Chris Valenti, the raging sweaty Italian New York socialist. What? You're welcome. I don't know what you mean by that. I think Vosh is fine. I think that Vosh... I really wish that Vosh would be open and willing to talking to people on the opposing side again, because I think he's very good at it. And I think that if only he could direct that energy in kind of the same direction I am, where like we're taking the thoughts as honestly as we can and examining them as honestly as we can and just trying to untangle it. Like, I think that he would be very powerful in this regard. Awesome. This is a 6-hour video. Statistics on assault and harassment. So how long is this? Should I watch this for? Just this segment? Chris is exactly how as I described. He's an independent journalist. You have an F-word pass from me. I've employed that on Twitter. I don't know if I'm ever going to IRL. Like, maybe. But I try to be very careful with it. The R-word I used a couple of times during that debate just because he used it first. The segment starts at 2:10:12. Yeah, I got the timestamp, I think.
And
Okay, well, we can start with this. That's fine. Okay, so this was a recommendation from Twitch chat from Steel Lungs. Apparently, we're not going to watch this whole 6-hour debate, of course. But apparently, Big Papa Fascist gets his ass handed to him by this girl that I don't know. For those who don't know, Big Papa Fascist, a.k.a. Andrew Wilson, is my first donor on Twitch ever, if you can believe that. Kind of crazy to think about. And I have debated him once before. It was not the best work on my part, but if he's watching this, I would love to debate him again. I've reached out via email, so, Andrew, hi. Thanks again for being my first ever dono, and I would love to do another debate with you on whatever topic you'd like. Just to kind of boost myself and just see what's on your mind. You're a very curious Andy, if you will. So apparently he gets his shit handed to him by Charlie, feminist, leftist, Rachel Wilson. Oh no, Rachel Wilson crashes the show. This is Charlie. Okay. So we're going to watch Charlie epically own BPF in the marketplace of
but
ideas.
it's just when you isolate for a segment in order to adjust for the percentage against the whole. So it'd be something akin to this, right?
Okay.
Let's say you had two black men and you had, 8 white dudes. Okay, for a total of 10, right? 10 represents 100% of all of these people in this people group, okay? And you have 4. You have 4 of the white guys who commit crimes, right?
Is this the pickle jars debate? I know what you're talking about. I don't know.
Like SA. And then you have both of the white guys who commit crimes, right? Like SA. And then you have both of the black men who commit SA.
The problem here is the sample size, right? This is a tiny, tiny sample size. That would be my first issue with this.
If you're trying to determine which out of the people group committed more SA, would you then adjust for the 2 black men, because that's now 100% of black men who are committing SA, or for the 4 white guys, because now that's only 50% of white men who commit SA?
So it would be like relative to population size. That's what you're saying.
per capita.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's super important to understand this, right? Because even if it's the case that most SA crimes happen within...
The problem is it can only ever be 0, 50, or 100 for the black guys, right? For the white guys, it can be anywhere from 0 to 12.5 to 25 to 37.5. There is just a greater possibility of outcomes with the white guys because there is more of them, right? Now, above a certain population size, that stops being a problem because the tiny deviances on those percentages get smaller and smaller and smaller until they're insignificant.
Your own race, that could very well be true. What you'd really be looking at, though, is the per capita percentage.
Sure.
So,
Let's get that then.
Yeah.
Still working on it. I'm not finding any...
But if it were the case, I just want to know, if it were the case that interracially they attacked white women far more than white men attacked black women, then wouldn't you give the advice to your little sister to cross the street?
Yeah, but wouldn't we want to look at how many white men attack white women as well? You want to keep that consistent, right? You're speaking in terms of race war, our tribe versus their tribe, and I don't like that. You need to, if you're going with white women, and how many white women are attacked per capita by either white men or black men, I believe that white men actually commit more violence against white women than black men do per capita, simply by happenstance, by the way, sometimes of just living closer to them. You are more likely to be in proximity of a white woman if you're a white man. So you know, you can explain it however you want, but just on its face, this argument doesn't pan out. Do you guys know what I'm saying? Like, this is weird. You're trying to say, like, you're trying to compare black men attacking white women to white men attacking black women. Like this isn't a race war. You know, like, what you could do is look at, like, black men attacking white women versus black men attacking black women, and so on. You know, white men for white women and whatever. That would work. Like, you could sit down and analyze the data on that, but, like, you're leaving out crucial pieces here.
Yeah, if that was a thing that was happening, where sure, like, black men are just out there hunting white women like animals, I guess I would.
You know, you see, hang on. Did you see how
He's
you
so
just
smug.
characterized that with a terrible straw man? Did I say anything about black men hunting down white people like animals?
Essaying.
Did I say anything about them hunting?
Essaying white women.
Did I say anything about them doing that?
Okay, if you're sexually assaulting white women, then yes, you are being a predator. That's what being a predator is. It's hunting down a person to take advantage of them. So what she said was not a mischaracterization of what you said.
No, but the implication.
No, so you just made there's no implication of that either. Just an
Oh my
implication,
The implication is
of
that
the
black
high.
men are sexual predators.
No, the
and-
implication
and
is only
uniquely violent.
What? Okay, how is that implied? If it's the case that more
Wait, hold on.
Of that either, just an
The
implication.
implication is
of
that
the
black
high.
men are sexual predators.
No, the
and-
implication
and
is only
uniquely violent.
What? Okay, how is that implied? If it's the case that more black people do commit more R crimes than white people do, how is that anything other than a fact?
What are you taking from that quote-unquote fact? What are you deriving from that? What's your conclusion? What do we take from this?
Well, it's not a fact.
It is a fact.
It's not.
But, like, let's say it were. You know, if black men are committing sexual assault against white women more than white men are committing sexual assault against black women, right? What you're trying to say is that, first of all, you're doing race war shit. Second of all, you're trying to say that black men are simply more likely to take advantage of the opposite race, and therefore they are, yes, they are more likely to be sexual predators. You're calling them sexual predators.
Are you
And
sure?
we also have to test for, we have to consider convicted for.
Oh, it's
You
even.
said, like I said earlier.
It's even worse.
Like I said earlier.
It's so much worse, Charlie, than you think. It's so
people
much.
going innocent or.
Charlie, it's worse than you could ever imagine.
What do you mean?
You're about.
I think the problem with Charlie's argument here is that a lot of times, especially in America, the conviction is going to be based on bullshit, like evidence. I think that's less of a problem now than it used to be, but there is definitely a strong history of injustices done against the black community in America. I mean, we have people going, like, I'm not sure about this. I could be speaking out my ass, but so somebody fact check this for me, but I'm pretty sure that when somebody is released from prison after spending like 40, 50 years in there and they're released early because they were falsely convicted, most of the time, that's a black guy. You know? And if we're going by statistics here, shouldn't it be 80% of the time a white guy? I'm just saying.
To find out when Brian pulls up the stats. It's worse than you could ever imagine.
Okay, well, will you concede that not all convicted sex criminals are guilty of what they have done?
Of course.
Okay.
She's moving the goalpost.
But
Is
will
it
you
not true
concede?
that we have a justice system?
Well, hang on. But will you concede that most of the people who are convicted of the crimes that they committed those crimes?
Look at the way like his nose points. You know what I mean? He's like a witch for like he's like a troll that guards the bridge. You know what I mean? That's kind of what he's giving right now. He's giving very bridge troll vibes.
Because
I'm not sure, actually.
Well, then what?
You must answer my statistics 3 if you want to get past me, tee-hee.
What's the point of things like judicial review? And what's the point
I
of
think that
thing
it would
like what's the
depend-
point of things like that? What is the point of doing all of these audits? What is the point of all the studies and things like this if crime itself was not mostly being placed in its proper categories and people being convicted for the
Do you
correct
think
crimes?
people experience
I think she went the wrong direction. She let him misdirect her. I would have said, why are you comparing white men on black women crime versus black men on white women crime? Okay? If you want to examine this honestly, let's take a look at all directions. White men on white women, black men on white women, black men on black women, and white men on black women. And then we can take from that what we need to. I'm here to seek the truth, okay? I am not here to get a gotcha. I am not here to say that you're wrong. You're probably right on a lot of these statistics. But let's analyze them and derive the correct conclusion, which is not, and I'm sure that Andrew would agree with this, hopefully, that black men are simply naturally more inclined, genetically or otherwise, to commit acts of sexual violence. Hopefully he'd agree with that. You know? But like what he and his ilk like doing is like leading you toward this conclusion without actually saying it. Well, I'm not saying that like black men are like more likely to commit sexual violence just because of their genetics, but like, but if you look at the statistics, like they do, and it's like, okay, but you are saying that then. Otherwise, what you're saying is that then there are circumstances that lead them to do that, right? That lead to these statistics that are beyond just inherently black people being worse than white people. Like on a level playing field, he would probably agree in a vacuum, a black man and a white man who were raised in exactly the same circumstances are equally as likely to commit a sex crime. Hopefully.
More outrage when a member of the out group assaults a member of the in group versus when a member of the in group assaults a fellow member of the in group.
Yeah.
More outrage when a member of the out group assaults a member of the in group versus when a member of the in group assaults a fellow member of the in group.
The out group.
Right. Like I think that people in general are going to be far more upset about a black man essaying a white woman than they would be about a black man essaying a black woman.
Okay.
Right?
Let's just grant
again,
it, sure.
If we're looking at convictions, there's also a history of false accusations, against black men by white women. That is a fact. That has happened.
Mm-hmm.
So I would also consider that as well.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the entire historic standard, sure.
At this point, I would just say, Andrew, what's your point? What do we derive from this? Ethnostates? Do you want ethnostates? Because like what Andrew and people like him like to do is like lay out these facts, like I just said, right? And then let you come to your own conclusion. I don't want ethnostates. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Like, I guarantee you he would like curl away from any accusation that he wants an ethnostate or wants some kind of natural division between like white and black people.
But like just the last 10 years,
Or like
no, there's not much of that.
division.
All right.
Not much in the way of false accusations going on there. Things like DNA. We have DNA testing. That's the big one, the DNA.
But a lot of rape.
He really should learn to speak more from the chest. When I learned to do that, I feel like my my quality jumped sky high. He like speaks up here and he's very white DNA versus black DNA. It's like, dog, speak from your chest, okay? You have all this space down here and you're wasting it.
Kits don't happen. A lot of cases don't have rape kits involved.
So don't trust women? Or should we believe all women?
Gotcha.
I think that
Mic drop. Pew, 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 pew. Mic drop. Boom. Boom, baby. He wins. That's how that works.
Can believe victims, but I think that you can also account for, like a pattern of racism.
So don't believe
in the
it?
justice system.
So don't believe.
I'm sorry. I know that Steel Lungs linked this saying that like he got owned. I don't think so. I think that he is optically winning this.
Believe all women?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, I don't understand.
I think that you should.
Should I believe all women or not?
I don't think that she's picking up on his dishonesty. Either she's not picking up on it or she's not addressing it. You know what I mean? Like, this is a dishonest tactic that he's currently using. When we say believe all women, what we mean is not Oh, well, she said that he's guilty, so we should incarcerate him. Just on that. Like, that's enough evidence. Like, that's not what people mean. What they mean is to take the accusation seriously and investigate it, okay? If a woman accuses a man of a sex crime, that's worth investigating every time. Every time. Every time. That is worth investigating. So investigate it. Does she not like the guy? Does she just want to get one over on him and take all his money and in full custody of the children? And that's why she's accusing him? It's very possible. It's very possible. The fucking point is you need to investigate it.
Not.
You know what? I'm gonna be real with you here. No.
Yeah, fuck no.
I think that you should actively, when
See?
someone
Right.
makes accusations,
Yeah.
See, and now he gets to take the W because she said, no, you shouldn't believe all women.
you should be careful, but you should also investigate, because I have
Yes,
seen
thank
false
you. Got it.
accusations fly.
Yeah.
I don't mean that you should be like, you dumb B word, you deserved it, you nasty, but you should wait until you have
She's trying
more
so hard.
confirmation.
Okay.
I did find it.
She's trying really hard, but unfortunately, like her body language, like I don't think that she's prepared for this. We haven't gotten to the part. Oh, okay.
Finally, I apologize for the delay. I think Google might have been suppressing it. I had to go to X to find the actual infographic.
I'll
Pull it
give
up,
it a
please. All right. So Mary, you're gonna have to make us smaller. Okay. So make us right
True,
small.
Chavo.
And then hide right this one. Okay. Interracial violent incidents per capita of offending race. And this is from a Bureau of Justice Statistics National Crime Victimization Survey from 2018. So white on black there, 30, Hispanic on black 76. Well, I'll just do, okay, so white on black 30, black on white 1,000.
Okay. Incidents per 100K of offender population. So this is taking into account. So this isn't just raw numbers. This is per capita. Race of offender. Okay, so yeah, white people. So black on white is higher. Hispanic on white is the second highest. Black on Hispanics the third highest. White on Hispanics the fourth. Hispanic on black is in fifth. White on black is in sixth.
288 versus 30 for white on black.
Well, gee, Chuck, it seems like, based on what you just said earlier, if I could demonstrate this to you, you said that you would advise your little sister to cross the street. Do you hold to that?
By the way, this is incidents per 100,000 offender
So he just said it. He said that inherently we should just not trust black people.
population.
Do you hold to it, Chuck? Do you hold to it? Are you going to advise your sister to cross the street now?
Nah, because
God,
I think
he's
it's
so
white
smug.
boys that are getting beat up.
He's so smug.
Can you pull up the interracial SA statistics, please?
Sure.
Another thing that he's very good at, he knows his stuff. He knows his statistics very well. White supremacists will always try to get you with the statistics.
Again, we'd
Give me a
have
moment
to-
to find it.
Look, it's just going to get worse as we go here, Charlie.
All right, well,
I'm
what
telling you,
saying is
it's
that
just going to
half
get
the
worse.
population is male, half the population is female.
Again, my question would be, what ought we do about this, Andrew? What's your solution? Ethnostates? I think that's a stupid solution.
The encounters between, and then 13.3% of the population is black.
Yeah, and even less of that is male. It's only about 6% that's male.
Yeah. And so, but again, the justice system,
Remember that word we're looking for, per capita.
yeah. The justice system also
She's
does
so
punish
nervous.
black people more. Black people are convicted more for the same crimes than white people.
Did it ever occur to you it's because they commit more crimes?
Well, if you look at comparisons to actual crimes committed versus conviction rates, it's committed.
What I would do also at this point is I would say, okay, let's look at violent crime rates when we consider economic factors. Because there is no greater predictor of violent crime than being in an economically poor circumstance. Okay? Because that would imply that what happens is you're in a poor economic circumstance, you can't pay for mental health care, your mental health gets worse as a result of being poor, and the poorer you get, the worse your mental health gets, and the worse your mental health gets, the poorer you get because you can't work because your mental health sucks. right? And you can't get jobs, so you go homeless. And so the homeless population in the black community and the economic situation in the black community and the healthcare situation in the black community, all these things and more are just worse for them. And so, of course, they're churning out violent criminals, okay? Because it's economically tied, not racially. It's only racially tied because, for some reason, I can't imagine why, black people have it way fucking worse than white people, economically speaking.
Crimes at about the same rate, but black people are more likely to be sentenced.
Because they're on their third time doing a crime.
I think
that's why.
she's
and that's
just
never
not
adjusted
on the
for
right
in the
track.
data.
Do you have proof?
Yes, we can pull it up. Yeah, name whatever study.
Maybe I should just reach out directly to the Whatever podcast and see if they'll have me on. What do you guys think? Whatever podcast. If you're watching this, hit me up.
What do you want right now? And I'll pull up the methodology, and I can guarantee you that if we look on the offenses by offense list, is it, oh, this white dude, he went in and he stole a car, and he got 1 year, okay? And this black guy got 10 years. That's not fair. And you know what's often left out? That's his 15th crime, and that's why he got the higher sentence. That's what I've noticed when I look at that data.
Okay, but what causes a black man to steal cars 15 times as opposed to a white man who does it once? Are they just inherently worse when it comes to that, Andrew? I don't think even you would admit that. He would say the culture. Oh, it's the culture. Okay, culture is started by individuals. So what you're arguing is that individuals came together and decided that a culture of stealing cars is good. And they should spread that culture, right? So at the end of the day, yes, you are arguing that black people are simply more likely to want to steal cars because they started that culture. Unless you want to argue that culture that they have of stealing cars and stealing cars being a good thing to do and a fine thing to do, if we're ceding that point, all right, that culture came about as a result of external circumstances, such as being economically in the shitter. If you're economically in the shitter, maybe stealing a car doesn't sound so bad, right? Maybe the potential consequences for stealing a car don't matter as much to you because you need a fucking car to get to work, right? In order to survive in the current economy. And if you can't fucking afford one, maybe stealing one doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah. But the thing, I'm willing to
Great
look at
stream,
whatever
thank
data you got. I'm happy to parse it out.
Well, I
but
didn't prepare for this.
I know, I
Steal lunch,
understand.
how much
I
longer?
did not prepare. I prepared for debate on feminism.
That is,
not
but this
on-
is part of that debate because it's showing a worldview inconsistency that you have, which is that men are mean, bad, evil patriarchy. You would advise your sister to cross the street, right, in order
I
to
don't
avoid
think
them.
men are evil, mean, bad.
Okay, you're
But
right.
I'm
That was a
looking at-
straw man, so let me be more charitable.
Okay.
You would tell
See, he knows exactly what he's doing.
your sister to cross
He's
the
very
street
good at this.
when it came to a group of rowdy young men, right? And you say that you would advise her to do that even if she personally didn't have it.
One thing I'll give Andrew kudos for, when he makes mistakes like that, little missteps, he backs off. Okay? And that comes off as very honest. He's good at this game.
Any bad experiences with rowdy young men just based on experiences you've had and data and various things you've observed.
I'm starting to think I got the wrong timestamp. That's okay. If you find the correct timestamp, let me know. I think that what I've seen so far, Andrew actually kind of blew her out of the water. I don't think that he's right. I think that if I were in that circumstance, I would have the correct things to say and the questions to ask in order to challenge him better on this. But I do think that his demeanor, his verbiage, his willingness to back off of certain points, all of that was much better than what Charlie provided. And also, like, Charlie's body language was very, like, nervous. She was kind of sitting there twiddling her fingers. And I know that sounds like a little thing, but people pick up on that. Like, I can tell that Charlie is being made very nervous here. So I'm not trying to come down on her. I just think I have some constructive critiques of her, of the way that she handled this. That's all. Not to spoil it, but it gets heated. Oh, I believe it. If somebody wants to link me a different timestamp, that's fine, but I'm not sitting here sifting through 4 hours to see where the heated part comes. Okay, I really want to watch this one. Stop helping homeless people. I didn't say it. This guy did. Arthur Greenwood. With 9.15k subscribers. I guess we're giving him a platform of sorts. But alas, you know, he put it out here. I figured that I would give it an honest look and just see what my man's here has to say about helping homeless people and why we should not do it. I have an open mind on this. Okay? Maybe he's got a good point. So let's hear him out. This was a suggestion from the Juicebox in the Discord server. Dubsy likes to leave a QR code on the screen, or you can join the Discord server by clicking the link in the description below. Leave your suggestions in the Juicebox channel, and I may or may not go over them. I have been neglecting the Juicebox quite a bit, so I apologize, especially to people like Jimmy Mikes and Leonard. Leonard or Leonard? Those two particularly have been leaving a lot of suggestions. I will try to go through more of them. I just have been kind of focused on discussions because I like the back and forth these days. So that being said, this is also a form of communication. This is also a type of discussion that you can have with somebody. So let's hear him out. Why we should stop helping homeless people. Let's go.
I work at this restaurant. It's a beautiful place. Organic, local food, trees, picnic tables. But when I first started there in high school, I was the janitor, and my job was to clean the bathrooms. One day, I walked in to clean the customer bathroom, and as soon as I...
You know what he looks like? He looks like Jax from The Amazing Digital Circus. Jax always has, like, yellow behind him. Look. He's kind of got yellow right there, but I want, like... Yeah, like that. It gives a very, like, menacing aura. You know what I mean? Or, like, a warning sign. Like, it's, in a manner of speaking, a red flag, even though it's yellow, I guess. Like, it kind of gives the same... It's giving very... Like... I can see Jax here being like, yeah, no, we shouldn't help the homeless. I don't know. That's a very loose association, but... That's what I thought of.
As I opened the door, there was this disgusting, reeking smell of human feces. Someone had completely ruined the bathroom.
Oh, no.
There was toilet paper all over the floor,
That's not good.
dirty underwear stuffed in the trash can, and they hadn't even bothered to flush. I later figured out that the culprit was this one creepy old homeless lady who would always wander into the restaurant. Every single time, she made a giant mess in the bathroom. It wasn't just her. Homeless people were always wandering in, playing loud music, scaring away the customers, leaving heroin needles in the kids' playground. One time, my coworker
That's
found
not
a
good.
pile of human shit on the floor. It was disgusting. The left wants us to feel really bad for homeless people. They're just...
Well, they're not doing this for fun, man. It's not like they want to infect people with AIDS by leaving, like children with AIDS by leaving their needles on the playground. Gee, maybe if we had more public sharps receptacles, you know, give them a place to put the fucking needles, and then they won't leave them strewn about on the fucking playground. Has anybody ever actually considered that? Like, make it easier for them to put needles in a proper disposable place than it is to just leave them on the playground for some kid to pick up and give themselves AIDS.
left wants us to feel really bad for homeless people. They're just victims of capitalism and racism. We just need to give them more food stamps and welfare checks. How dare you try to keep them from camping at your business? How dare you put up...
Okay, what's the alternative, man? What's the alternative? I don't want them to camp outside the restaurant that I like to go into when I'm treating my wife. You're right. When I get all gussied up, put on my little cologne spray, and my wife puts on makeup the few times that she does that, okay? And we go out for a nice fancy dinner, I don't want some homeless guy sitting out there begging for money. It kind of puts a damper on my night. You're right. But I also don't think that we should drive him out of the fucking town for him to die somewhere else. So my argument is, yes, we have a common goal. Get rid of that guy on the street. I don't want to see him there anymore. You know where I do want to see him? Some public housing. I'd like him to have a nice roof over his head, some food in his fucking gullet, some health care, and in our current state of affairs, a job. Okay? Let's start there.
anti-homeless benches. But I guarantee if those same leftists worked one day at my job and actually had to deal with homeless people,
You would
they
wanna kill
would feel
them.
the same way. Just
wanna
know
kill
that
them.
while you're virtue signaling about anti-homeless architecture, your sisters are too scared to walk on the street alone. Just this
He's
year, I
reading a
was walking
script.
through downtown Grand Rapids, and I had to walk past this gang of like 7 homeless people. And I kid you not, this one homeless lady holds up a bag of feces and starts yelling, "You want some dookie? You want some dookie?" No, thank you, ma'am. I do not want some dookie. I want you to be arrested.
You know what you should do? You should kill her. You should kill her.
Local businesses complain about losing customers. I mean, would you want to park near here to shop? Residents complain about homeless people stealing from them. Neighbors.
What was that transition?
I mean,
You want some? I do not want some dookie. I want you to be arrested.
local businesses complain about losing customers. I mean, would you want to park near here to
I don't understand this transition. Why are we getting a drone's eye view of like a gross looking field on a highway underpass?
shop? Residents complain about homeless people stealing from them. Neighbors complain about loud noise and
You should
trash.
kill them.
Some say helping the homeless is backfiring.
But Arthur, these people need our help. The leftist idea of helping people
Yes.
is literally just throwing money at them. That's all it is.
Okay, and your idea of solving the problem is throwing them in cages like animals.
And if you've ever talked to a homeless person, it should be obvious that money is not the issue.
Slow down. Get out of there. Everything's got stolen.
So, okay, so money's not the issue, so we should give them free mental health care, right? They should get health care for free. They should get mental health care for free, right? Oh, no, wait, that's communism, my bad.
Who's been stealing your thoughts? And they put everything. Did you ever read?
Honestly, I'm giving them too much credit. You can have the IQ of a pigeon and still get a job at a Subway or a gas station. All you have to do is show up to work and do the bare necessities.
You go fucking do it then. Oh, if it's so easy, you go do it. Go try being a Subway worker for like a week. Just apply, get the job, work there for a week, and quit. Go try it. See how easy it is.
You don't even have to be friendly, but I guarantee most homeless people haven't even tried to apply because at the end of the day, they'd rather just do drugs on the street. I personally...
Yeah, homeless people people love being addicted to drugs. It's their favorite thing to admit and talk about is how addicted they are to drugs.
know of 2 homeless people.
Well, I guess if you're a Zoomer, that's kind of true as it pertains particularly to marijuana. But but in general, people don't like admitting that they're an addict.
And they both
don't like
admitted
being
that
an
they
addict.
chose that lifestyle.
Why don't you get a job? If you're so hungry, why don't you get a job? Listen, what's your name? Al. Get a goddamn job, Al.
I do want to make it clear,
Ew.
there are some homeless people who just genuinely get screwed over.
Why are we in a different location now? We have another setup. Wait. Oh, no. You collect Trolls dolls? Oh, listen. I don't want to shit on a man's passion. I don't want to shit on a man's passion. That's kind of wild. The American Psycho ideation. I'd say if we just decriminalize use, they could put it in trash cans in plain sight. Not trash cans. You don't want trash cans. Needles are disposed of in the proper receptacles. Okay? If you get caught throwing needles on a children's playground, right? Or in the trash can even, I believe that there should be some action taken against you. Or at least you should get a warning. Make it inconvenient for them to put it somewhere that it should not be. But yeah, this is an interesting change of scenery here. I don't know why we're looking at the Trolls dolls in the background now. But clearly he's not embarrassed of it. Like, he likes the Trolls. That's kind of endearing. It's kind of endearing. Now that I'm over, like, the initial creepiness of the Trolls themselves.
I mean, if you're some Pakistani immigrant who can't speak English or some disabled veteran, you can't just pull yourself up by the bootstraps. You really cannot get a good job. And people like that, disabled people or crazy people or children, people who really cannot take care of themselves, we as a society should absolutely take care of. I'm fully in support of free food and housing for these people. But the media tries to pretend that all homeless people are like that. They'll place...
You're means testing. No, you're prioritizing making sure that the people who don't deserve it, in your view, The people who don't deserve it don't get it. What I would ask this guy, the question I would ask this guy, and if you happen to see this, since you're a smaller creator than me, and you might, if you see this, here's my question for you, and I want you to answer honestly. If you could press a button, and that would give all the homeless people free housing and food, right? Or, how do I want to ask this? Let me think for a second. Would you, here it is. Would you rather nobody get anything? We keep the status quo. Or you could press a button and all the homeless people get the shit that they need, right? Or need, quote unquote, according to your ideology. All the homeless people get houses and food and free healthcare. Okay? All the ones that do legitimately need it in your eyes and all the ones that don't legitimately need it in your eyes. Which world would you rather have? Okay? That would be my question. Because right now it sounds like you'd rather have the former. You're fine with these homeless people being on the streets because most of them deserve it, right? Okay? Well, then you're sacrificing the veterans, the immigrants who can't speak English, the children, all those other people, the crazy people. You're sacrificing them at the altar of making sure that the homeless people who do deserve it get what's coming to them.
Segments like The Truth About Homelessness in America, and they'll always interview the most articulate, sympathetic homeless guy they can find, who's a veteran who just...
Okay, I've worked with homeless people, man. I work drug addiction. I'm doing my rotations in drug addiction, okay? Many of them are very articulate. Many of them do genuinely want to pick themselves up and get moving with their lives, okay? They just can't. They don't have the fucking resources to do it. They come in and they say, what am I supposed to do? What am I to tell them? Get over it? Figure it out? With what? Oh, sorry, I muted it.
America, and they'll always interview the most articulate, sympathetic homeless guy they can find, who's a veteran who just couldn't work because he...
As opposed to me, who has clips like, you know, uses Simpsons clips like this.
Slow down. Get out of there. Everything's cock stole every idea I ever had. He came into my room and they took my...
They're the ones propagandizing, not me.
We as a society should absolutely... Truth about homelessness in America because he doesn't have legs. Again, homeless guy they can find, who's a veteran who just couldn't work because he doesn't have legs. Again, we should take care of people like that, but those people are a minority.
But not if it comes with taking care of people who do have legs. They all get to suffer. All of them together.
For every disabled veteran, there's 24 lazy crackhead bums. You know this. I know this. Anyone who's dealt with homeless people knows this damn well.
We can't solve the problem in his mind because solving the problem means that people who don't deserve these things get them anyway. That's why we can't solve the problem, right, man? That's insane.
Those people, for the bums, giving them free stuff just encourages laziness and enables their lifestyle. We need to drive them out of our cities so they stop trashing the streets and ruining public spaces.
Drive them out of the city to go where? Where do they go? Fuck off to the desert to die? Just say you want to kill them. Seriously, just say you want to kill them.
We need to build public housing.
Okay, we're back here.
In theory, if we had like infinite money to spare, I would be okay with that. But as our libertarian friends remind us, nothing is...
Oh, we're so poor. Poor United States of America. We have no money to do it. By the way, we're the richest nation on the earth.
Ever really free. Free public housing would cost millions of taxpayer dollars. Dollars that my family and your family could have spent on our own needs. If you want to spend your money building...
You seem to have everything that you need and then some, man. Okay? I guarantee you don't need that pop figurine of Gandalf the Grey back there, right? You don't need that. So you have everything that you need. Okay? And you will continue to have everything that you need. When we have public housing for homeless people, you will still get the things that you need to survive, I promise. Okay? But until those people have food in their mouths, you don't get the Gandalf pop, okay? If it comes down to it, they get what they need before you get what you want, period.
Public housing? By all means, feel free. but I don't want to rob the middle
This guy had another video where he said slavery wasn't so bad for black people because white people were taking care of them in return for their labor. Yeah, that sounds about right up his
class
alley.
of their hard-earned money to build shacks for lazy, stupid criminals. It probably won't even help them that much. They'll probably just destroy the shacks in a few weeks, and they'll still spend their
They're
days
animals.
doing drugs.
They're just
I know a
animals.
guy who worked at a homeless shelter,
Cage
and
the
he said
animals.
that every night, all the homeless people would go out and wander the streets, stealing and looting the city. Giving these people a slightly nicer place to sleep will not fix their lives and turn them into
Yeah, you know what will? Mental health care. Okay, give them free mental health care. Can we agree on that at least? They can't afford the mental health care. We agree that there's something psychologically wrong with them because apparently they're fucking up every house that they live in. It's not like they want to destroy houses unless you just think that they want to destroy houses because they're like a plague. Okay? Here's what it comes down to. This guy, I don't even need to watch the rest of this, I will. But this guy thinks that homeless people are a plague. This is classic dehumanization. He doesn't even think they're people. Okay? He doesn't. And I challenge him to prove me wrong on that.
productive members of society. It's just not their nature. There's an ongoing
See?
Supreme Court case.
Not their nature. He just proved my point. Look.
Turn them into productive members of society. It's just not their nature.
That's insane to say, brother. You know what your nature is? Being an asshole. Okay? Sorry, brother. That's just in your nature. I don't know if I can change you. You know? Like, that's insane to say. What do you mean it's just in their nature? People change all the time.
There's an ongoing Supreme Court case where a town in Oregon started fining homeless people for camping in public parks. And the left is just furious. This is a violation of...
I'm sorry I keep pausing. How the fuck are fines on homeless people? Think about that for 2 seconds. We're going to fine the homeless. Problem solved, I guess.
human rights. This is cruel and unusual punishment.
It's not even about it being cruel and unusual punishment. It's how the fuck do you make that work? They have no money to give you. What is the fine accomplishing? It's just an extra step before taking their ass to prison for not paying the fine. Just say that you want to throw them in cages like animals or else kill them.
Sorry, I like my city, and I don't want druggies leaving tents and trash all over our public parks. I don't want them roaming around shooting heroin and harassing people.
He's owned his auto repair shop here for 30 years, the last 5 of which he says have been miserable.
I think we all feel like we've been under siege since probably 2016.
Watch says since the homeless started setting up camp right across the street, there have been no fewer than 127 break-in attempts at his shop. It got so bad a few years ago, he dubbed his neighborhood Tweakerville and started streaming its activities on YouTube. He says the camp is killing business.
And what we find is that people drive by. They've checked our references. They've checked our reviews. Everything looks great. They know what our quality level is. When they drive into the area, they just keep driving.
I can already see all the leftists in the comments
The
like,
poor business owner. Have you considered the plight of the poor business owner, guys? Think about it.
Sweetie, that's not very Christ-like of you. Don't you know that Jesus was a socialist? He said that you have to give money to widows and orphans. Of course, they're right that almsgiving has always been part of Christianity, but you have to understand that this was a completely different time. It wasn't like today.
Oh, see, times have changed. So have morals. If Jesus were alive today, he would not stand for that. No. He would be on the side of the business owner. You see, he'd be like watching Tweakerville videos and being on podcasts talking about how like the fucking homeless people need to be driven out of the cities. That's what my Jesus would be doing in today's era.
Today, where 55% of homeless people abuse alcohol, 25% abuse drugs. Of course, those are only the ones who admit it, so the numbers are probably higher. 68% of cities found that substance abuse...
Wait, only the ones who admit it? Interesting. So you almost say that as though it's like not a desirable thing to admit or want, right? Like it's almost like being an addict is a bad thing, and people don't want that, actually. Well, if they don't want it, maybe we should find ways to help them, right? Oh, no, just tell them to piss off to the desert and starve to death.
This was the largest cause of homelessness for single adults. If you tossed a homeless person a coin in 30 AD, you could be pretty sure they'd spend it on bread. There wasn't disability pay and social safety nets back in 30 AD, so most of the homeless people were widows and orphans and lepers. In the modern...
There's no getting through to this guy right now because in his mind, homeless people are simply animals who cannot control their impulses, okay? And until he undoes that horrific knot in his brain, there's no making headway. Brother, homeless people are people just like you and me. Okay? You are closer to being homeless than you are to being Elon Musk. Did you know that? So am I. Okay? Anything could just fucking happen. Your house could burn down tomorrow. And then what? You know? Like, don't you want some kind of system in place whereby you can then go and live somewhere else? You know, not everybody has insurance. So, like, they can't fucking afford it because they're homeless. So, how do we actually solve this? Your answer is to just tell them to piss off. Like, I need to talk to this guy, like, one-on-one, because, like, I need to understand where you're coming from. Because right now, it just sounds like you think homeless people are like bugs. They're like an infestation that we must drive out or else kill. That's what it sounds like to me.
World, if you want to give alms, which you should, don't just hand out money on the street. Give it to reliable charities that will buy surgeries for kids in Africa and stuff. A lot of people ask, well, what about buying food for homeless people? What about soup kitchens? And this is coming from a good place. The problem is that
Don't
even
shit on
just giving them
soup
food
kitchens.
makes the bum lifestyle easier, which incentivizes more people to do it.
Okay, you just got done saying that if you give like a coin to a guy in Jesus's time, he's going to go spend it on bread. You basically just gave that guy food. Okay? But now your argument is don't give them food. What? You just advocated for homeless people getting food. What, like, your own worldview? Like, what are you talking about? Do you listen to yourself? Did you reread this script once or twice? Like, you're poking holes in your own argument. I think this guy needs some mental help, if I'm being honest.
You may think that's ridiculous. Who would choose to do drugs on the street all day rather than work? But I actually know a woman whose brother is voluntarily homeless.
Anecdote.
He actually chose that lifestyle because he wanted to do drugs and not work. His family has given him money. They've done everything they can. I mean, his sister's a lawyer. It's not like he didn't have
We should kill him.
opportunities.
Just
and
kill
his
him.
family says they wish people would stop buying him food because that just enables his self-destructive
Yeah, just kill him.
lifestyle.
Just let him starve
The
to
fact
death.
that someone is homeless is a pretty good indicator that they aren't good with money. Maybe they won't spend it on drugs, but honestly, the odds aren't great. Best case scenario, he uses it to buy a healthy, nutritious meal. But even then, all you've done is prolong his miserable drug-addled existence by a few hours.
Yeah, so
These
just
people
kill him.
contribute
Do a mercy killing. Just
nothing
kill
to
him.
society. They ruin a lot of nice places, and we as a civilization cannot tolerate them anymore. Unleash the cops, take back the streets, like the video, and subscribe. We'll see you
Ew.
next time. God bless America.
Take back.
Good Lord. God bless America. Specifically the God that wants to kill the homeless people. That God. That's the God that I worship. My name's Arthur Greenwood. Arthur, if any of this seemed uncharitable, I'm sorry. Okay? I'm not out here to try to twist your words into something they're not. But the only conclusion that we lead to with your logic, there are two conclusions. One, you box them like animals. Okay? The other is you kill them. Those are the two conclusions that we lead to with your logic. Because as you said, it is not in a homeless person's nature to want to change. They simply like doing drugs. They simply like tearing up houses. They simply like toting up bags of shit and asking if people want dookie. Okay? That's their favorite pastime, apparently. And no amount of therapy or giving them money or anything that we can possibly do for them is going to fix them. They are simply a blight. So the only options we're left with is cage them or kill them. Okay? I think that's wrong. And if you think that that what I've just said is unreasonable or that I'm trying to say, put words in your mouth or anything like that, feel free to hit me up. Okay? I do debates all the time with people like you. And I would love to talk to you and try to break down why this worldview is so horrific. Like, just abysmal. Like honest, I don't think you're a bad person deep down. I don't think that you want people to die or be caged like animals. So, like, why are you talking like this? This isn't you, man. This ain't it. You can do better than this. I believe in you. Hit me up. We'll talk. Steel Lungs found the timestamp, 4 hours, 30 minutes. I already crossed it out, X'd it out. We'll do it next stream. Maybe. Month-old interview of the soon-to-be former New York mayor being incredibly creepy and antisocial. There's a most replayed bit. Oh. Hi. How you doing? I'm okay. Been streaming a while. Probably gonna stop soon, but actually, I might play some games. I might play something. Hello, my love. Hello, baby girl. No, ma'am. Uber. You gotta turn on the music. Not taking him seriously, he has a troll zone sign. Assets like this always want an out. Do not engage. Everybody's worth engaging. He can pretend he's a troll all he wants. He is trying to get an idea out there of some kind. If I engage him, and he's like, oh no bro, I was just kidding, I was just trolling bro, like it was all just a troll. Like, there's still a reason he thought that it was appropriate to put that video out there. And I'd like to get to the bottom of that. You know? A lot of the times, if people are literally just trolling like that, it's because of an insecurity. And they're not hard to pick up on. Like, I guarantee this guy, like, just doesn't like homeless people and hasn't really given much thought to the fact that they are people. He just wants them off the streets. And the thing is, we have a common goal. Because I also want homeless people off the streets, as I said at the beginning of the segment. Okay? The difference is, I don't want them caged like animals or killed. So we have a common goal of getting homeless people off the streets. We just have very different methods of doing so. And I would like to convince him that my method is better. Because if he is ever homeless, right? I think the thing is, he doesn't ever see himself being homeless. He can't conceive of that. Like, in no world could this guy ever be homeless, right? He'd always find a way to, like, pick himself up by the bootstraps and trudge forward and just put his grit and spit and shit into it and just find a way to get a house, right? Like, he does not truly believe that he could ever be homeless. It could never be him. And he's wrong. There's always a way you could be homeless. Elon Musk could be homeless one day. You never know. Maybe Elon Musk gets too addicted to ketamine and does some crazy shit that gets him landed in jail. All of his assets get, taken away from him, and he's homeless. You never know. Not likely, but it's within the realm of possibility. Bro probably thinks living in your car while you look for a house doesn't count as being homeless. Or like couch surfing. Right? Like couch surfing. Like, people don't consider it homeless if you're couch surfing. I sent you an old anti-fascist Soviet short on Discord. Maybe worth checking out. Okay, I have to be out of here at 5:15, which is in about an hour and 20 minutes. So actually, how long have we been going? 5 hours and some change. That's long enough. I'm gonna call it here. We didn't get quite as many React segments done as I wanted, but I gotta call it here because I gotta get going soon. Who's live? Should we raid Loner Box? Is that a good idea? Fuck it, we'll see what happens. We'll raid Loner Box. No? Who else is live? Fine, we won't raid Loner Box. Who else is live? A choice for sure, but I wouldn't. I don't know, just like it's a show of good faith. I don't know. Shoujo! Let's raid Shoujo. If you guys don't know Shoujo, me and her met at state, what is it, school, Board of Education meeting. Very lovely woman. She likes Yoshi a lot. She wears a Yoshi hat. That's like her thing. If you're on YouTube, you will have to go to Twitch or the site. So I will drop a link to the site. Or actually, I just drop a link directly to her chat. Okay, you guys go enjoy Shoujo. Thank you all very much for being here. Love you all. Take care. Have a great rest of your day. And I will be back on Tuesday for more discussions and content and what have you. So, until then, take care and love you all.